to Nomad at Night, starring the one and only Nomad.
Yo, 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 No Maniacs. Welcome to the show. This is Nomad at Night. I'm your host, Nomad. And boy, here we are at day 3 uploading. Had a hell of a night last night. Had a hell of a first night. Man, you guys got me day drinking, kids. Day drinking. And I'm not mad, man. My first time doing this since Lord knows how long, man. I don't know when's the last time I did this, but you know what? It's kind of cool. Day 3, we said we was going to have a party. Everybody's looking for a party. Booby said we were doing tailgating today, and so I guess that's what we're doing. I ain't got no damn problem with it. You wanna get some shout outs real quick, kids?
Absolutely. No Maniacs, what's popping? We got day 3, draft day 3. Things are looking sweet so far for the Bears, especially offensively. Give some love to the guys out there in the chat. I see AC Adam representing with us. Patty Lara. Hey, Patty. Black Diamonds in the building with us. Barlissimo's in the building, in the flesh. Who else we got? Marco King, J2K's with us. Bruja, my guy from Canada. Bruja, what it do, bro? Jay Grizz is with us. Calvin Canterbury. Think that rounds it out, except for my guy, King Booker World, Booby, and Crimson. What's going on, y'all? Should be a good show. Let's keep it popping and get into to where we're at. Brian? Any words from the mister?
Oh, I got a few. Hey, No Maniacs, we're back at it again. Seems like it was a short night. With the guests we got today, we're going to prove that the stars don't only come out at night, but they come out in the day too. And it should be an interesting show.
So do the drunk motherfuckers come out in the day. That's me.
Well, we know at least one.
Or at least all.
All right, man. Hey, without further ado, because I see pick 1 up on the board. The first pick's up on the board. We do. My phone's ringing right now. I think we got a guest. So let's see what we got. Damn it, J2K. Is that you again, man?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Buenos dias, No Maniacs. Day 3. I am excited. There is still so much talent left on the board. We've got a pick coming up here pretty quickly. So let's get into it.
Damn it, man. My phone won't stop ringing. I think we got another one, man. We got another guest going on. What the F is going on here, man? Hold on. Let me see who this is, man. Is that Barlissimo? Where'd he go, man? He was there.
False alarm. It was Nicky. He was playing Nicky Nine Doors. You ever play that as a kid?
Oh, what is that?
You knock on people's door and you take off. That's what we call it in Canada. Ding dong ditch in the U.S. Ding dong ditch. Anyhow,
all right. I just got a message from him. Barlissimo will be here. He had some issues. He got to restart the computer, but he'll be right back with us, guys.
Must be that UK time zone dealie.
Hey, man.
Coming from the future.
I think the Jaguars just selected Jatavion Sanders, tight end from Texas.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild that he dropped this far. I think he was number 2 tight end going into this process, but kind of fell down the board a bit.
There's only been 2 tight ends that's gone that I know of. Who else?
Honestly, you guys, like some of these drafts are looking really nice for some of these teams. Like the Panthers draft looks pretty nice to me. I have to.
Well,
same with Washington.
With all the crap they went through.
Well, I'm a little surprised that Tip Raymond, who's a good tight end, went above Jatavion Sanders. I mean, I can see Ben Sinnott going ahead of these guys. He was my number 2 tight end. But I think this is a testament to Sanders being really just a receiving tight end and not the complete package. Barlissimo.
Hey,
Hello, gentlemen.
He's back.
Barlissimo is back from the hot tub time machine, man. He's in real time with us now.
I'm here. I'm good to go.
Back from the future, Barlissimo.
You see the pick on the trade on the board. The Denver Broncos just traded up, I believe, with somebody. I don't know who.
Yeah, their pick is in. Pick 102 will give us I'd say give us a minute, but Barlissimo will probably have the answer in about 20 seconds.
I should be able to tell you. In fact, I can break it probably live if you want.
I'm wondering if that's a wide receiver.
Patriots are on the clock.
Patriots.
Broncos have traded up and took Troy Franklin. Patriots are on the clock.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
He's way ahead.
Broncos picked who? Troy Franklin?
Troy Franklin for the Broncos. Patriots are now on the clock.
Imagine Troy Franklin fell this far, guys. I'm kind of surprised by that.
Yeah, so that's where we are at the moment. Is Patriots on the clock? Troy Franklin's just gone. I'm assuming a run on the skill position players early.
That's right about where I figured with him. About right what I thought.
Such a deep wide receiving class that there's going to be good ones available.
Yeah, I wasn't too high on Troy Franklin, to be honest, but I think this is a good round range for him to be drafted.
Yeah, I mean he's going to Bo Nix as well, isn't he? I think so. There's familiarity,
right?
And there's also, I mean, he's a good route runner versus man. I think the thing that hurt him was in the gauntlet drill. He was very wavy on his gauntlet drill. He was all over the place, in fact, and that's difficult for like a timing route-based system. Generally speaking, is where you're all over the place. You don't set your leverage up correctly. You may be a little bit late out getting there. But he's going, obviously, he's got familiarity day one with his rookie QB.
I saw a lot of body catches from him.
Yeah, there's some of that.
Joseph Archer wants to know who our last pick was, Barlissimo. You want to describe that guy?
I've got some tape I can show you if you would like.
Sure. You want to do it?
Absolutely do it.
Yeah, let me pull the tape up and I can get it on there. That is if my software holds up, because it's just crashed 3 times now. So anyway, we've got the tape up. What I'll do is I'll just use the normal drawing tools. Okay, I'm ready to go. Let me just
I think I got it up there. That's what I'm looking.
I just need to stop that one and then I'll add it back in and it should work.
Hooking you up, Joseph.
There you go. Should be good.
There you go, Joseph.
Okay, so this is Kieran Amaggi. You're going to see him here. I mean, for me, especially in this color, he looks a lot like Olu Fashanu, and he looks like a lot like Olu Fashanu on the tape. What I love about him, you're going to see here a lot, he's working the double. So what you want to do is you want to get your shoulder under the level of the shoulder of the defensive tackle, and then you want to extend and then get down to second level. You see him here. Look how the legs have crumpled straight away on the defensive tackle. You see the legs are completely gone. He gets such a good shove. The linebacker, at the end of the day, they're both on a stunt. This is a reason why he doesn't get the linebacker. They're both slanting in the linebacker, so he's already on the move. Ordinarily, if he was read and react, he'd kind of be here, and Amaggi would be right on him. It's a little bit like you see him try and turn and move. He has to overcommit and overbalance, falls off, but you see him maintain his balance. That's because he's got such good core strength. I love his footwork. I love his base. I love his length. I love his hip level. The thing that he does need to work on for me is independent hand technique. So here, the key to this is a play action pass, but you see him work towards the guard because he knows the guard is pulling away. It's a trap. And then you see him work to the inside, keep position, so we're not going to lose that inside pressure. I don't like him dropping his heads into contact, which he does sometimes. But look at that length, look at that pad level, look at the arm strength.
Can I tell you what stood out to me when I watched him? And I looked at some of the stuff you gave me last night. I think this is the same thing. One thing I noticed right away is you never see him on the ground unless he's burying a motherfucker.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That's one. 2, his speed off the line, the quickness off the line of scrimmage. It's like he's
absolutely.
And Braxton Jones is pretty fast off the ball. I think he's a clip faster than Braxton. I think he's really quick off the ball. And the one thing that really stands out, I don't know if I was looking at interviews last night, and he said he spent a bunch of time working with Willie Anderson. I think Willie Anderson might be a Pro Bowl left tackle from the Kansas City.
Yeah, I think he was a guard, wasn't he?
Was he a guard?
Yeah.
I think, man, but I enjoyed the thought of that. I was like, that's a good person. And his hands are really, really disciplined for a guy his age. I mean, they're really disciplined. He doesn't fire them until it's time.
Yeah, I mean, he's good. He's good with his patience. He sometimes gets them a little bit too high on the pads, as you see there. But what I love is his footwork and his base, his hip level, and his core. Those are the key things for me. The independent hand fighting techniques. He's quite clearly he's told to fit up, and that's the way that they're all coached on Yale. You can see them all; they all fit up with two hands, rather than independently hand striking pass pro, which is the way that Coach Morgan tends to go, which is more of a more advanced technique against all the hand fighting that you get now. But what I love is, if you notice, just watch his base, watch his hip level. Everyone else's hip level is going up and down, and then mostly up. Look how he's keeping his hips low and keeping that body position. And then that's all core strength. That is just talking his man like that. So just the core strength just to hold him there.
The Patriots I just put this name in the chat. Patriots just selected Leighton Robinson.
He's got tree trunks for legs.
Yeah, I mean, he's got very good base. You're gonna see it here.
You don't see him getting bowled over at all. Oh,
I believe in his upside. I believe this guy could be a stud moving forward. It's going to take him a couple years to really get there, but I think he can challenge Braxton Jones right away. I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is the difference with him. Is that if you notice, look how he just doesn't come off his man. You see his man's collapsing, his legs collapsing. Yeah. It's pass pro at the end of the day, but he's still doing run action. And he just really moves people. I mean, yes, I know it's a lower level of football, but there's a couple of times where you see these combo blocks on the zones on the inside. I mean, here he's too fast for his guard.
Man,
he gets on his man. He gets on his man before his guard can get out of the way. And his guard is supposed to get out of the way, but he's just too fast for him.
His high school tape. I mean, this guy is. I mean, he is lightning fast off the ball. I mean. He's got a basketball background. He's got a lot of agility. Everybody knows you need a lot of agility to play ball, play hoops. You can see that, man. His foot speed is incredible, man.
I just love the way he keeps his. See how he keeps underneath the pads, and he keeps his hip level really well. I mean, that's the thing where Braxton has an issue: his core strength. I think that's the reason why he gets too high. I think his core strength is too bad. He gets over his skis with his shoulders, particularly. He gets them too far out in front. And to combat that, he just sort of sits up. And because he's sitting up with a higher base, a higher hip level, that's why people get under his pads and he's got nowhere to go then. Because his hip level isn't low, he's got no room to move back to anchor, which is what his problem is. And look at the difference there. Look at the pad level and the flat back.
You know what I love about him, Bear?
Right there.
More than anything, he's got an ass on him.
I mean, look at that. No one's moving him.
He can drop that butt, man. He's got a behind on him. That's the thing. Braxton Jones is sorely missing.
Yeah. It's look how neutral he is with his footwork, and he just waits, patient with. That's what you're talking about with patience with the hands, Nomad. He's like, watch this rep here. Patient, wait. Flashes his hands, waits, gets his hands on the pads, and then drops.
Does he need to keep his hands up a little bit higher? I see his hands kind of by his thighs.
No,
don't they kind of teach you to have your hands up higher?
I mean, if you want to teach kids to have their hands high, but then you're going to be putting them in a position. They've got to be able to mirror what the defender is doing. If it's guard, yes, you want the hands to be slightly higher in the carriage. At tackle, you've got to have more room because you could have an inside move, you could have a ghost hand, you could have a long arm, you could have one arm stab, you could have a one arm stab counter with spin. You've got to be able to. That's why the independent hand striking. It's quite clearly the O line is like, okay, everyone's going to fit up, everyone's going to get the inside of the pads, everyone's going to drive. Whereas in the NFL at tackle, you're going to be expected to more independently hand strike. Now you see it all the way across all five are learning to independently hand strike because all of the interior guys as we saw with Javon Dexter, are using that cross chop block, cross chop move. They're using the long arm stabs. They're using the push pulls. They're using the swims, the clubs, the humps, all these different pass rush moves that you're going to have to be able to counter. And if you try and get hands up on pads old schooly by having your hands up here, maintaining. Firstly, you're not loose. You're tight in your top half. If you're holding your hands here constantly, just try and do it. If you're holding your hands, your arms are going to be tighter. If your hands are here in a more neutral gunslinger position, like a linebacker, you can fit up, you can come and you can react and you can punch. It's the speed of the hands which is the important part, not necessarily the position. Yeah, you don't want them down by your waist, but equally you want them out in front, so that gunslinger type position, and then you can strike. And that's what you want, is to be able to strike your man. And what I love is when you're watching do these, like this is what you call a gather step. So it's a gather step to the inside. You see, like right foot lead, gather, and then that's where you get that position, that power position. There, gather into the hips. Look at him get at the hip. Watch where 11 goes now. Straight into the mess, onto 33.
That length, man. Another thing that stands out about him, it's kind of rare, man, because most young offensive tackles always fall into this trap no matter what, and try to find when he lunges. You don't really see a whole bunch of that.
How many times have you seen Braxton get like this position right there? Someone pulls him from that position because he's leaning out in front, pulls him and he goes down. Well, no. And he tries. The amount of defensive ends at this level that end up holding him, defensive holding, because they get that pissed off with him. They're just like, get off my pads, man. And he's like, no, you're mine. You're in my pocket. This is where you live now.
No lunge.
Man, the upside with this guy is just huge.
Really
is. I mean, I think he's every bit the same sort of level that you could get to with Olu Fashanu. And like I say, he looks like him in pads here. This is the thing that bothers me, is where he goes. He goes up to get down. So when I say goes up to get down, it's almost like he's faking pass set, which he's not. He's just getting up. But he's doing it to then get in a good position. So now he's dropped and he's got into that good position. Look at that torque there. Look at that. In like space of 4 frames, gets to that power position. Look at him move the right hip round, move the right foot round, torque him, get out the fucking hole.
And chopping the feet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then stays on him. And then you see how choppy the DN gets at the end.
And he's staying up, man. That's the impressive thing about me. He's always on his feet.
Look at it.
The guy's hopping backwards. Look at him. Look at that there.
He's always on his feet. You don't see him on the ground unless he's burying somebody.
I just, like I say, that there's a lot to like in his tape. And, for Packers took Jordan Morgan in the first round. So I think Kieran Amaggi has got every piece of the talent that Jordan Morgan has, if not more. He's got better length. And look at the speed of his footwork here. He's a little bit heel heavy on that one. But see what they're talking about, the body position. Neutral, just stays in the same body position. He gets level, drops the anchor there. That's it. You go nowhere.
Damn it, man. Justin Amaggi just went to the Chargers.
Oh, no.
Damn, I had him. I wanted to talk about him. I got a list of guys. He was definitely
real early for Justin Amaggi.
No,
the Chargers just thought themselves a beast.
People had him 6th, 7th round. I was like, you're nuts.
I like this. I'll leave Kieran Amaggi on this, and there's a player I want to show that I like, that a defensive end that I think Eberflus would absolutely jizz in his pants over watching his tape, to be honest. You talk about hits, his hits and some. Look how he moves his man here, and an entire gap over. It's just
all like that one, Brian.
So, yeah. This is a guy I want to show you, Brennan Jackson. I want to get to a specific play that he just does absolutely no business making.
Brennan Jackson, he's an edge rusher out of Washington State, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
Let me put that.
It's the next play from this one, I think.
And Baralissimo, how early is it too early to draft this guy, or do you think he's in play at 122?
If we're going to take him, I would like us to see us get some extra capital from 122 because I don't think other teams will be that high on him. But I would like to see us add him with an additional pick if we can get an additional pick if we move back. I think there's other DN guys that they will go for ahead of him. But you talk about a Flus guy. Here is a stand-up end, which he plays both hand in the dirt and stand-up end. This is two of the best tackles in college football, by the way. Oregon's tackles are both excellent. He's going to drop to the flat. He's going to become redundant because his cornerback stays on the outside. So he's going to be a spare man, and that's what you call like a free fire. So when you're spare, you then fire on the QB, which is what we see him do here. But the QB goes all the way to the left. So you see the DN gets a pretty good rush around the outside. That's our man here, Brennan Jackson.
And here he comes.
Look at that speed.
And there goes Bonix. Just keep your eyes on him. He's got no business. Look at the pursuit here. You talk about hits.
Oh, man.
Dude.
And he breaks down. He overruns it at the end of the day. He overruns the play because Nick steps inside him. But who's going to get the benefit of this?
The speed he got across that field with how he got from A to B in that, man, that dude is wow. Just show that one more time. The speed he got across.
Who is the guy? Who's the guy who's recognizing what's happening as well before anybody else does?
Say that again. What was the question?
Who's the guy who's recognizing what's happening with the QB before everyone else on the field is? We're dogs chasing cars. Man who knows where the QB is going.
And while he does overrun this, he still brings them back to the inside, which is what you're taught.
That's the whole point. He's jetting to the sideline to force him back inside, and that's exactly what you want him to do.
Man, sideline to sideline speed. I love it.
Honestly, the guy is 6'3 1/4", 264 pounds, running like that. 264.
Man,
that's a good route.
He's got the measurables they're looking for, no question about it.
Yeah.
Everything that they want.
He's got some stuff, man. He's got some stuff. He gets a free run there, but he gets there in a hurry. He's got some stuff to him. At the end of the day, he gets a pretty good shot on Nick's there. I mean, that's grounding in the NFL. But I just love the guy just plays with the right techniques every single time. So this is supposed to be a trap, yeah. It's supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 2 go that way, and then screen to the outside. He beats the guard and tackle there. They dive after him. Yes, I know the ball's going somewhere else, but they're supposed to get on him because that's supposed to set up another play. Yeah, and they just completely miss. And who's the guy that's chasing onto the pile? Brennan Jackson. Every single pile that goes down, he's always there.
I'm gonna throw another name out in the chat, guys, because I'm just gonna throw some names in there that you can pay attention to if we draft an edge, give you an idea on who some of these guys are. Do you pull out your phone and do your research, find out who these guys are? But I can't remember exactly where I saw Jonah Ellis, but that's one other guy.
Yeah, Utah. Yeah,
Utah. That's right, Utah. Let me put that in there.
Let me know what you see with this, Nomad. He's like, at the end of the day, he's going to get tackle and split end. They're both on him. Split them and make the tackle.
That's exactly what the coaches are looking for. You need to be able to battle through that. You got to battle through that and get to the ball, man. When you set an edge, that's you.
I love that Brennan Jackson is such an unselfish player as well, because when he runs, you want someone to run a stunt on an end tackle twist. He's the unselfish guy that will get it done right. You want him to split on zone away, split the wrong shoulder, the tackles on zone away, he'll do that. He plays with the right techniques. I know he's a late round guy, but he as a coach, you want 11 of this guy on the field. So you want 11 of him.
Yes, you do.
And I'd expect he'd be huge on special teams as well.
Massive core. He's a 3-core special teamer.
Yeah.
Another linebacker just went off the board, and another guy we profile, kid, Cedric Gray from North Carolina.
Cedric Gray, North Carolina,
went to
the Tennessee Titans.
Keep your eyes on him, guy. Keep your eyes on him. You see him?
Mm-hmm.
Here he is. Keep your eyes on him. Ball's going away from him. Talk about hits. He runs into his linebacker.
That's
Trips. He trips on the back of his linebacker because he's quicker than the linebacker is. Look at him running to 4.
He reminds me so much of Marshawn Kneeland in his effort, man. This dude just never stops.
He's 100% by 100%, 100% of effort, 100% of the time. The guy is phenomenal. I'm going to have to go in about 5 minutes, guys, but look at that. you see the tackle come towards him. Look how much we just a tackle. Sit down, fella. Have a seat. Tackle 65 comes towards him. Sit down. Yeah, the guy drops on the back of his leg, but he's already got him going backwards anyway.
If you're Flus, man, you know he can get after the pass rusher, but the way he sets an edge in that aggressive manner like that, man, he's not. I mean, he's a battler, and then that's what you got to be when you set an edge against. Look, I mean, he just handled
the long arm.
He just handled that, dude.
65 is a good tackle, man. That Oregon tackle is a good tackle. Watch the penetration on this. Only dude in the backfield. Only dude in the backfield. Washington State, he was the man on their D-line.
And I want to point out, these aren't highlights. This is just game tape from one game.
This is play. He doesn't come off the field. See that zone away? Look at the discipline here. So, sorry, I'm getting really geeky and nerdy on this. I know I'm talking about him too much, but everyone goes away. Yeah, it's all zone away. They're all going this way. Yeah. So rather than come upfield like chasing Carr, you know, he knows he's got to squeeze and then read if there's a backside block, and then he has to keep contained. Just watch him do everything right. Guard comes to him, plays him. And he even gets off the guard. There's just no linebacker there. He plays this as well as you can. Look, tackle goes away, waits for the guard, plays the guard, stops him dead. Linebacker should be wrapping around. He's not there. Becomes whams the outside backer out, and that's why they get free. But again, who's the guy that's running to the ball?
Good edge guys, man. You know, most people will look at a box score and see how many sacks he's got.
I just love him. I just give like I say, give me 11 of this dude.
And Barlissimo, before you head out, could you give some names that you think are in play at 122 that you like?
Yeah, I mean, if he's not gone yet, I mean, let's just hide the tape and I'll pull up some names of people who are still around. Let's see what we got in terms of the draft, because there's going to be about.
I got a couple.
Austin Booker's still there, isn't he? I mean,
yeah.
Mo Kamara, Austin Booker, Brennan Jackson, Jatavian, the tight end, the split end, Jatavian Sanders, is it? Florida State.
He left.
I think
he's gone.
Yeah. Is he gone? Is he gone? Is he?
Yeah.
So he's just gone. Kyrie Jackson's just gone to the Vikes.
Is this too early for Gabe Hall?
No, I would take Gabe Hall for if you want a 3-tech who can play 5, and it can be like a 4-3 end on your goal line. So on your goal line type stuff, you have him as an end. He could play that. I love Gabe Hall. His tape at Baylor, I mean, again, he's just really, really good.
Kyrie Jackson just went to the Vikings.
And what about Cedric Van Pran? I know you were high on him.
Yeah, he's a good zone center. So, I mean, again, he's got to clean up his technique a little bit. He's sometimes a little bit out of control when he gets to the point. But in terms of as a pass protector that's, he's played a long time and being the signal caller and for a very good offensive line, he's been there through it all. He's definitely that. Javon Baker's just gone to the Patriots, UCF.
Yeah, Javon Baker, that's the safety, right?
Wide receiver. UCF wide receiver. He's a very, very underrated guy. I think he transferred there from Bama.
Yeah. Yeah, he's an alpha. Good size, good hands, good feet.
Good player.
We're moving out.
I'm just wondering guys who are still available.
You want to talk about some edge rushers? You got Gabriel Murphy, Dorless is out there, Jordan Birch.
Dorless not so much for me. I'd prefer him putting on 10 pounds and going into 3-tech. But
yeah, I agree with that, man. But Trayvon Ribka, 6'4", 276 out of Kentucky. Justin Mascall, 6'4", 260 out of Clemson. Let me see. And Javante Jean-Baptiste out there from Notre Dame.
Yeah. Theo Johnson's gone, Cedric Gray, Justin Edwigby, Adrian Taylor Demerson, Layden Robinson, Troy Franklin, Jatavian Sanders. No, it's the other tight end is the one I'm talking about. Jesus, what's his name?
Jared Wiley,
No.
What are we talking
the
about?
Tennessee tight end.
Cade Stover's still available. Jaheim Bell, that's it.
So Dorless is off, according to Paul Martin. The Falcons are grabbed him.
Jaheim Bell.
Oh yeah, he's out there.
Because he's a sort of a three-seam threat at tight
What
end.
do you think about Mo Camara and the fit with the Bears and Flus?
He's not the Raz monster that we seem to go for. He's a little bit shorter, but I mean, like I say, Gabriel Murphy is a guy that I really like. Austin Booker's still available. Brennan Jackson, Mo Kamara. You've got Jonah Ellis is gone. Braden McGregor is actually decent rush end at Michigan. Javonte Jean-Baptiste. They're all available. You got Tupuola Fatui from Washington, the Huskies.
Zion, yes.
In terms of D tackles, you've still got Mikal Wingo. He's a 3-tech. He's an out-and-out 3-tech. He's still available. Tyler Davison, more of a 1 or a 3-tech. He's a good guy. Gabe Hall, who I really like. Christian Boyd, I really like as well. Northern Iowa. He reminds me of who was the D tackle that the Ravens had for ages? The Polynesian dude.
Haloti
Nata. He reminds me of like a less refined Haloti Nata. The guy's just you talk about calves and hamstrings and glutes. The dude is a monster. He's absolutely a physical monster.
Yeah.
But I really like him.
I don't know if Leonard Taylor got selected, but I'm looking for him. I'm looking for Mark. I'm talking about interior tackles, man. Leonard Taylor and Marcus Harris from Auburn.
Fabian Lovett still available. Mikal Wingo, Tyler Davis, Jordan Jefferson, Marcus Harris, Leonard Taylor still available. Gabe Hall.
What about Christian Boyd?
Christian Boyd, yeah, that's the guy I was just talking about. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
I really like him.
I do too.
Keith Randolph Jr. from Illinois, again, is overshadowed by the guy that's playing next to him, but very good. There's a D end as well that I like that is no one seems to be mentioning, which is Solomon Byrd. He's definitely a Raz fit with the Bears. Solomon Byrd from USC.
Yeah.
He's definitely like a Raz fit in terms of like the size, the length, the strength, all the rest of it. He's like 6'3", 255, 34-inch arms, 9 3/4-inch hands. He's listed as a priority free agent, but he shows some ability in pass rush as well.
Did you watch any Eric Watts from UConn?
Was he D tackle?
I thought I watched him and he was a D end. I think I didn't see enough athleticism from him, but I thought he had good size.
Yeah, the D tackle on UConn impressed me, but I don't remember specifically looking at the at D end at UConn. I don't remember specifically looking there. Taylor Upshaw, Arizona can play as well, but those are guys who are all still available.
Cedric Johnson, by the way, Cornelius he's a monster, man. I like him. I just forget his measurables. I'm pulling him up right now. That might be a nice look right there. Let me see.
Yeah, Javon Baker went to the Pats, so he's already gone.
Here go the here goes the Packers.
No, yeah. Packers have traded to the Jets.
You guys are ahead of me. Guys, I'll be right back.
No, Jets.
Right. Wow, Jets traded up 10. Wow, 10 spots.
No, the Packers have traded up with the Jets.
Oh, they went the other way. Okay.
Yeah.
Yikes.
They went up to 111.
So let me guess here. I'm going to guess either Van Pran or my guy. Where you at? My guy
I can see them taking the Arkansas center because he can play guard as well. He's more of a Packers
Bo
type.
Limmer.
Bo
Yeah.
Limmer, yeah.
Well,
Well, weren't they moving? They were moving someone to center. They drafted a couple years ago. I'm blanking on the name, but they were talking about him being. I think he played all over the line the last couple years.
What happened with Myers?
They have a lot of people like that, don't they? Just waiting to see what the pick is because I'll get it before you guys. But I'm gonna have to jump in like literally a minute.
I'm guessing Keaton Oladapo. Unless they already got a safety.
They did. Did they get?
They
a
did.
safety?
They did.
I thought they did. Yeah.
I think they did. They
Javon
missed out on
Baker.
Cooper
He was my
DeJean.
guy. He was my guy, wasn't he? Javon Baker
Yes,
from Georgia.
or Javon Bullard.
Javon Bullard.
Javon
That's
Bullard.
it. Javon Bullard.
Yeah.
From,
That
from
was a good
Georgia.
pick for them, man. Be watching
Yeah,
that guy.
Honestly, I wouldn't, as much as I want an edge rusher, like the one situation for a defensive back where I wouldn't be angry would be Keaton Oladapo. I'll be honest about this. I've been poo-pooing the idea of anybody in the secondary really within this draft at all. Avoid that. But Keaton's nice.
TJ Tampa, cornerback.
Oh, I think he's the best corner in the draft in zone coverage.
TJ Tampa?
Zone coverage corner. That he just went to where?
Packers.
Green Bay.
son of a bitch.
Honestly, what's funny is the whole North is just bolstering their secondaries.
What's that? What's that? 6 defensive back picks.
Might as well be. I think it's two.
Since we
Caleb
took,
Williams.
I'm pretty sure since we took Ryan Duns, it's been like 6 defensive back picks in the in the rest of the
Two
NFC
per
North.
team in the North. 2 per team.
That tells you something, I think.
Yeah, they're worried. That's exactly what it tells you.
Bingo.
They're a little bit worried Chicago might have an offense.
For our scheme and what we do, a whole bunch of cloud covering
So,
up. And
Packers
just
got
zone
wind.
coverage.
Packers got wind that the Raiders wanted TJ Tampa, so they jumped up above the Raiders.
Tampa is the best at it out there, man. I'm telling you, in that zone coverage, he's better than all of them. He's better than all of them. I think he used to be a receiver, but he transitioned to, I think, a couple years ago to DB, and he's just getting better and better. But he's got that zone coverage down. The way he plays and discipline and that athleticism, man, he's going to be a problem.
So I've got a bit of news from one of calebwilliams' teammates today. Brendan Rice boarded a flight this morning to Dallas to be the pallbearer and give an obituary speech at his best friend Keith Miller III's funeral. Miller passed away 2 weeks ago today. He'll be answering the call as and when it comes from the funeral.
Oh, man.
So thoughts for that dude, because on a day where he's hoping to be selected, he's also putting his best friend into the ground today. So gives you a bit of perspective. I've got to go, guys, anyway, because I've got family stuff to do, and I've got to go. So thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it, and I'll be in
Thank you, Burley, Timo. Yeah, great insight as always.
You see us around, you feel like coming back, man, come on back, man. No problem at all.
Yeah, cheers, guys. I'll see you later. Bye.
Appreciate
Take
it.
care.
Always good to have Berlissimo on the pod, man. He brings so much value, bro.
One of my B. They just stole another one of my favorite players, man.
Evan Williams.
I thought he was.
Hey,
Two
I was close.
safeties.
Safety call though. I was
Right.
close. I was close. I would have went Keaton Oladapo, but hey, I can't blame him.
That's Earl Thomas 2.0.
And these secondaries are like they're just loading up on secondary players.
Man, the Packers are probably one of the more underrated front offices in the league, man. They draft pretty damn well.
Yeah.
They draft defense often. And they just fill up that defense year after year.
Man, they've got they're gonna be good again, man. We're gonna have a hard time with the Packers. Somebody needs to hear that. We're gonna have a rough time with the Packers.
Well, I think the whole division's improved pretty well in this draft.
That's what I'm trying to say. The whole division is going to be a bit of a problem. Not going to be a cakewalk. I think we were all hoping that the Vikings would be a cakewalk. I'm not so sure that's going to be the case either. So, man, all four of these teams really improved in this draft, which is great. It's gonna make for some awesome football come September. That's all I can tell you. Some good games within the division.
That's Paul Martin is so right. The Packers have had to draft well because traditionally it wasn't a prime free agent destination. Nobody wants to go to Green Bay. You know,
No. Wow.
nobody really wants, not in free agency, man. So you were right, man. That's an element. He's absolutely perfectly right about that. You got to draft well when you live in Green
I'll
Bay.
add a wrinkle to that there, man. And it's also that they didn't really traditionally want to pay free agent talent either, right? They've had a lot of time over the last almost 20 years to grab a couple of high caliber free agent wide receivers, given the talent that they've had at quarterback, and they just decided not. No, we ain't gonna do it. No.
And with the Packers, I mean, in the last 30 years, I mean, how much have they spent on quarterback, right? So
$1 billion.
yeah, I mean, or just draft pick wise, right?
Yeah.
You know, so they haven't been like us Bears where we're just throwing draft picks at quarterbacks over and over again, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Reggie White, Paul Martin, Reggie White being that one exception, man. He came there in free agency from the Eagles that year.
What about Julius Peppers?
Yeah, you got that point there.
Tez Walker to the Baltimore Ravens.
Good
I
pick.
wasn't very high on Tez Walker, but this is kind of a range I think he would go.
That's a great pick for the Ravens. At
Yeah,
this
I mean,
point.
just loading up more wide receiver talent.
Yeah.
So Zay Flowers isn't the only guy.
Man.
Honestly, this draft is I can't wait to sort of look at the entire draft in the way that it fell team per team, because some teams really improved this weekend. Like I got it. Washington is a different squad. They're not the same. The Cardinals are a different squad. Like there's some teams here, guys, that I think are going to come out come September and really start to make some noise, whereas most folks probably had them kind of written off. There's a few teams like that. And that includes our team.
Junior said he can't stand to go to to Wisconsin. Has to do nothing with Green Bay. You ain't lying. There's nothing to do but hang out at the goddamn gas station. That's it.
And ice fishing. Who wants to go ice fishing?
Cow tipping.
Something.
Cow tipping and ice fishing.
Hey, you know what? Quietly, you guys, man, I'm gonna tell you a secret treat to Wisconsin. I don't know if any of you guys have been there. I'm telling you, one of the Midwest. It's a Midwest jewel, Wisconsin Dells. Do you ever want to take the wife, the family out to hang out and have a good time? Schedule a weekend or a week at the Wisconsin Dells. You will not be disappointed. That's the one good thing I would say about Wisconsin, man. That's a treat. Wisconsin Dells is a blast.
Yeah, Wisconsin's actually pretty in the summer if you get out to the rural areas. I have a cousin who lives out there, and she shares pictures with me, and it can be really nice in the summer.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Midwest, man. It's very green. It's very woodsy. I mean, it's just some beautiful places out here in the Midwest, and Wisconsin being one of them. The lakes are nice. I mean, it's just a lot. I'm talking a lot of shit right now, but it's a nice looking place, no question about it.
Man, the Bengals went Eric All from Iowa. Did you guys study him at all? I did a lot of work on him.
You know, we looked at Eric All. He was okay. He looked pretty.
Yeah.
He looked pretty decent. Good measurables. That's.
You know, the injury history is really the thing that I was very curious about, because he didn't get to go to the combine, so I didn't hear about how healthy he is. But he was at Michigan for 4 years, and he had a back injury, and the only information I could get out of it, it was a life-changing surgery, which that's pretty crazy. Then he transfers to Iowa State. He plays about 4 games, and he looks like he's completely back. And this guy, he plays with his hair on fire, very athletic. At times, he's got amazing hands, has a little bit of drop issues, but I've seen him one hand catch the ball, jumping over safeties. But then 4 games in, he tears his ACL. And, I'm really hoping for the best for this kid because he had a rough college injury experience. But I really liked his tape.
Yeah. AC Adams said F Culver. Man, Culver's, how you gonna get mad at a Culver's burger, man? That's pretty damn good, man. It'll give you a heart attack, but you have to go work out right when you eat it, man. As soon as you're done, man, go do some cardio or something. But Barlissimo is saying Jacksonville just got one of my favorite offensive tackles, Javon Foster.
Yep.
They're drafting well, man. They are drafting.
This draft is gonna it's gonna change some of these squads. It's really gonna be interesting to see how things shake out this season.
Jordan Jefferson to the Jags. Which one is it? DT. Oh, we're getting close, man. We're gonna be at 122. I would love to see a trade back, grab a couple picks. He was talking about that last night at his presser, talking about, if the opportunity presents itself, he might, move back and grab an extra player. You never know what might be offered to him. He might not get a phone call. Who knows?
You just want a longer show.
Nah, I would like to see some extra players is what I want, because I think the UDFA shows are gonna be. I think those are gonna be good shows, man. Because there's a lot of guys that won't get drafted. It's just gonna be some high end talent that just will be still sitting there. If we can get our hands on them, gonna be some good looking players out there.
And did you guys catch in the presser? I found this very interesting. So he said that when they were getting to their pick, there was a lot of debate on positional value. Yeah. And then he said the edge went 1 pick before, and Kieran was our top-rated player on the board. I think that we were potentially 1 pick away from drafting Braylon Trice.
Braylon Trice.
Yeah.
So
that's probably
that was a guy I thought, I really liked Braylon Trice. I didn't know if he was a great fit. So it's interesting for me looking at the perspective of polls. We think that it's all height, arm length, measurables with polls, but getting back into these back rounds, it's not always the top priority. So I think, Trice tells me that they're not always going to take that height, weight, length, speed guy, RAS score guy.
I just think it's a bunch of people that fit those RAS score, those measurables. I just think the dynamic of Eric Washington being there and just looking at the multiple guys that he played with along his defensive front, I'm gonna have to agree with J2K. You can't be so, pigeonhole your mind into the idea of what Fluke wants. You might get some different kind of guys with different kind of, body traits, man. I wouldn't be surprised to see something else happen than what we're used to. I just don't see Mo Kamara. I don't see Mo Kamara at all.
Well, that's why I'm excited about Eric Washington and throwing a wrinkle into the defense. See what he brings to the table.
I mean, can we afford to just get a pass rush specialist? That's pretty much exactly what he would be here.
At this point in the draft, sure.
Can we afford to? I think they kind of need to do so. I'm not, it'd be great to get somebody who can do both, set the edge and rush the passer. If you can't, I have a little bit more confidence in Walker's ability to at least set the edge, perhaps. And you can sort of just have a NASCAR package, right? Like if that's what you want to do. At this point, I have no clue what he's going to do.
But let me throw this one out here to you, kids. I don't know if you saw the presser last night, but he made it pretty clear that, if the right thing doesn't happen, if they don't get the right guy in the draft, and I'm just paraphrasing what he said last night, is, we had the option of doing some stuff in free agency. So if they don't draft the edge here, they're absolutely going to draft one of the free agents. It could be the guy we had last year. What's his name? I'm having a brain fart. But there are other guys out there.
There may be more. There may be more than just other guys out there, and I want to double down on what you're saying here, right? So, when the draft is over and when training camp starts to hype up, there may be some cap casualties, right? Like there just might be. You're right, and at that point, if you're talking about maybe trading to get another defensive end or edge rusher, if you will, and dipping into next year, I wouldn't be mad at you.
King 122. We're picking at 122, King.
So Tanner Bortolini just went to the Colts. That was a guy who I thought was a great fit for center here.
I had ranked one of my top 3, probably my top 2 or 3 guards, man.
Yeah,
probably 2 or 3.
He just looks like a little. He looks like a little Jason Kelsey out there, right? Like, little's the wrong word because he's a big guy, but like a young Jason Kelsey. I really like Bortolini.
I just wonder if, and here's Paul Martin. He's saying Emmanuel Ogbah is out there. He was with KC when Poles was there. That is true. A lot of people will knock him because when he got a nice paycheck, and he didn't kind of put up the kind of numbers they were expecting him to. Got paid.
That's exactly what we want.
Huh?
That's exactly what we want, right? We want somebody that we can throw, low wallet share deal at. Come on in, do the job if you can do the job.
Welcome home, cheap ass kids. There he goes, right there.
That ain't me. I'm talking about Ryanpoles. You keep some money in your jeans, bro. Keep some money in your jeans. You don't got to tie up all that money into one player, and you can make something happen for next year.
That man is cheap as a bucket of chitlins back in 1929.
I'm just saying, whatever works. If you can get him on a discount, do it. You can still bring in another guy.
Hey, King, right? You imagine King Booger? Can you imagine Cornelius Squalls how much a bucket of chitlins might have costed back in 1929? That's how cheap it is. That's funny.
Would we be mad if he went tight end? Cade Stover, Matt Front.
Didn't he go already? Stover's gone, I think.
No, I think he's still there. He's still available.
Yeah,
I really like Stover. Yeah. Good hands. Zero drops in college.
So is Bell gone?
No.
Oh, Jaheim Bell's out there.
No.
Kate Stover, Jaheim Bell. I like Jared Wiley too.
Yeah.
Barrelissimo just jumped in the time machine again and gave us the pick.
TARDIS.
UTEP, LB linebacker, Trice Knight to the Seahawks.
I'll call that Tyrese.
Tyrese, okay, I'll take that.
No, Tyrus. Tyrus?
I would say Trice or Tyrese. One of the two. I think you can't go wrong.
All right.
All I know is he's a black dude.
It's going to be Cam Hart, Cade Stover, Jaheim Bell, or maybe Audric Estime if we stay at 22. Yo, I love Audric Estime, but don't see them doing the running back thing this time around. Not with this many picks. If they score a pick, I'd do it.
I'm telling you, there's some edge rushers that fit the measurable traits, man. It's got to be. I'm thinking, man, it's got to be. Flus didn't get anything he wanted in this draft so far as a defensive coordinator. He's got nothing. This last pick has got to be his. And I bet any kind of money it's going to be an edge rusher or some corner.
Would you be mad if they picked James Williams, linebacker, Miami, Florida?
Hell no. He's a safety. Some people call him a linebacker. I wouldn't be mad.
Well, one guy still on the board that I really like is Jaden Hicks out of Washington State.
He's out there.
Yeah, he's a thumper, and I think he's got decent speed and good feet.
Yeah, I like both those guys. I consider Williams much more a safety than a linebacker, but he's listed as linebacker right now. I'm not sure why. And anyway, I think he'd do great. I think a great depth piece and potentially auditioning by way of safety. But anyhow, let's just get a bloody pass rusher and call it a day.
let me take the quick privilege. Let me take the quick privilege to say thank you to everybody that's joined us this weekend. I have had an absolute blast. I can't speak for everybody, but I believe everybody that's been a part of the show, everybody that's been a part of the panel, anybody that's coming to the chat, my instincts say everybody had a good time. And that was the objective, was to create a party atmosphere, have a good time while we're going over these draft picks. I have had a blast. These are some of my favorite shows. They will go down listed as some of my favorite shows that we've done. I have had a ball being drunk in the damn daytime today. You know what I mean? I'm not drunk, but I'm sipping. But yeah, it's been a blast, man. We wanted to create a party atmosphere so that people can come in and have a good time, talk a whole lot of shit, and I think we accomplished our objective.
Well, right now we're at 10 hours of doing a podcast, and it's kind of flowed by, but it's been a fun 10 hours.
I've had a blast, man. I've enjoyed every second of you guys, everybody that's come in. Shout out to all the people that came and became a special guest as part of the panel, man. Coach T, Doc yesterday, Dr. Mason, Adam Mason. Who do we have day one? Don't let me leave anybody out. Who do we have day one?
Well,
I think that was it.
J2K.
J2K. And we had
Goomba.
somebody. Yeah, Nick was here.
Nick was in the building.
Man. Mike Davison, love you, man. Mike Davison with the $5 super chat. Absolutely love that guy, man. Appreciate you, Mike.
Appreciate it, Mike.
Man. It's been great. Yes, you are right, Patty. Queen P, it's been a good time over here. Been a great time. I think I'm overjoyed with the amount of energy, man. The way the energy has been all weekend, man. It's got me going. I haven't had much sleep. I haven't had any damn thing to eat today, and that's terrible.
Yeah, I'm real hungry too. I'll figure that out later on. We're getting real close to this pick, guys. We got three picks. Steelers are on the clock.
Go get a snack or something, kid. We got it.
No, I got nothing to snack on. I'd have to full on cook myself some breakfast, and I don't play around. I'm doing breakfast.
You're not doing a liquid breakfast?
No.
Jay Grizz said, I just felt like I went through 2 straight days of partying on New Year's Eve. That's exactly what I feel like. I'm still riding the high, man. I'm riding the high. I'm doing this thing, man. I'm doing it.
That's a good analogy.
I'm doing
like Pittsburgh's had a really good draft, y'all. Yeah, throw that out there too. Really nice draft.
Who they get?
Really shored up that offensive line. I'm waiting for the pick to pop up. Should pop up any minute here now, but the rest of their draft has been really nice. Justin and Russell Wilson are gonna have some protection.
Wow, Pittsburgh just completely rebuilt their offensive line this draft. Yeah. Mason McCormick just went to them. They took Zach Frazier, and they took Fashanu? Or was it Fontenot?
I'm not sure which one, but they got
I get those mixed up.
What are
the one from Washington? Roy.
Check.
Hey, can you guys pause? Just hold that thought for 1 second. Karen Ray says, you guys are my favorite Bears podcaster. Fun and sanity. You know what, Karen? You're our favorite. You are our favorite. We love you more.
Right back at you, Karen. Thanks for representing with us. We appreciate it, and thanks for the love, man.
I am really riding the high right now. This is just so much fun. This is when you enjoy doing podcasts, man, and being one of the the channels that people look forward to. People let you know how much they care about what you do. This when you think about it in those terms, you can't help but to have fun and enjoy yourself.
Another guard. Yo, like these two quarterbacks are gonna have some protection in Pittsburgh.
Fields finally gets some protection.
Yes.
Hey, Cornelia said Justin's gonna love playing behind that O-line. They've got the to me, I thought that Troy Fatanu was the best all-around offensive lineman on the board, flat out. And then they got a center that I thought Zach Frazier was the best looking center on the board.
He might be the best center on the board, right? Like he's up there.
I thought he was the best out there. Everybody
Let
thought
me throw-
JPK, Cedric Van Pran, but when I looked at the tape, I was more pleased with Zach Frazier. I think his wrestling background won me over.
Now, let me throw another wrinkle into that Pittsburgh conversation, and that is a guy me and Chris have been talking about for weeks, and that's Peyton Wilson. Peyton Wilson wound up in Pittsburgh. He's going to be right there beside TJ Watt. It's going to be a dangerous defensive situation there too. So glad we're in the NFC and not the AFC North.
If you had to pick Pittsburgh's weakness, that O-line has really plagued them. You got to remember they got the Silmalu from I think Philly in free agency last year. So to me, he's probably the best swing guard tackle in the league. You know what I mean? He goes from guard to tackle about as seamless as anybody in the league, and I think that's one of the. I wish that we got that guy last year. What were you gonna say, J2K?
They still have James Daniels.
They still have
I'm
James.
just gonna say they've got like a patchwork version of the last, the last few Chicago Bears offensive lines, which have not particularly been good. Let's just put that out there as well. It's sort of a patchwork makeshift version of what we've had. James Daniels.
He started slow, but he ended up playing really well towards the back end of the year.
He did. Isn't Mustafa over there too, or is he in Baltimore? I think Mustafa's over there too.
Hey, kids, can you quarterback for a few seconds? I got to pop out real quick.
I got you.
I think Mustafa was in Baltimore, but I thought that was a 1-year contract. And I think he's a free agent, or he did sign somewhere, but for minimal. Man, did he go to the Seahawks? Anyway, we don't need to worry about no Mustafa anymore.
I was gonna run a search for it, but I just realized how much I care about Sam Mustafa. Gotta leave it right there. Oh man,
it was getting a little spooky.
He went to the Broncos. He went to the Broncos. The Mustafa went to the Broncos. That's who. Okay.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Well, yeah, their center, he signed elsewhere with
signed with Cushionberry, signed with New York.
That's right.
That's
right. So Dolphins are on the clock, round 4, pick number 120. We are 2 picks away from hopefully the final piece to the masterworks of ryanpoles. And very close.
Damn, Dolphins traded up for Jalen Wright out of Tennessee. They just, speed.
Oh, they took Jalen Wright.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, that is, they got some turbo jets on that offense.
Bro, I honestly, love me some Mike McDaniels, man. This just has Mike McDaniels written all over it. That particular pick. Oh man, he's great. He's good stuff.
And they took a running back last year. Starts with a chain.
Devin A. Chain is really good, man.
And he was a speed back as well. They got speed on speed
at every position. And then hey, you know what? Chase Claypool's fast. Forget it. Let's just throw. Oh,
you had to do it.
I had to do it.
You had to do it. I'll leave for 5 minutes and Chase Claypool's getting drugged down the road.
I didn't drag him. He drugged himself.
Hanging on for dear life in a
back to the CFL. He dragged himself
in a backcountry road, hanging on for dear life. Nomad, tell him to stop.
You know what, man? I had so much love for that kid. He's a Canadian kid, and ain't nothing working out. So I'm sorry. Under the bus you go, bro.
I truly believe no. I've said this many times. I'm a mental health professional, and he has the ringing signs of someone that needs probably needs some help. He probably needs some help in that department. I think his emotional maturity is really getting the best of him. And sometimes people need that young in life, man, because if you can't control your anxiety or your anger and the ability to be able to, from going from 0 to 10 in a blip, you probably can talk to somebody about helping you break that down and giving you warning signs like your triggers and things that will make you go from 0 to 10. I think he's got a temper issue. I can see it in his eyes, man. And I'm not trying to be funny or anything. I'm being dead serious. My opinion, just from a distance, I don't know that guy personally. He just has the signs of probably needing some professional consultation at least. And I think he'll be fine as a professional if he does that.
Yeah, he's got some growing up to do for sure.
Yeah.
Can't argue with that. You can't really go in. You can't really be the part of 3 separate locker rooms and have nothing work out for you in the NFL.
Okay.
Barelissimo, don't play with my emotions.
No,
bro, I'm coming to
don't
UK.
Play with my emotions here.
I'm gonna slap you, Barelissimo. You gotta be kidding me.
All right. When we get on the clock, when it shows up on my end, I'm gonna turn the TV up a little bit. I'm gonna turn the TV up, and you guys give me a thumbs up when you can hear it. When I see somebody going to the podium, somebody's gonna tell it off anyway, man. So doesn't matter.
Punter Tron, he says. That's so funny.
Punter Tron.
Oh my God. No joke, he says. I'm Barelissimo. Barelissimo,
man. Stop. You play too much, man.
You're killing me, dog. You're killing me.
You ain't gonna tell me we sat here and got up at 11 and prepared the show for 11 o'clock in the morning after all that we did last night. For this man to come in here and take a kicker, man. I'm telling you, I'm going the hell off. I'm gonna turn into the Hulk, start ripping out my fucking clothes and everything.
If this is true, I do have to say that I do love this punter. And I would be happy with him in a late round pick. But 4?
I'm going to be so pissed off, man.
Only J2K would chime in and be like, you know what? This is a damn good punter.
I stayed up.
He is a really good punter.
I believe he is. All night writing notes. All night. Got up first thing this morning writing notes. If this dude picks a punter, man, I swear, man.
Yo, Bears is on the clock. The pick is in. And real talk, Barelissimo's not, like, he probably ain't joking.
All right, I'm going to turn this up when I see somebody go to the podium. You guys give me a thumbs up if you hear it.
Nice going to the podium.
Can you hear it yet?
Oh, he's from the Brit. He's a Brit, too. It's Barelissimo's brother.
Can you guys hear it?
He's an honor, privilege to be making this selection for the best team in the NFC North.
Yes, I love this guy.
Don't say nothing yet, kid.
He's right.
With the 122nd pick in the 2020 NFL draft for Chicago, Punter.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
I'm burning all my shit. You mean to tell me I went through all that shit last night, all that studying, I didn't go to sleep until like 3:30, 4 o'clock. Got up doing it for a punter. For a punter.
He'll look good in the socks.
What the fuck was wrong with our last punter? What was his problem?
He was
oh my goodness. I love the player, but I hate the pick.
Hold on, I gotta blow off some steam. A fucking punter. A fucking punter.
Hey,
what was wrong with our
punter? Is that ass sweaty now?
What was wrong with our punter? You wasted a fucking punter. Man, I'm done with ryanpoles, man.
Now, to be fair, last punter, there were some issues. I'm not going to get too into it because, I mean, I don't want to spend too much time talking about punters.
What
Hey,
in the
punters
whole?
are people too.
What in the whole fuck?
Oh, Matthew
just happened?
Front, you're right there with me. That's the exact same question.
Oh,
What the whole fuck just happened? This man just wasted a punter. What the fuck is going on?
oh,
Was Cedric Van Prance still on the was Cedric Van Prance still on the board?
Oh
Yes.
my God, man. There's so many good players on this. A punter.
He stood pat to take a punter.
Man, I bet not see ryanpoles nowhere. The grocery store, the gas station. I'll catch him in a bathroom stall, man. You just wasted the 122nd pick on a punter. Oh my God, man.
See, this is why Bears fans day drink during the draft.
yeah, I think I need to start. I mean, that was it.
Exactly.
I'm going to go to the store.
Sorry, Brian, all over
There goes
again.
my
Take this
24 years
$5
sobriety.
super chat, man. This is. I'm trying to calm down, but I'm pissed, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. He said, "Sorry, Brian, all over again." Some of them fucking head. Here's a penny for your thoughts, folks. Golly, man. Golly, man. Do you know what I put myself through last night and this morning, just trying to get up and make sure for a fucking punter. Oh my God, I'm speechless, man. Oh my God. What was wrong with our punter, man? Did you guys notice any problems with the punter? He took an extra step. He takes an extra step. Okay.
Yes, I think we can all agree we did see some flaws.
But they knew that before they drafted that guy, that he took an extra step before he kicked the ball. So why the fuck would you draft him?
There's a good question.
Well, he ranked. I think he ranked.
What was it last season?
Oh my
Was it last
God,
year?
man.
2 years
Oh
ago.
my God. I'm with you,
2
Marlon.
years.
I'm about to drink right now, man, so I can calm my ass down, man. This dude done pissed me off.
King Booker World. What happened when I was away? Well, the Bears took their 4th round pick, and as opposed to filling the glaring and obvious hole being defensive end or edge rusher, they drafted a punter with the 122nd pick overall.
I'm questioning my profession right now as a podcast. I'm questioning my shit.
In the 4th round, Billy Ocean, in the 4th round, they drafted a punter.
Don't sit here and tell me this man had me up until wee hours in the morning studying, trying to see what angle they might go. Got up first thing. I haven't eaten. I'm up here day drinking, trying to make sure I got notes and I'm ready for this show. And this motherfucker drafts a punter.
Cornelius Squalls. Maybe Flus threatened to quit if he didn't get his punter. Well, I wouldn't be so mad if Flus quit. I don't know about the rest of you guys. I'll just throw that out there. If that was the ultimatum, I would kind of be like, you know what, bro? The door's behind you. You feel free to walk in that direction if you want.
I'm about to smoke a cigar. I'm about to smoke a cigar and eat one because I'm just pissed off like that.
Go ahead, Brian.
Poles was able to do something that I didn't think had happened. He was able to piss off Nomad more than the damn Sox.
Man, oh my God, man. All these great players on there. You could have waited till after the draft to probably get
Keaton Oladapo, Cedric Van Pran, Brendan Rice, son of Jerry Rice. These are just a few of the people who are still on the board right now.
Oh,
and we drafted a punter.
Look,
punter.
Look,
you do that's the kind of shit you do when you're,
lineman.
this is the type of shit you do when you have a complete team with a whole lot of depth. You don't do that when you're still building depth. Draft a fucking punter.
Or you got more than 4 picks.
Are there no UFDA punters?
Oh my God, man, that's so.
I'm asking like the most obvious question in the world. There's definitely UFDA punters. You go get a punter in UFDA.
Well, there's one less one.
Look at that. Look at what Paul Martin just said. On the other hand, with the skill position and players we added, we shouldn't see our punter more than 3 times a game. This is just ridiculous to me.
That is actually a pretty valid point. Hopefully you don't have to punt the ball at all. You're just scoring.
I'm not Paul Martin's comment. I'm just talking about the fact that Poles just drafted a punter at 122 is ridiculous to me. I'm not a professional GM. I'm just really.
Jay Grizz, it's inexcusable, Jay Grizz. Bro, I can't argue with that.
Look, I don't like where we took him, but if I would talk about the player, he is a really, really good player. I'm
So
just
he's
saying that it's not that we just took a punter. We took a very, very good punter. Granted, yes, trade back, get some extra picks.
Ever birth from a woman, but at 122,
right? I'm with you, Nomad. I just don't want people to get so caught up. You know, it's not just a punter. It is a very, very, very good punter. But yes, 122, 4th round. You could have traded back. You could have added to the defense. You could have added to the O-line. There's still so many good players out there. Positional value. Unless they had a conversation and they really want to flip the field and they really want this defense to, control the field. I mean, there is some strategy to this, but at 122, it's hard to argue.
I get the why, but the win is what I got a problem with.
Sure.
Kid, you got mad at me. You got mad at
you
me.
Want to draft a punter.
Kid, you got mad at me for day one when you said I was going off about Poles being a little too relaxed and a little too lax. Man, when you see picks like this, he's a little too comfortable. We don't have enough dogs, man. Green Bay is just adding dog after dog.
Okay, so
Detroit, this guy drafts a punter.
I know. Let me give him let me give the devil his due, and I can't stand how frequently I have to say this about Ryan Poles. Oh man. So don't be surprised if he does what we were talking about a little bit earlier on. At this point, my thoughts is he just did not have conviction. Using your word again, he just didn't have conviction on the pass rush talent moving forward here in the draft. And had conviction on the punter, which is just crazy. But yeah, conviction on the punter and decided to go hard and get the punter. I can only assume that he's really looking at the free agency market now to grab himself that to fill that other hole, that other side of Montez Sweat. But don't be surprised, guys. Let me say this now. Don't be surprised if there is no fix on the other side.
One guy who's happy right now, Yannick Ngakoue.
I was going to say Dominique Robinson, but okay.
He's out there. He's liking this draft pick.
Oh my Lord.
Dominique Robinson saved too, right?
Right.
Somewhere.
I think our first 3 picks were home runs. We got dogs, but you had another chance to get it. I'm not saying a punter can't be a dog. Yes, I am. A punter ain't no damn dog. He's a damn punter.
Maybe the punter's a dog, right? Maybe he's a dog. But let's be real about this. You probably could have got the punter in 5th or maybe even the 6th round. Like,
can a punter be a dog?
I'm not sure.
Is that even possible?
I'm not really sure.
If you call a Chihuahua a dog, that's what they are.
Wait, what we're saying right now is Pat McAfee's not a dog.
No.
Come on.
Pat McAfee.
If there was ever a punter who's
football
a dog,
player, he's not. A punter is not a real football player. He's not a punter nor a kicker. I've been around him. They're not real football
episode
players.
of Nomad at Night. All right, don't skip this episode. Watch the previous 2 and the forthcoming episode.
Man.
Yeah, man.
Like a pit bull versus a Chihuahua. Which one's a dog? Man,
now, is there any possibility that the kickoff changes what they're going to be doing this year that made this pick happen? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm trying to find some rationality to it. I'm just wondering if the kickoff change
there ain't no
affected
rationality to it, man. They're trying to. They feel like. I guess I'm gonna try to be. I'm gonna give you as good a rationale as I can to it. They feel like they can get an advantage in field position, play the field position, and put themselves in an advantage. And there's merit to that. There's merit to that. I'm just trying to rationalize it the best that I can. They think this guy can give us a distinct field advantage, field position advantage. They think this guy is that good. If that makes sense, J2K, at all?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, and this helps the defense, but it also helps the offense too. So I mean, it goes both ways. You know, gets Caleb better field position, gives the defense better field position. Now, if this was the 5th or 6th round pick, I think we'd be having we put a different light on this.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
So don't hate the player because of the pick. It wasn't his fault that he got drafted here.
That man might
No,
get
and it's not the player I'm mad at, right? Like it's not.
Yeah, absolutely.
That man might get beamed. Hey kids, that man
really
might get
good,
beamed with some rotten tomatoes at his presser, man.
I'm just saying, like I think you could more than like they could have got a punter a little bit later in the draft. Like if they really felt that he was I don't understand how you might even consider the punter a greater
He's not a football player, kids. There's no such.
I'm just saying, how do you compare that to a defensive end? How do you compare that to an edge rusher?
Exactly.
They're not football players, man. They're not real. I'm a football player. I'm a pit. That dude's a chihuahua, man.
He's a soccer player with a football uniform.
Like Patty said, he's an ankle biter, man. He's a chihuahua, man. That's that little Taco Bell dog. We got a fucking Taco Bell dog at 122.
Why would you do that at this high in the draft? There's so many good players left, man.
Man,
I don't know why he did that.
I haven't looked at Twitter, man, but I bet he's getting clowned. I wonder is he getting clowned on Twitter, man?
Oh, he's gonna eat. Oh, yeah. If he thought he was avoiding public ridicule with the way things were going in this draft before, like so far, he was gonna get lauded. People were going to say that this was a masterful draft. Well done, Ryan Poles. We expect to see amazing results next season. And then you go and do something like this, which is just hilarious. This is laughable, and I'm sure the rest of the world will be laughing, including Rich Eisen. Rich Eisen had a good rousing guffaw.
Like Taco Bell. You got a goddamn wow.
Definitely laughing at this one. He mentioned part of the troll here was having a Brit come out and announce the pick. This is for you, Barlissimo. They had a Brit come out and announce the pick. And say the word punter as opposed to anything else, which is just pretty funny because who punts?
I just checked Twitter and Coach T, he says, "I'm not watching film on a punter."
Tell him. Hey, do me a favor, J2K. Tell him that motherfucker better be the drunk uncle this week. He better.
Yes.
Damn, man.
Luke McCaffrey's already gone. Be yourself. Luke McCaffrey already got picked up, but Brandon Rice is still floating around. Like I'm saying, there's players, man. Keep throwing all the doctors out there.
Oh, here come Barlissimo. Hey, hold on.
Here we go.
I can't wait to hear this fucking explanation either, man.
Don't kill the messenger.
You jinx,
Listen,
man. You jinx.
listen. We can still come back up in this draft with one of the 5th rounders like the one we got from the Eagles next year. And go up in the 4th and get a pick there. So don't worry about that. I'm sure Paul's got it, but I just want to put this into context for you. Trenton Gill's net average, 38 yards.
Oh, wow.
Torrey Taylor's net average, 48.2. It's better than Trenton Gill's gross average. His net average.
Oh, okay.
Percentage of kicks that he puts in coffin corner inside the 10 when he has the opportunity. Over 85% stop inside the 5.
Damn.
Barlissimo. If I catch Ryan Poles anywhere in a produce aisle, he's getting hit with every fucking tomato in there.
You got to make sure you kick it at him. No, man, you got to kick it at him.
You're gonna kick it.
Or punt it.
Oh,
You need to get one of those. You need to get one of those Gallia melons and punt it at him.
I just want to find every rock.
Coconuts.
I'm digging all the way to the bottom. I'm finding every soft piece of fucking produce I can find in that bitch, man. I mean, I'm
Guys, I got one thing to say to you. Tory Taylor's Legatron, let's fucking go! Woo!
I love it, Bellissimo.
oh my God, man. Oh God, can you believe this shit, man? Oh my God, you guys don't understand how hard I worked overnight. After we got off the show, I got right off the show and went to work at all the possibilities, and this motherfucker drives a punter.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't draft the punter. He drafted a Legatron.
Oh,
Legatron.
Oh man,
I'm going, guys. I'll be back in the chat. See you guys.
Yes.
What do you think? What do you think, guys? What do you think the players? What do you think? That was Bellissimo. Hey, what do you think the players? What do you think the players are saying, kids? In your heart of hearts, the players in that locker room seeing this pick. What do you think? Now, what do you think they are saying about this pick?
It all depends on which player we're talking
Come
about.
on, man,
Dominique,
they pick Lewis, man.
It depends which player. If it's Dominique Robinson, he's like, yeah. Okay.
I think the entire team.
Cha-ching. All right.
Yeah,
come on now.
the entire team is happy because they're not threatened for a job. You know.
The one guy who's standing
Woman
around
is.
is like Trent Gill right now, going, man. I thought I could kick it, man. I thought it was.
And how ironic! The guillotine is getting cut.
Oh my God, man. Oh my Lord, man.
Wow.
Oh my Lord.
I'm looking on Twitter, you guys, and I see all these people trying to rationalize the pick. And I mean, it's fine. I can't blame the player, but man, like, it is pretty funny.
No, he's probably like. Let's be real. You're saying he's a top-notch kicker. Punter. I believe you. I believe he's second to none in this draft as far as punting the football is concerned. I'm just not so sure if punting the football was the major concern to have in the fourth round at pick number 122. But I'm not Ryan Poles. I guess he knows better stuff. You know.
He's full of shit right now. Nah, man. I would usually get myself out of the way of that conversation because he's a professional, but bullshit. You mean to tell me Leonard Taylor's on the board, Marcus Harris, Austin Booker, Bucky Irving is there.
Yep.
Bucky Irving.
There you go. Bucky Irving just went on.
This is just a few names I can just throw off the top of my head, and you get a fucking chihuahua.
I'm seeing on Twitter that someone put people are rationalizing this pick completely. They grade the last pick on the punter. A has got 48%. I mean, people are rationalizing this. I don't want to cuss too much, but yeah, this is just wild. I mean, I get it. He's a very, very good punter, but with who is still on the board, man.
122. The GMs around the league are gonna be like, man, this stupid. You mean to tell me this guy drafted that punter right there? This guy that we have way down our board, he drafted him at 122 in the fourth round.
Tory Taylor received a text from Caleb. This is true, man. You're not gonna have to punch as much as you did at Iowa, bro.
Yeah, I saw that. He's not even gonna do his job.
Bellissimo says, "Say it with me, you maladroits." Legatron.
That's
what I think of that, Bellissimo. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit, man. I mean, Lord. Ryan Poles, this dude better get us a Super Bowl. Or don't you get found anywhere in the Marianos, anywhere in the Midwest.
Like, I just need him. I don't care if he's good. I'll be straight up about that. I actually don't care if he's a good punter or not. I just need him to walk in and off the field like Conor McGregor / Pat McAfee, and I'll be good. That'd be just about as much entertainment as I could get out of this.
Smitty's trying to make the case, man. Smitty, you done drank the Kool-Aid already with extra sugar. I hope it was great because that's my favorite. He said he punted for more yards than the offense gained.
Does that says a lot about your offense, though?
Man,
That felt like that.
And
Oh
not
man.
good.
King Booker said somebody bet Pose. I bet you won't do that. And he said, I got you.
Double dog dare me. Double dog dare me to pick
and he bought it, man. Oh my God. Jay Grizz with the $5 super chat, $4.99. Thank you, Jay Grizz, my man. Does this move symbolize for Poles that we filled every hole on the roster and are ready to win now? In his mind. In his mind, apparently, man. They feel good. You know what? Jay Grizz, I'm going to take you to the bright side of what this could symbolize. And I'm going to say this to everybody in the show, watching the show, whether you're doing it, wherever you're streaming, watching the show, what platform you're using, whatever. It could tell me that they plan to get hella busy from here to game one in free agency to fill whatever they think may be their holes. That's the best lipstick I can find on the market to fit this pig. That's the best lipstick I can find on the market to fit this pig, is they think that they can make hay in free agency. With that kind of move, I would expect that Ryan Poles is going to make a pretty quick move in free agency for a defensive end, maybe a D tackle, something. He's going to make a significant move because he's going to catch all kinds of hell for me in particular on social media about this pick.
Yes.
But thank you,
Hey,
Jay.
I'm so with you on this because yeah, maybe he thinks that we are there, but I don't know about you or everybody else. There's clearly a massive hole on the other side of that defensive line. Something needs to be done. Hopefully it's a free agency thing, right? Like that's all that this can amount to. Hopefully this is a free agency case scenario that he decides to address. I'm not so sure it was really addressed with Yannick Ngakoue last season. Didn't really pan out. But here we go again.
Oh my!
I don't know.
Oh my Lord, man! Lord!
Yeah, this is. I would expect to be. I would like those guys look real happy in the booth there when they made this pick. I would expect Ian Cunningham to be full on fist fighting Ryan Poles before this pick went in. There should have been a UFC octagon match before this pick, before this call was actually placed for this pick. This is just crazy.
Hey, you gotta do me a favor. On the count of three, say this is bullshit. Everybody in chat, just say this some bullshit on the count of three. 1, 2, 3. This some
bullshit.
That's what this is. This is bullshit.
Wow.
Yeah, Smitty Q.
Oh man, people are rationalizing this on Twitter, man. Bears just drafted a day one starter on day 3 of the NFL draft.
And you know, it's funny how people twist themselves up into pretzels to support them. And I've done that at times, man. Just trying to be as supportive as I can be. But, dog, you're not going to get – no, man, I'm not stupid. No. I'm going to throw a banana peel out in front of your ass when I see you, bro. I would throw a banana peel out in front of you, man. This is straight bullshit, man. This is straight bullshit. You don't do that at 122, man.
Contrary to like 70s television, that doesn't happen anywhere near as frequently as one would think.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying, banana peels.
Hey, I got the X marks the spot. I can put him that anvil over his damn head or piano or some shit. But man, oh my God, man. There's some really, really good stud players, man. Still, even at 122, oh my God, I can't believe he turned down that opportunity for a punter. You guys still there?
Yeah, we're all in shock.
Process this here as you're saying it, I still can't really process this. I don't understand it. If there actually wasn't any holes left on the team, I'd be like, yeah, bro, get Legatron. Go load up on kickers or whatever, special teams, or like even a returner. But
this is like your girlfriend taking you out for a meal, and she blindfolds you and puts you at the table, and then takes the blindfold off, and you got this big, Korean-born, dry-aged, great-looking, well-grilled, dry-aged ribeye that's sitting in front of you, steaming hot right off the grill, and the guy says, "Take it back. Bring me a pack of hot dogs." That's about as crazy as this looks to me. Oh my Lord, man. I don't know, man. Smitty said, I guess y'all wasn't paying attention to how bad Gill was last year. Only thing I had, he might have taken that extra step, might have got a punt or two block. I don't know how many block punts we had. I know I can remember one off the top of my head, but I didn't see him as that bad a problem to where we needed to replace him. I don't know. Maybe they know something we don't know about Trenton Gill, man. Maybe he went to a Diddy party or some shit. I don't know. But what's going on.
But who cares? Like, he wasn't good, but like, I'm sure you could go find an undrafted free agent punter or a punter who's sitting on a bench somewhere. I wouldn't spend draft capital on one unless you're in luxury pick area, which is really where I guess he must feel that he's in. Again, I don't know about everybody else, but I'm just gonna stare at that other edge for the next little while until something gets done, because I don't know.
And considering how much money, how much cap space we had, how much does a punter cost? How much does a good punter actually cost?
I'll do it for $15 an hour. I'll get off my couch right now and go fucking do the job. $15 an hour, I'll take it, and I'll do better. Man, come on, man, this is ridiculous, man. I'll do it right now, getting right off my couch, and I can start as a punter on the Chicago Bears. I still got some athleticism.
Wow, Smitty, that's crazy. But check out what Smitty's saying here, fellas. They stay true to their grading system. Sometimes that looks ugly. Now we have to figure out what exactly went into the decision. That worries me. If we're saying that either this guy is Legatron for real and he's going to transform into a bloody like a bloody Super Bowl win, or like I don't understand how, even by way of grading, how you could grade a punter so high versus versus actual dogs that are available.
No, kids, you have to frame it this way, kids. Out of the hundreds and thousands of football players in the country, you're telling me that a punter is the 122nd best player in college. You're telling me that. That's what you just told me.
Yeah.
All those guys, 122 out of thousands of guys, 122, the punter is that. I mean,
it puts this in perspective. For this draft pick to make sense, for him to be the 122nd pick in this draft, he has to be the best punter in the NFL. And if that's the case, okay, you won me over there. But we need to see that. And as good as this guy is, he's still a rookie. There's no telling how good he's actually going to be, but he needs to be the best punter in the NFL for this pick to make sense.
Yeah, I guess I wish I could argue with you. Like, we're getting some interesting comments here. Broski Bear, you guys here at Nomad are all about the generic popular opinion. We have a legit kicker in Santos and a punter in Taylor now. Taylor is legit, and we need those special teams. I just don't like. I can agree with everything you're saying here, except for the where and when. At 122, guys, really?
Broski.
I don't know. Like I'm not mad at drafting a punter. Draft a punter if you feel you need him, especially if again you feel that Trenton Gill wasn't getting the job done. Draft the punter. Don't get me wrong, but at 122 in the fourth, that's a little bit of a reach.
Yeah. Barelissimo is me in stitches, man. The Bears have Taylor Swift. Our off season, we got Taylor Swift.
Hey, Broski, next time your wife makes you a hot, steaming, great ribeye for your birthday or Valentine's Day, for whatever reason she does it, call me, man, and I'll boil you a pack of hot dogs and I'll trade it to you. We'll switch up, man. I'll take your steak, you take my hot dogs, man. And how about that? Man, there's too many good players. I'm not saying he's not a really good punter. I mean, don't be name calling, man. Don't be doing all that, man.
I'll avoid the name call portion of this here, but it doesn't mean he's the 122nd best football player. It means it's the guys the Bears wanted and they felt needed. Again, I wish I could agree with all that. I just don't. At 122, with a glaring hole being on the other side of that edge, other side of that defensive line.
And people saying that we got Iowa's best offensive weapon. How bad was their offense if their punter is their best weapon?
That's what I was saying when Bellissimo brought it up. That means your offense is absolutely terrible. But hey, that's okay though. Like if we got the best punter in the draft, that's great. Like I don't know, man. I just wouldn't do it at that pick 122.
And the Lions just grabbed Sione Vaki, man.
Oh, like there's a guy.
Man.
Here's a guy.
Right.
God,
he went to Detroit.
The Swiss Army knife right there, Sione Vaki.
Oh,
I mean,
man,
you talk about defensive weapon, offensive weapon, special teams weapon.
You put him anywhere, he's a problem. Vaki's one of my favorite players in this draft. Like he's the guy that, man, I don't. Like,
Broski, man, you can stop with all the insulting and all that kind of stuff, man. Is that all necessary? We're having fun doing a podcast, man. You ain't got to be throwing shots at people. You don't like something that's being said, man. Chill out with that bullshit, man.
And bro, just listen to me. You'll learn that I study this stuff. So I'm not going to be offended. I see in the chat, we've chatted before. We've had good conversations, like it's all cool, brother.
See, this is where I'm at. Could have traded back and still got him like J2K said. That's where I'm at. Right? Like if you really are fixated on the punter, ain't nobody really trading up to get a punter. So by all means, if there's an offer out there, you trade back, select somebody, get your punter, and away you go. At least double up the pick. But conviction 122 pick on a punter to me is just a little bit crazy. But
we got Legatron.
Yo, Mark Kazak loves the pick.
I'll be honest with you guys. The truth, I just put on a whole big ass performance because we're doing a podcast and it's just fun to fucking do. But I can understand the logic behind getting a really good punter, and field position is part of the football game. The nuances to a minute description of what you want to do as far as schematics, a punter makes good sense if you feel like this guy can give you an advantage. Now, that's just real talk from a football player to anybody else that wants to know how coaches think. They do think like that. How can we get a field position advantage? And a punter can give you that if he's that good. And apparently they thought he was that good. They drafted him at 122, but it was also fun talking shit. And so Broski Bear, don't take everything you hear on this network so serious. We're having fun, man. We're having a party. So let me get back to the cussing. Fuck that pick, man.
And here's another thing, just to be fair with everybody out there talking about this pick, and coming from Nomad's perspective, because I agree with him, we've spent so much time looking at so many positions of need and so many players in this draft and studying these guys and learning these guys to have all of that kind of go away at the 122nd pick in this draft. I mean, we've got edge rushers, we've got D tackles, we've got offensive linemen, we've got skill players that we've all studied and learned about. And here we're taking a punter.
It's crazy.
So you can understand just the sudden just balloon pop, the air out of the tire reaction to this.
So that's my point is, J2K, it's not why, it's when.
Exactly.
It's when. That's it.
It's when and where.
It's not a bad choice. It's not a bad choice. It's when the choice happened.
Yep. And
you're not gonna tell me you couldn't have traded back and got another player, man. You're not gonna tell me that.
So Smitty was also saying if they had a 5th, 6th, and 7th pick, this conversation would be different. And I have to agree with that, right? Like if we had more capital, you know, hey, they got a pick, we got something else coming up, they'll get somebody else, or vice versa. I'm anyways, that's this one's a bit of a head scratcher, but I'll have to live with it.
Okay, Broski saying, I'm saying this now. We can sign a vet DN, which we were just talking about that.
Yeah, you must have come in a bit late, Broski.
Add some toughness and not opposed to signing Lewis again and Calais Campbell. We can make a run. See, that's the common sense shit I'm talking about, Broski. That makes all kinds of damn sense in the world. You know, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to pivot to free agency and start making some moves. I'd still say bring back what's his name we had last year, Mercedes Lewis, for sure. I think Yannick is a strong consideration for sure. And maybe I don't know what else they have in mind, but I think he's going to have to make an optics move like really fast right after this draft. I think it's going to be some pissed off Bears fans after this. We got a punter at 122 when it's not a bad choice to get a punter. It's when you do it, you know.
Look, it's not going to like. It's at a bit of a quick emotional case scenario. Everybody is going to get over it. Draft's over for the Bears basically after this pick here. The draft is done. So, you know, the only reason that people will be pissed off is much less to do with this pick. Let's be honest about it. Much less to do with this pick, but much more to do with whether Ryan Poles does fill that other position with a free agent. If we go into the season without something there, without that position being attacked, I think it's going to be a little. I think people will be a little bit upset, and I think we'll actually see it and feel it in the next season. You know, that's the way I look at it. As far as the pick is concerned, I think it's silly, but they got somebody again. You know, using your word, Nomad, they got somebody apparently they clearly had conviction on, and if that's the case, good on them. They got the guy that they wanted. They got their guy. Let's get somebody to fill that hole on the other side of the line, though. That's required.
So Mark Kazak, one of our favorite Nomaniacs. What's up, Mark? He said, let's agree to disagree. Just agree to disagree. I think I saw earlier he might have posted he was a Iowa alum. Am I right or wrong, Mark Kazak? Did I see that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So maybe no. I think he's trying to validate the fact that this dude's that good. He probably knows way more about the punter than any one of us on this panel do. But respectfully, man, I respect that, Mark. So I get that, man. You might know more than we do.
And don't get this twisted. You know, this is one of the best punters to come out in like the last 10 years, for maybe the exception of Matt Areza, the punt god from SDSU, who I'm from San Diego, so I watched him, and he did earn that nickname. He had some legal troubles, whatnot, so he's bounced around the league. I'm not sure where he's going to be at, but this is one of the best punters we've seen in the last 10 years. So I don't want, please hear me when I say that I don't dislike the player. It is still the win and who was still on the board that could have also helped us.
Hey, I got to address King Booker real quick. Yeah, special teams are people too. I'm going to tell you how we treated our kickers in college. Wrong or right, I'm just going to tell you the truth. Hey, we were in the cafeteria, especially breakfast time. A punter or a kicker tried to come over and sit with the actual football players. Like, man, get your ass over there. See that cereal dispenser over there with all that milk, those machines over there? Go sit your ass over there. Football players sit over here. We were mean to them. I came into a culture like that. And I saw that And I was just like, damn, man, why they treat them dudes like that? But that's like the thing. They don't go through the same rigmarole that we had to, the work that we had to put in, the sweat, the tears, the blood. They just didn't have to deal with that. They just sat around, kicked footballs, and stretched all day. So they're treated like others for the most part in college football. That's as far as I went. You know, in my team, that's the way it looked. But you respect them as people away from the building. Like when you're out of the, you know, you just walking around, you at a party, he's part of a team, but they're not treated quite like that, man. They're all separate to themselves over there. So they're a part of the team, but kind of distant from the team at the same time, if that even makes sense.
Well, I'm not going to disrespect no punters. We just got ourselves a tippy top punter. We will call him Legatron moving forward as christened by Barlissimo. I love it. I just don't love, just like J2K said, where and when this pick went down. But it is what it is. If he can really help our team progress forward, then such is life. Once more, I just hope that they do what they can to attack that defensive edge. I think it's needed. I would hate to see us go into this season with that position in question again.
There's just so much meat left on the bone at 122 to pick a punter. You know, all I can do is roll with what they did and be accepting of it and see if they can make themselves right.
Well, Broski Bear, we could have picked a punter with the 100. A return guy with the 122 pick. Anyhow, I think is Simba Webster still on our squad?
I think so. I think
Simba Webster's still there. I mean,
in pencil, I think he's out there in free agency as well.
So if we still have Simba Webster and Velus Jones, I can see those guys doing some damage in the return game, especially with the changes to the return with the changes to the return game. It'll be interesting to watch. I'm not sure how much they want to bolster that particular area of the game, but we'll see.
So even Broski agrees with me, man. I played college ball too in the late 90s, and I hear you about the punters and how we treated them, but I like drafting Taylor. Hey, man, I haven't gotten around to him, maybe Broski, because I don't know who he is. I did not scout punters at all.
Why would you be scouting punters?
Exactly. Why would I be scouting punters? But Broski, you're probably right. You're probably right about this guy as well as some of these other people that are making the case for that punter. You know what I mean? I probably need to learn about this guy, but I'm just viscerally reacting to the fact that we just grabbed the punter at 122 when I feel like we could have got some depth pieces. You know what I mean? A depth piece, rather. It's just, or trade for depth pieces. But yeah, man, you're probably right, Broski. Man, he probably will be an asset, to what we're doing, because field position is important. It can make a difference in a football game. I've seen it happen in my real life, high school and college. And so me just bullshitting on here, man, y'all don't pay me no attention. I talk shit. That's what I do.
And I did study this guy. I absolutely love this punter, and he is one of the best punters to come out in a long time. So, don't get it twisted. We're not talking negatively about the player. He is super talented, and there is an argument to say that sure, a punter could affect the game more than a rotational player. That there is a fair argument there.
Legatron.
It's the punter.
Is that the official name of him, man? Is that what we call him?
I think it is. That's what we're calling him moving forward, because you just spent the 122nd pick on him, and he better be Legatron. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Junior. I was cool with ours too, man. They fun to drink with and go out on the town with. Got girls, man, and everything. But in the locker room and around the team, they just wasn't part of everything like they normally should have been. You know what I mean? They because we did all the blood, sweat, and tears, and they were just like, hey, can we hang out? Yeah, sure, man. Come on. You want to go hang out with the team? You can come, man. That's just how they got treated, man. And
Armando Jr. is giving mad love to his special teams guys and his punters. And when he played, he was talking about him and Sean's time playing with them, and he would really keep keep them in games, really position that ball for them, and help turn that field around. So, by no means are we taking away the value of adding a punter or or knocking the value that Tory Taylor is going to bring to the table. We're just looking at it as in maybe we could have got him a bit later, and maybe we could have got somebody to to attack some of the actual holes on the team. But it's more Trenton Gill wasn't really cutting it.
Kid, Poles might have, Barlissimo might have just triggered Armageddon with this Revelation quote you want to read.
Hunter 3:16. Thou shalt be pinned at the 2, and that's the bottom line because Legatron said so. I love it. And Booker with the assist.
And Broski Bear, I think he's got a good point here. Drafting a punter is another indirect way to put Caleb in the best position to succeed. And that's true. It's a field position game.
Yeah.
Hey,
and we weren't getting that out of Trent Gill. Like, let's be honest about that, right? We weren't getting that out of Trent Gill. There was I can't recall any time over the last 2 seasons since he's been playing where they actually pinned somebody back, Coffin's corner style. It just wasn't something he was capable of doing. And I think that's going to become more of a requirement moving forward. So I'm glad we got somebody to do it. I'm just not super stoked with where we got.
So now Broski's tapped in now. You got it. I like the shit talk. It's fun. Drafting a punter is another indirect way of putting Caleb in the best position to succeed when you really break it down. That's the absolute truth. And so you got it, man. Podcasting and hosting shows and quarterbacking them, man, a large part of it is personality and it's theatrical, man. You got to perform to keep people really engaged. Sometimes you got to be an asshole. Sometimes you got to be funny. It's all kind of variations to what you got to do as a podcaster. And I like to fuck around, man. I really do. I enjoy doing it. And so that's all it was, man. I know Ryan Poles has merit with this pick. When he got him, that's a whole nother point. But that's just me being an asshole / entertainer.
And also keep in mind this too. He's an Australian rules. He comes from Australia playing football there, rugby there, and he's 6'4", 230. So he's another defender on special teams. This isn't some scrawny kid who's got a great leg. He is a big dude, and he will tackle you.
That actually makes things a little bit different. Those guys will kick on the run. Kicking is a little bit different for those guys across the board. And yeah, if you're playing rugby, you're going to get smoked while you're kicking too. You'll get put on your butt. So he's probably a lot larger than, used to the tackles and probably used to tackling, right?
Yeah.
King, I
remember.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I remember there was a guy, Bennett, who was a punter, and he was drafted by the Chargers, and he came from Australia, and he was an older prospect. And this is probably 10 years ago, but I loved watching him because he'd punt the ball, and he would run down the field and make tackles. And that's what I hope we're getting out of Taylor here.
That's Barlissimo saying that he's an Aussie rules dude. He'll go lay your ass out.
Yes.
I like that because if you want to endear yourself to the rest of the team, you do some shit like that. Then they'll start embracing you as a football player. I can tell you that from experience. I never seen one of those. We had one for like a semester when I was in college, but I seen one in high school. We had one in high school, and he was every bit one of our guys, man. We had that dude, probably shouldn't have been a punter, but the linebacker core was so talented. We were like 4 or 5 deep, and he was like number 6. You know what I mean? He was never going to see the field, but he made up for it in kicking the ball and punting it and making himself useful on the special teams. And man, he'll lay your ass out. He was 6'3", 235 pounds. So when he put a hit on you, you felt it. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, man, this dude is what? Broski is saying also it's easy to find a returning UFA rookie than it is to find the best punter in the draft. Taylor 6'4", 230. Man, that's a big dude, man.
Well, Broski seems to really like this guy.
Apparently, he's trying to win us over.
You know, Legatron got a fan. You got a fan out there in Broski Bear. That's good. At least somebody's applauding the pick. Glad somebody's applauding the pick.
Yeah, like I said, I love the player. It's just a shock where we took him with what I feel is other needs and other good players still on the board. If he becomes the best punter in the NFL, great. I'm fine with the pick. But he kind of needs to be that good.
Here's one from Smitty here. Here's why I won't lose any sleep over this pick. He is the best in the draft at his position. In the grand scheme of things, team football, that's a boss move. Yeah, Smitty. You know what? In this respect, I'm in full agreement with you. And that's why I like the move. You got yourself the number one punter in available in the draft. I just question where you got him. Again,
Hold on.
Could they have got him a little bit later? I don't know. That's yet to be seen, mainly because they picked him when they picked him.
Okay,
What it is.
pause for a second. Pause for a second. And I want to ask the chat and you guys on the panel. Serious ass question right here. And it goes to mindset. Does this pick signal the mindset of Ryan Poles feeling like we're ready? Ready or not? Put an R up or N up. With this pick, what he just signaled to you guys. R, ready. R for ready. N, not ready. I know what it is for me. You know what it is. He just felt like he feels like the team is ready. When you make a pick like this, am I right or wrong? Kid, you stuck.
I'm not stuck. I'm stuck on stupid. I'll just be real about this. Man, he might be like I'm gonna answer this with a question mark. So the answer is ready. He thinks he's ready. I'm not so sure if he's ready.
Everybody's saying I see all R's up here. I see one N so far. One N the whole time, man.
Marlon Johnson, I'm with you with the N in its own right because there's a glaringly obvious hole over there on that defensive line. That's all I'm saying. Glaring and obvious. Everybody knows about it. Montez Sweat gonna get double teamed all year round. Like that's what's gonna happen. So hopefully they figured out some sort of way around what is the obvious things to happen. You're trying to tell me that defenses are not going to clue into Montez Sweat and double team him all game. Okay. Now I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But that's what's going to happen. So somebody needs to be on that other side. Somebody needs to add that additional pressure. We weren't getting it from the center. Sorry, from the middle of the defensive line before. If out of nowhere, Gervon Dexter picks up and he's able to apply that pressure, great. Then maybe we have less to worry about. If Yannick Ngakoue has a season like he's had in the past, if he's back on the squad, again, maybe we don't have anything to worry about. But given the evidence we saw last season, that's not what it was. So I don't know.
What do you say, J2K?
I don't think this roster is complete at all. I do understand that Poles is seeing this punter as being able to affect the game far more than other players that were available to flip the field and help the defense and Tune also help the offense. I understand the pick. I think it's just more of a shock because the difference between having a average punter and having a good punter, I don't think is very huge. So this guy needs to really be a great punter for this to make sense for me. I don't think you can say that this roster is ready. I think it's as good as it can be, given, I mean, we're our third year in a rebuild, and I think we're close. We didn't have enough draft picks to finalize this rebuild. I think next year off-season draft picks, our cap, we can finalize this roster. So maybe, look, in 2-3 years, we've got this Legatron who's just coffin corner people. And we've got this great defense, and Caleb Williams is balling on offense. That's 3 phases. 3 phases are elite. So I can understand the rationale. But still, it's just a punter when you've looked at so many other talented players. It's just a little bit of a shock.
So, what do I think? Do I think this roster is ready? I'm gonna say depth-wise, no. And we're still early, man. Free agency isn't done playing out. We still have June 1st cuts. We've got post training camp cuts. So it's a lot of things that they can do before they get to the actual football plan. And I'm saying that with that caveat because when I say not ready, I know that that's still on the table to take care of. He can still add a bunch going on. UDFAs, free agents, June 1st cuts, after training camp. There's a lot that he can still do. So not ready. Just understand why I'm saying that is because I know he can still do a bunch. Now, I'm going to ask you guys one more question. Yes or no, do you think this was Ryan Poles' pick? Start with you, kids.
I don't know how to answer this one because, yeah, I do.
You think so?
I do think, yes.
You got to have some kind of rationale for that.
I don't have much rationale for this pick at all, bro. I really don't. But the rationale that I have is, again, he's the tippy top kicker, punter. So you secured him on the team, and Trenton Gill hasn't really been cutting it. So I get it, but I don't like. I do think it. Okay, I do think it's Ryan Poles' pick because I think he is going to go hard at defensive end somehow in free agency moving forward. I think that's what he has to do. That's the missing link.
What say you?
You know, what I think is that this is actually very much a Ryan Poles pick because you know that there are scouts who've scouted the D line, scouted the O line, scouted so many people in the room who've specialized in scouting, right? And they all got overruled. And the punter, the scout who scouts punters, Richard Hightower, they're the ones who won and Poles, overruled everybody else. I just think there's guys pounding the table for a defensive end or a D tackle or a center, and Poles is like, we're gonna go punter and overrule everybody.
I'm thinking Bellissimo is probably right. Richard Hightower is well respected, and our punt unit was bottom 1/8 unit. It probably came down to that. I didn't know all those stats about the punting unit and special teams, man. I don't even pay attention to it, to be quite frank with you. I'll be so busy watching position groups and different stuff that you have to do as a podcaster. I've totally neglected punters and kickers. I didn't think there was any way in hell that we do that with 4 picks. I just got to flat out tell you the truth. There's no way in hell you would have been able to tell me 3 months ago that we'll end up with 4 picks and one of them will be a punter. Anybody that can sit here and tell me that you thought that 3 months ago with 4 picks, or a couple months ago when we found out we had 4 picks, that one of them would be a punter. If you can tell me that straight up, man, dude, I'll cash app you $1,000 right now. But nobody can tell me that.
I've probably run 18 million mock drafts since December, and not one of them had a punter involved. I have to be very honest about it.
And hey, to be fair, honestly, you guys, when we were doing the trade back for the haul and I had multiple picks, I took this guy time and time again, over and over again. And I get him in the 5th, 6th round range. But, I had multiple picks. And exactly what Nomad's saying here is when you walk into this knowing that we're going to take Caleb Williams first, and we may not trade back at 9, we only have 4 picks, Punter is the last position that comes to mind. It really is.
I didn't know Trenton was the worst in the league, man.
So I got a question for the chat and you guys as well. Do you expect ryanpoles to take a run at edge rusher between now and the beginning of the season?
Oh, it's going to happen quicker than that, man. I think he's optics. He's probably got an optics problem right now if his PR people are talking to him. You know, with 4 picks, you just grab the punter, man. Some people that are football knowledgeable will understand why you did that, but the rest of the fan base be like, man, we're going to kick your ass when we see you at Mariano's. If not, we're going to fuck you up with all the tomatoes we can find. So he probably needs to do something pretty quick. You see, I think he's got an optics issue. Wouldn't you say that, kids? And by the way, quarterback for just a second. Kids.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. What do you think about that, though, man? I think he's got to move rather quickly on that.
Yeah, I think he's got to do it. And at this point, like, what's cool about this is I don't really have any problem now that the draft is done with him sacrificing capital for next season, right? Now that the draft is over, you spent what you needed to spend. You got who you needed into the positions of need as far as he was concerned. Yeah, by all means, dig into next season if you have to throw a second at somebody to get somebody or something to that effect. I have no problems with that at this present moment. But we went into last season without this position managed. And I think it came back to bite us in the butt in a major way. Finally, we addressed the position and the entire season changed. Let's be real about it. Things were real ugly before Montez Sweat showed up. He thought he'd addressed it when he got Yannick in here, but he clearly hadn't addressed it. Are we going to bring Yannick back? Or are we going to do something a little bit more, more aggressive, to quote Nomad from earlier in the week? I hope he goes aggressive. Like, I would not be mad if he went out and he got himself some Micah Parsons and threw some capital at it. Go do it. Is he the primary best flus fitting guy for the scheme? Not necessarily, but he's worth it.
And let me ask, I'll answer this question, but let me ask you guys this. First off, Yannick, I think, is sitting by his phone waiting for that call. I expect Yannick to get re-signed. It just makes too much sense. And I brought this up earlier in the show, but I know some of the chat might have been there for it. But Poles talked about in his presser that the defensive end went 1 pick ahead, that they liked Braylon Trice, and Kieran was now the number 1 rated player on the board. Had Braylon Trice been there, and knowing that we would have taken a punter, would you guys have preferred taking the edge, Braylon Trice, over offensive tackle Kieran at this point, hindsight?
That's a good question.
Let me
answer it like this. I don't think that a tackle of Kieran's caliber would exist at pick 122. That's the difference.
I think if it's me, I'm gonna still get Amaggi. I'm getting him, man, because I thought the left tackle was the biggest glaring hole in the offseason. I've been pounding the table all offseason about the left tackle, even through all the, man, people slung arrows at me. Oh, Braxton Jones is fine. I just didn't think so, man. And my thinking was, okay, we need some depth there. Because if Braxton Jones starts to display what he's been displaying for the last couple of years and not being able to anchor, this new quarterback that we have such high hopes for is going to end up in the same situation that Justin was in and kind of being nervous about his left side. I'm not saying Amaggi is going to start week 1, but at least it's competition. You know, he's got the potential to be an upgrade over Braxton Jones. And so, no, I would still get that left tackle. In fact, I probably would have got him earlier than that.
And I want to point out to Brusky Bear, it is a hypothetical, so why discuss it? I just want to see where everybody's mind is at as far as, drafting a defensive end versus the offensive tackle. And I'm with you, Nomad, for a different reason. I really think that because we drafted Caleb, because we are rebuilding this offense, I think that offensive line was more important than an edge because of Caleb, because of protecting our future, improving this offensive line. Another question.
Hey, real quick, J2K. I think Richard Long just asked probably the most important question, and I'm about to put the name in the chat, and I'm gonna put what he does. I think he's asking, he says, do you guys think that we have someone on the team they're impressed with? Not, I suspect he's talking about edge rusher. And I just put the name in the chat, Jacob Martin. And I've said this several times during the offseason. I think he was quietly one of the better things that Poles has done this offseason was acquiring Jacob Martin, because I think his upside, he's only like 25, 26 years old, if that. And his upside, Jacob Martin is an absolute blur off the line of scrimmage. If you guys have not, I just encourage you to go do some film work on Jacob Martin. You can start doing it now and tell me in the chat what you're seeing when you're watching his highlights. Later on, you can do more research. But Jacob Martin, they may be more comfortable with what he brings to the table than we thought. So, Richard Long, if that answers your question, I should have been talking about that throughout this draft, but I do think they think a lot of Jacob Martin, and apparently so. They didn't even draft an edge rusher.
And Brosky Bear, I also liked Adisa Isaac as well. And had the choice been Braylon Trice or Adisa Isaac, and we took Isaac, I would have been fine with that pick. Absolutely.
Well, Isaac was actually available, and this is part of what he's saying. Isaac was actually available when we picked Kieran.
Right.
They just like Kieran better, and I'm fine with that. That pick makes perfect sense to me. It just shows where Ryan Poles' head and heart were. Right, he was not confident clearly in the Braxton Jones experiment moving forward. Somebody mentioned it here in the chat about the potential of Braxton Jones now being maybe kicked into the guard position, which is an interesting conversation to have, just because then you kind of look at it and think, what happens to a guy like Tevin by way of contract, trade value, etc.? What happens to a guy like Nate Davis? Same questions, bigger contract. It's actually a really interesting move in picking up Kieran and potentially having him solidify that left tackle position.
We got breaking news. The Bears are on the board. They're on the clock.
Oh snap! The pick is in. See what we did, y'all? You see what we did? We razzed Ryan Poles so much.
They did something. All that
he traded back up in and watch. It's going to be Mo Kamara, because I don't think Mo Kamara is gone yet. Can anybody refute that?
He said, "Oh shit, Nomad is upset, and he grows a
guard."
Kamara
or Austin. That's what he said. We razzed him. You heard the bullshit cries. You heard that, and Ryan Poles jumped back in. Traded back in.
Let me jump on Mitch Osborne with the $9.99 super chat. That's our brother, Mitch, man. We love you, man. Stealing Adam Mason train of thought. Shout out to Adam Mason. But maybe we can get Connor Williams as a mid-season signing, like that thought. Also, they think D-Rob can improve with our new coaches. I absolutely love that second part. Absolutely love that second part. I have not given up on Dominique Robinson, nor have I given up on Velus Jones, nor Tyler Scott. As bad as sometimes they've looked, I have not given up on neither one of those three. Sometimes when new regimes come in, you just never know how you can relay a message differently or speak something to a guy and change something simply that he's doing that might make all the difference in the world. I just can't wait to see what kind of impact those coaches have on Dominique Robinson and those other guys. As far as Connor Williams, I do believe we got something in Ryan Bates. I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised about that. But if he's not what they thought,
Booker, the world is saying.
What's that?
We just drafted Austin Booker from Kansas.
Hold on.
Now we got a team. Now we're ready.
Whoa!
Now we're ready, y'all. Now we've got a team. That's it. That's all I was crying about.
What did they give up to get him?
I'm not sure. I'll check.
What did we give up to get him? Austin Booker.
Cost them a 4th.
Next year?
Beautiful.
Yeah, next year's 4th, but
Yeah,
of
two.
someone I'm reading right now had a 3rd round grade on him. So see, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. There's still so much talent still on the board, and trading back into the draft. Here we are. Bellissimo.
You got film? Bellissimo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you were worried, but I mean, quite clearly, Poles was cooking something up. He wouldn't take the punter unless he already had an answer for what he was going to do. Now, we all wanted Austin Booker in the 3rd round. Everyone wanted Austin Booker in the 3rd round.
Yes.
And we're getting for a 4th round next year.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Tell me Poles ain't cooking.
He's cooking. And I love the point that he had this planned, because these draft trades don't just happen willy-nilly.
He already had this answer in pocket. He knew Mo Kamara, Austin Booker, and we got Austin Booker. We've got a dog coming off the edge. He is relentless.
Do you have any Bellissimo? Please tell me you got film on this guy.
Yeah, I've got a shit ton on Austin Booker. I can't get to it right now, but hopefully I'll be able to get some a little bit later on.
We're gonna try to hang around, man. If you can wrangle that shit up, man, I would love this, because I know what he looks like in the film, but
They call him.
I think some other people that don't know.
Dude, I might be able to get back on, but it's going to take buying a plant or something for my wife and a lot of begging and groveling. So I'll see what I can do.
Hey, man, you better go steal the neighbor's tulips or something. Go do something, man. Cut the tulips.
I might go to the local park where they've been doing some planting, maybe dig up a tree and put it in the back garden or something. That'll make it happen. I'll see it a bit if I can.
All right.
There we go.
Man.
Gentlemen, now we have a football team. Remember that ready question we just asked you folks out there, maniacs said in the chat, and Smitty says Max Crosby light, which is just what they made. That's a comp that they're putting towards our guy Austin Booker. This is beautiful. We're ready to go now, guys. I got nothing negative to say. We got a punter. Never thought I would be happy about that, but here we are. We got a punter. We got an edge rusher, tackle, wide receiver, and a franchise quarterback. Something we've never had. This is the best grown man Christmas ever.
Yeah, what a master class in being a general manager of the NFL. I am so impressed by this. I mean, I love this pick. It makes me love the punter pick even more.
Now it does, doesn't it? Doesn't it? We hated it 20 minutes ago. This is a great pick because they got
Austin Booker is 6'6", man. You got to remember that, man. Hey,
King Booker World.
There you go. Yeah. Do it, kid.
Well, we're sorry, man. $2 super chat. We're sorry. Sorry we doubted you. Sorry we second guessed the Legatron pick. Moving forward, Legatron's the guy. Hey, we fixed up the edge. Bro, we're good to go, man. We're good to go.
I apologize, Poles. All those tomatoes I hit you with, man, I will do your dry cleaning myself. I'll take care of your church too. That's on me.
You're gonna be making them some spaghetti with all those tomatoes you threw at them. Spaghetti dinner.
I raised all kinds of hell up in here, man. That was
and destroyed the grocery store while you're at it.
Man, I turned over everything and the old lady's cart next to me.
Well, he answered you. He answered you back, Nomad.
Hey, man, that was.
You know what? In some places, people be all upset with us for backtracking here, but let's be real. This is real time stuff. We're live, and hey, we all had to question that punter kick. But guess what? The punter pick makes beautiful, perfect sense right now. And it's just weird. If he trades back in or trades to get a free agent, perfect. At this point, we're good. And that's exactly what he did. Traded back in. Instead of a second like I was throwing out there, he went with a 4th from next year. Who needs it? Now we got somebody to rush the quarterback on the other side when Montez Sweat is double teamed.
I got people counseling me in the grocery store and say, "Hey, man, you didn't realize, but you knocked that old lady down while you was going off in that aisle over there." Now I got to go back down. Now I got to go back down the aisle and pick that lady up and apologize to her, pay for all her groceries, just for going off on ryanpoles, man.
It's so reckless in the grocery store, man.
Yeah, I mean, let Poles cook. I mean, the dinner wasn't done, right? You know,
no.
You're smelling those flavors, and you're like, it's not there yet. You're not there yet. Why are you putting that in there? Don't put that in there. And then
it was just they brought it to the table, right? They brought it. They brought like what? I got to find the right food here. You know what I mean?
Right. It's like
man,
oh, I feel good. I feel so good now, man. That now in totality, looking at this in hindsight, makes all kinds of sense. Everybody, y'all got mad at me now, kids. Y'all got mad at me on day one when I said he should probably use some of that capital to move back in here and grab some of these upper echelon talented guys now.
But you know why we got mad at you, dog? Because of when it's actually because of when you were asking about it, right? You were asking about it basically in the first round to second round, where trading at that point, the amount of capital it would cost you is significant. You really have to think about it. And he did, and he was like, So here we are. That was really why we were refuting against you when you made the suggestion, and I get how how much butterflies and nervousness you were feeling, especially with respect to that tackle position. But guess what, dog? He did all the stuff we were asking for. It's grown man Christmas. We got a Nintendo. We got all the games. We got the gun. We got the zapper. We're shooting ducks. We got it all. I got no complaints.
Right. It's like a 5-course meal. Nomad's in between 2 and 3 and complaining that what's the third course going to be like? And we get to the fourth course, and Nomad's like, is this it? Is this all? And then the 5th course comes out, and it's like, oh, it's legendary. I love this draft. Love this draft.
All I was eating was breadsticks and damn green beans and shit. I wanted to eat meat.
He's like, this soup ain't cutting it, man. This soup ain't cutting it. I mean, what's coming next? Oh, salad? Man, I hate salad. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, we got some ribs coming up in here. All right, let's do these ribs.
Hey, broski, I was never a part of the Civil War. Only thing I was a part of was supporting our quarterback while he was still here. That's it. I was never part of a Civil War. People turned that into a thing all their own. But that's just my opinion on that.
Broski, the Bears Civil War has been over for quite some time, right? It's been for quite some time. They made the decision for us. That there's no two ways about that. Once they chose the direction they were going in, we either fall suit or we fall out. Hey, I'm following suit. Nomad's following suit. The Nomad Network has fallen suit. And bro, after a draft like this, there's no reason to go in any other direction. We got grown man Christmas is a beautiful thing.
And King Buka, we traded a 4th round pick next year for a 5th round pick this year to take a player that should have gone in the 3rd round.
In the 3rd round.
Yeah. King Booker, I think I saw earlier that he was at work and being a part of the show at the same time. So shout out to my boy, the King, man. Hey, man, appreciate you for being here at work at the same time, man. Don't be in there BSing around, man. Make sure you get the job done.
And fairly Timo put in the chat, Austin Booker, 6'6", 250, 21 years old, still growing. The kid's going to get bigger?
Man, oh, man. This dude got so much upside. He's got so much upside. Just so much upside.
Yeah, I have no problems with any of this. This is great. We got everything we needed. All the holes are relatively filled here. Let's just see how these kids perform in their respective roles moving forward. But we've got the top quarterback in the draft. We've got top 3 wide receiver in the draft. I'm not going to say that the tackle was at the very upper echelon of tackles, but he's super solid at what he does, and he'll likely push out Braxton Jones. Now we got an edge rusher, and we got the top punter. Imagine I'm hype about the top punter. I'm hype about the top punter now.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to keep going, man, until Barlissimo can find a way to bamboozle his wife to get to this Austin Booker video, man, because I think it would be I think it's a lot of people in here right now watching this that would love to see a visual if they're not doing it on their own with a phone, but yeah, I mean, he's one thing, and I fall victim to being, some scouts, man. And sometimes I look at what scouts say about some of these guys, and the first thing they go to is they just feel like they have to find something negative about a guy. Not that you can find things negative about anyone, but they go to that so fast and emphasize it so much. You think that's all it is to his game. So I got to Austin Booker doing my edge scouting, and I thought that he was narrow from the waist down, but he's 20-something years old, 21 years
21.
old. Yeah, and so I think his upside at 6'6" with a 6'6" frame, you could see absolutely. You can see him putting on 10, 15 pounds and it not slowing him down one single bit.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about the arm length. His arms apparently are longer than Liatu Latu.
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy. 33 7/8 versus 32 1/8.
Yeah, huge wingspan.
King says he's AAA. He's always on the job.
And I think one of the knocks on Booker, if I remember correctly, is just he's kind of a 1-year wonder, not a 1-year wonder, but he had a ton of success last year where he hasn't been a 3-year starter kind of guy. And then also when you were talking about Kieran, wasn't a top tackle by any means, but his measurables, I mean, he has first round pick measurables. He's just raw. He just needs to marry the hands with the feet.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. He's got crazy measurables. And from what we've seen on tape, he doesn't have the shortcomings that Braxton has, right? Braxton's got all kinds of measurables. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the anchor needed to avoid that bull rush. And he got bull rushed all the time. This kid does. So it's going to be interesting at that position. And like I say, or like the chat was suggesting, potentially moving Braxton into guard might be a huge move. Right? We've never seen him at guard. That might be huge. That might be really big. And it might also allow us to make some major moves with that offensive line depth, whether, again, it's a Tevin Jenkins or Nate Davis. I could see either one of those guys either moving on, being traded for capital, or sticking around as depth pieces, because God knows those big guys get hurt.
So really quick, Marlon Johnson asked a question. Where was he ranked, talking about Austin Booker, amongst edge rushers? And I think this is Barlissimo's way of answering that. CFB true pressure rates, Dallas Turner, 24%, Chop Robinson, 24%, Chris Braswell, 22%, Jared Verse, 21%, Gabriel Murphy, 21%, Muhammad Kamara, 21%, Jalen Harrell, 21%, and Austin Booker at 20%. So I think that was an answer Barlissimo was given to Marlon Johnson. So he's up there with the guys that apply the most pressure.
Yeah, and Do It All has it right. He has a ton of pass rushing moves with the cross chop, the inside stick move, ghost rush, hand swipe. He would, yes. I think the only concern was he kind of just did it he had a ton of success in 1 year. But he's height, length, everything he showed last year. If he is an ascending player and that wasn't an anomaly, then absolutely this guy's going to be a stud. To get him in the 5th round is just blows my mind.
Cornelius, man, I love Braxton Jones, man. Sometimes even your favorite guys, as much as I put on for Braxton Jones when we drafted him, sometimes as a podcast, well, all the time as a podcaster, you got to be honest about what you see. And I think Braxton Jones is sufficient. sometimes, but he's not consistently that. I've seen him struggle too bad against bigger edge rushers, man. The heavier edge rushers, he has no problem with the quicker, twitchier edge rushers, but the ones that go speed to power and really can put something behind it, they easily put Braxton on his skates. And my only complaint about that is if it was a problem for Justin Fields, eventually it's going to be a problem for Caleb Williams. And Caleb, I just don't want him to have that, that how you got kind of like a phobia, like I'm constantly worrying about something that I don't really necessarily need to always worry about. I can see him overcompensating all the time, and it was mostly because he was worried about Braxton letting somebody through on his left side. You can see that clearly on tape, Cornelius. Do I respect Braxton Jones? Do I hope that he can put on the mass and the muscle to be everything we thought he was going to be one day? Yes. I just don't see it yet. Him being able to sit down and stop those real powerful rushers. And that's always going to worry me, man, when you got a quarterback that you're trying to bring up and you don't want him to get off to that kind of start where he's worried about stuff like seeing ghosts or something. You don't want him to have to develop that.
And to build off what you're saying, Nomad, real quick, is that it's not also just about Braxton Jones, but we don't have a swing tackle. If Darnell Wright were to go down with injury, if Braxton Jones were to go down with injury, this offensive line would be dead in the water because I don't think Borum can hold up for 8-10 games in the season with Caleb Williams. So the importance of getting a left tackle, another offensive tackle, especially Kieran, who I really like, it's sky high because of Caleb Williams. You want to give Caleb Williams every play a chance to grow into a great quarterback. And this is an example of positional value, offensive tackle.
Yeah. That's
that wing tackle case scenario is much better because now, here's the reality, folks. Right? I'm nowhere near as down on Braxton as Nomad might sound like he is. I just wanted competition in the room.
It's just fair criticism in my eyes.
It's not unfair. It's not unfair at all. It's definitely fair. At the same time, Braxton's got great feet. He's got great length. There's a lot of good things about Braxton Jones. But once more, it's just a question of competition. Now you bring the competition into the room. Best player wins. Player takes the position, and then you look at the depth. The depth has actually increased. The depth has gotten better, and this is really where J2K was coming from, right? If we're moving on from Larry Borum as a potential case scenario, then that makes Braxton Jones our swing tackle, and that makes me feel a lot better, actually.
Can I take a quick pivot? Because I think my guy, ATF all times flat, a.k.a. Chief Copperfoot. Welcome to the show. No, I don't know if you've ever been here, but if you haven't, man, welcome to the show, man. Please consider subscribing if you haven't. Got an early jump on checking out Jacob Martin at the edge. I think that's who he's talking about, right? Jacob Martin. I'm telling you, man, we got some speed coming off that other side of Montez Sweat now with Jacob Martin and Austin Booker, man. That's real true speed right there. I think, man, we're looking really, really good. And what if they top that off with going back into free agency and getting another guy? What if they top that off and going in free agency and getting another
guy? What position are you thinking again?
Edge rusher.
I got no. So here's, man. I have to really think about this because you're getting to the place where you're going to sacrifice reps for these developmental guys, right? I'm not man, I would want to bring these guys into training camp for a week or two before I pulled the trigger on an edge rusher addition at this point. That's just me.
Well, I mean, you gotta remember he's still a rookie edge rusher now. You know what I mean? You can't
expect— I know, that's why I'm saying 2 weeks. Let me at least get a bit of a look at him first and see whether he might be dominant coming in. Right, if he's already a leg up on Dom Robinson and the rest, great. Do we need better than that? If we do, then we go get a guy. Is he sufficient or not? Tough to tell today,
Yeah, I think Walker, Booker, Martin, Don Rob, I think that's our group at edge behind Sweat. I think that's a good mix. I think if you, just like you're saying, Keds, if you do start to see something lacking, you see that Booker needs more time or Don Rob's not ready, then you start, testing the waters on Ngakwe.
Yeah.
But I really like what you're saying, giving these young guys a chance to play, to practice, to get that time to grow. And I still think that Walker played very well once Sweat got here at edge. So I'm still not completely out on him or think he's just, a backup or whatnot. I still think he's a dog.
Jacob,
I do too.
A2K, Illy Jones is saying he's not sold on Booker. He's only played 500 snaps and started one game in his career. Did not know that. Can you verify that?
Well, okay, so that is the argument, but who was the edge that played for Iowa that went to Green Bay last year? You remember what I'm talking about? Van Von. Oh man, too many names. But he never started at Iowa, and he was a first-round draft pick. There are some colleges that their rotation is so important. Thank you. Yes, their rotation is so important to them that guys who are very talented don't actually get that starting check mark on the game that they played, but they still play a ton of the game. They just rotating so much. So, and I do understand that argument with Booker is that, he wasn't starting a whole lot and he only played so many snaps, but I'm pretty sure he got 8 sacks out of that limited time. So the question now is, okay, is that going to increase if he played more?
Yeah.
Right?
You
double those snaps, you double those sacks.
I'm glad you said it because there's two ways to look at that.
There is. That is a good way. Good way of spinning that, and that's a great question to ask. Great problem for us to have, right? So, hey, Florida Bears fan, thanks for jumping in. Yo, Chef Poles is chefing it up, man. We got all kinds of goods on the table. Trust me, I'm stoked. I'm happy. I'm hype. Evie Bear Down Davis is there with us today, man. Evie. Yo, we got ourselves a full-on team, Evie. I don't even know. I don't know what to say. I'm hype. I'm super hype about all this. Everything's been addressed. Is it at the highest caliber per position? Like no team's gonna have blue chippers at every single position on the field, but I'm quite happy with the caliber that they're gonna put forward here for the 2024 season. And there's no reason why other Bears fans shouldn't be happy either. I can't even think of one.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I'm sorry about me having to leave real quick. I had to help my brother-in-law, but everything's all right. I'm back now. So I take it that the Bears got Booker?
Yes,
sir.
I was just reading about him today. He's from Greenwood, Indiana, which is only like 8 miles away from me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Man.
Barlissimo just said he won't be able to. He asked his wife. He won't be able to come back on. He asked his wife and got the hell slapped out of him with a cast iron.
you wanted some hot tub time.
So we will not be seeing Barlissimo for the rest of the day. We'll try to get him again because I know he's itching for some of that Austin Booker film and he wants to review it. I'm going to try to strangle him into at least doing he probably won't be able to do Nomad at night tomorrow. But we'll try to get him in Monday on the Monday show. Maybe he can do a breakdown. Hopefully, I'll ask him. All I can do is ask. But we'll see if we can get him in on Nomad at Nomad Live Monday morning at the earliest. I'm pretty sure, if he comes in at Nomad at night tomorrow night, I would be absolutely amazed with the time zone. I think, what is he, 6 hours ahead of us? I think like 6 hours ahead of us, I believe.
Ahead of you guys, yeah.
Man, you guys hit the like button. Go ahead, Brian.
Barlissimo did put out earlier today a video on the tackle from Yale. It's probably about a half hour or so video, very detailed. In case anybody hadn't seen that, I would highly recommend it.
Say it again.
Bellissimo, he put out a video. It's about a half hour or so long. I can't pronounce that guy's name. The tackle from Yale that they drafted, Kamichi or
Kieran.
whatever.
Yeah. Just call him Kieran. That's his first name.
Kieran, yeah.
He sent it to me too.
It's very
Amaggi.
detailed. There you go. If anybody hadn't seen it, like I said, it's a YouTube clip, but if you want to find out about him, that's a very good clip to watch.
Yeah.
You mean the clip that he played when he was on the show?
That was part of it.
Oh man, Brian, you're the best. Oh, Brian.
Man,
Hey man.
No,
what much
the one he
happened.
put out.
Go ahead, Brian.
No, the one that I was talking about, Bellissimo put out, it's about a half hour or so long. The one he played here, I mean, it was just a few minutes of that clip.
Okay, so it's a deeper dive. Bellissimo's messing with you in the chat now too.
Yeah.
He's like, bro. All right, so we're not gonna get Austin Booker footage tape today, but we'll definitely promise you guys that we'll have some down the road. Look, man, let's just take a little bit of a poll in the chat. Who's satisfied with the Chicago Bears 2024 draft? I just like a yes or no, because I'm satisfied as all AF, bro. I'm good to go. I'm ready. I'm not going into next week talking about how we need to do this, that, and the third. Honestly, I kind of just need to shut up next week, but I'll see y'all on the show. I won't say much. I'm just gonna wait for whatever transpires moving forward, because man, I've never seen a team in Chicago set up like this yet, and here we are. We're set up. All we got to do is execute now.
Man,
Let's go.
I'm happy, but not for the same reason you are, kids.
Why are you happy?
Well, because since this is all being recorded, anytime that I'm having a bad day or I think life has handed me a shit sandwich, I can flip this on and I get to listen to Nomad flip out over a punter being drafted in the 4th round. And that's going to cheer my ass up from any funk that I could be in.
Fair enough. That is actually great footage to watch and move. You know what? I bet you Ryanpoles is somewhere in Detroit just laughing his ass off with that whole move, because everybody loves. I'll just troll the world. Everybody's laughing. Everybody's got a problem with the punter kick, but wait for it. Austin Booker.
Yeah, he's sitting there. He's like, "Is that son of a bitch Nomad over there talking shit about me?"
You said it was a booster pick. You said it was a booster pick. Wait,
I got something for his ass. Let me see how you.
I got you. 20 picks later, boom. There's your edge rusher, y'all.
So now you're going to be throwing Nomad. You're going to be throwing fresh vegetables at him instead of the rotten ones.
Hey,
That's
man.
right. They're not rotten. These ones are fresh. They've been kept
make a
I'm
refrigerated.
gonna prepare him a basket or a bouquet of vegetables and hand it to him and his wife, man.
No more throwing.
I was ready to go. I was ready to go postal on his ass, man. I was.
Hell, you was scaring me, and I'm 200 miles away.
You're barely.
Well, I love this draft. I think this is, not only do I like this draft for right now, because you kind of grade drafts in two different ways. You grade them for who they got, what positions they filled at the time of the draft. But then there's a second grade that kind of comes back, and it's 2-3 years down the road, and you look back on the draft class, you see who was successful, who wasn't. I'm very confident that when we look back on this draft class, we are absolutely going to love this class, and we're not going to see the crazy busts that we've seen in past. Like there is no Adam Shaheen in this draft, in my eyes. You know, we got an offensive tackle, potential starting left tackle with a 4th round pick. We got a potential defensive end with a 5th round pick. We've got a punter, or I'm sorry, 3rd round with our offensive tackle. We got a potentially best punter in the NFL with a 4th round pick. And that isn't even including the top 10 picks that we had and Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. I mean, I don't think it could have gotten any better.
No,
Man.
I agree with you.
Well, they could get better, man. The draft ain't over. The draft
Well,
ain't over.
good point. Hey,
Brennan Jackson just went to the Rams.
Mm.
Man, they building that defense. They got Jared Verse and Braylon Fisk, and now Brennan Jackson, along with Tuipulotu from last year.
You know who's not playing right now? The fucking Philadelphia Eagles, man. They are staying relevant in this draft.
yeah,
They are
they are.
constantly trading and moving.
Roseman's a gangster businessman. Like he
Constantly trading and moving, man, and getting stud players, man. Constantly.
You
They just got to
see the clip with him. You see the clip of Howie Roseman from the 1st round, where he's wheeling and dealing on the phone. He's wheeling and dealing. He's trying to get something done, and it just didn't work. And he turns around, grabs his phone, and he's like, and he just chucks his phone. It's like the deal ain't getting done. Man. He just whips his phone, and somebody in the background like, oh, they catch his phone. But Howie Roseman ain't playing. He's wheeling and dealing. He's been wheeling and dealing all season long. So, man,
and do it all. I studied Torrey Taylor, and I mean a massive leg, coffin corner, and he's huge. He's 6'4", 230. He's gonna tackle guys. He's not gonna be afraid to lay the wood. And if you want some great highlights of him, just go watch him at the Senior Bowl. The guy was the absolute talk of the special teams, of the kickers, punters. He was absolutely a star at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah. Man, oh man, oh man.
Like, I gotta read this barely sumo.
Come on, man.
30 minutes to go.
You can't post it. You just gotta read it.
I can't. I gotta read it. My bad. It was 30 minutes ago. Pulls, stupid ass, head ass, cloud ass, jive ass, turkey MFer. Drafting a punter. Oh, we got the edge I wanted with that pick too. We good.
I'm cool.
Yeah, rifles may have trolled the entire planet Earth for 30 minutes, and that explains how happy they were in that draft room when they got the punter. Because I was like, what y'all look real happy about this punter pick. I just don't get it. Now I get it. Oh boy.
Hey, you know, Mount St. Nomad did erupt. It
did.
Yeah.
And Ryan Poles put that fire out pretty quick.
Yes, he did. He was like, son of a, this is going to
Get
be
it out of your
problem. I can't fix it. It's going to be a PR. He was coughing corner. I was coughing in the corner when Nomad wanted to punt in a coffin corner, and a coffin in the corner. I'm not doing that, man. Tongue twisting.
I was coughing in the corner when Nomad wanted to put Poles in a coffin in the corner.
Oh, really? What got the okay from the wife? The wife said, "Okay, fine.
No,
you're gonna be on the phone anyways." Oh man!
Florida Bears fan said, "You brothers are cracking me up, man. We cracking our damn selves up right about now."
We have both cracking us up. This is hilarious.
Hey, Florida Bears fan, day drinking and shit, just carrying on like some damn idiots right about now. That's all we doing. Man,
pounding the table for Brendan Rice. He's got the lineage and the chemistry with Caleb. You know what? Again, if he just threw a 4th rounder to get a 3rd rounder in the 5th, I'm not upset if he throws a 5th or a 6th rounder from next year to jump back in and get a Brendan Rice. Like right now, guys, let's be real. We're in the 5th round, pick 156. There's still some really good talent on the board, y'all. Like, I'm not even playing around. I'm not sure what happened in these later rounds of the draft, but there's some dogs out there still.
Well, he needs to start pulling some Howie Roseman shit, man.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That tomorrow is no good, man. We don't know if we're getting there. Use what you got for today, and go make some noise, man. If you think you got the team to really make some noise, go put them in the exact best position possible. If it takes a couple of picks from next year, then go damn do it. You can recoup them somehow with a player or two if you wanted to. Howie Roseman knows that game better than probably anybody else in the league, other than probably the Ravens GM. They're always doing that, man, constantly in and out with picks they got, in the next season. You use that capital to wager what you can do now, knowing that you can recoup some of that stuff later on.
And so they do it every year,
all the time.
The thing about where we are right now is I'm not so sure you're going to get the caliber of player late round next year that's available right now in this draft. And again, the cost to do so, to trade in,
great point,
isn't, you know what I mean? It's just not, it's not prohibitive. Like this is a cost you can easily pay to jump back in and get a guy. And there's a couple of guys, there honestly are.
Yeah, and also there's also a good argument to be made that you're starting the process sooner. You jump back in here and you get Brendan Rice. You're starting that growth of a wide receiver and a quarterback who knows him sooner than you are waiting till next year. But I do think that you to maintain the future of a team, that you do maintain draft picks. But when you're talking 5th, 6th, 7th round, I don't care what you're doing. Last year, we had 2 7th-rounders who we put on the practice squad. Both got taken from us and ended up being on 53-man rosters.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Lou Bullenball from
right? Bell. Yeah, Bell went to Atlanta, and he was on the 53. And the safety, what's that, Brian?
Bell. You're right about Atlanta, but I think Pittsburgh picked him up.
Oh, well, I'm saying is that he made it. If you take someone off of someone's practice squad, they have to be on your 53.
Yeah.
And then the same thing with the Stanford cornerback / safety we took. He also was poached from us. Barlissimo, you're back.
Hold on real quick, man. Hey, but Howie Roseman is my type of dude, man. I like dudes that take their rent money and go out to the street with a pair of dice in their hand and go make something happen, man. Shake them up. I need some of that rent money, man. Howie Roseman don't care. He'll take that rent money and go at you.
He's wheeling and dealing. That's for sure.
I'll see you later. But go ahead, Barlissimo. My bad.
That's all right. I'm just I'm actually downloading the tape right now as we're speaking. So if anyone wants to do any donations in the chat to buy my wife some flowers, you're welcome.
Don't be so nice about it.
I'm gonna have to butter her up, so it's
let's not be so nice about it. Barlissimo needs some donations to give his wife some flowers. She allowed him to come on here and do some tape breakdown for you guys. Do him a favor and give him some donations, some nice contributions, man. Would be lovely. I will hand it right to him.
Right, let me get the tape up. Right, this game was pretty unreal, to be fair.
Either that, Barlissimo, or you can put your PayPal in the chat, whichever one you're comfortable with.
PayPal.me/Barlissimo. That's if you want to, you're welcome to, but that's
make it
that's
happen.
It won't let me post it in the chat because it's a link.
How many S's in Barlissimo? 2.
Yeah, 2.
Got you.
Oh, let me see if I can put it in the private chat and then you'll see it.
And also to throw this out here, because Barlissimo does so much work for all of us in this Bears community, go watch him when he's live. You can donate to him there. He's got a great cause that he's behind. You're going to be helping out that cause, helping out Mr. Barlissimo, Mrs. Barlissimo.
Yeah, so, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm trying to set up a non-profit to support children and their families to be able to do activities, autistic children that basically can't make use of the amenities that other people do because they're too crowded or too noisy. And we're looking to try and start hiring some of those out with some people who are really well trained, and kids will be able to go in a low judgment area where it's no one's going to worry if they're going to spill something or if they're going to stim or those kinds of things, so that they feel welcome. So that's what I'm trying to do with my not-for-profit, which I'm setting up. I'm in the process of doing that at the moment. I've got the tape if you want to share it to the screen.
Real quick, I will. I have a cousin that has autism that doesn't live with me. I can imagine what it's like to have autism in the house with me. And so that's something special right there.
Yeah, I mean, I got twin boys, one of which is non-verbal, the other one is verbal, but he's 11 years old and has had such severe anxiety, he's had suicidal ideation. So,
how old are you? How old are the boys?
11. They're coming up to 12, and one's non-verbal and very high support needs. And the other one's lower support needs, but he's got obviously mental health issues that come along with anxiety and stuff like that. But that's I don't want to share too much about them, but they both have their issues and they're both absolute inspirations to me. So
yeah, I got two nephews. I also have two cousins, but my two nephews are also autistic too. They're one of the two of them is extremely verbal and vocal, definitely a high functioning autistic, whereas the second one, he needs a lot of care. Like I'm with you where you are.
The functioning labels, it's like when people say high functioning, it means you can see my ability, but you can't see my disability.
Yeah.
When people say low functioning, it's you can see my disability, but you can't see my abilities.
I like the way you put that, man.
And that's something that that functioning label, we always try and stay clear of it because it's an oscillating feast anyway. Same as all of us, if we're hungover, if we've had a bad day, if someone's just come up and spit in our face, we're not going to be the best of us. So when an autistic child is melting down and they're covering their ears and they're kicking and screaming and all the rest of it, just think about what they're going through, what they're experiencing, and that they see, hear, and feel the world completely differently. I don't want to get too much into the autism side of things, but I do appreciate the thoughts. So Austin Booker on the edge there. Thanks, Patty. I appreciate that, mate. Austin Booker off the edge here. This game was pretty amazing, to be fair. I know that. I've not looked at this specific one. So we got edge coming pressure from the corner as well. You see him take the tackle. So he's running game here for the corner to come free.
Took an inside angle.
Yeah, so he's taking like a GT angle, so a guard tackle angle to that sort of C gap to let the corner come free. The corner does come free, and then look who comes free off his block.
He still came off.
Austin Booker, and he gets the back of his leg. He starts stumbling, and he's dead. Then
can everybody see this? By the way, let me know. Give me a thumbs up if you can see everything.
Oh, you're gonna get the other. You're gonna get the all-22 angle now, anyway. So he's here. You'll get a good angle here.
Look at how long he is. I mean, he's like a praying mantis in his body traits.
So look at the distance he gets, that lateral distance straight away with that step. No wasted movement at all in his footwork. Watch him drop his shoulder, get underneath the tackle, in through the gap. QB bails, pursuit, very nearly gets the ball out there as well. He's got those long arms.
People can see it, man. Keep it up.
Yeah, so wider technique this time, so like a wide 9. So see the speed, the dip and rip. So it's a dip and rip move, and then the counter. You see the violent counter.
Mm-hmm. That was Montez Sweat-ish.
Yeah, so he goes upfield, realizes he's too deep because he's at the QB, rips back inside, lets the tackle go by. A quarter of a second away. If that's not a 7-yard hook, he's there again. He gets there in a hurry, man.
That's what we want.
Montez Sweat-ish.
You see that hump move? So that move's called the hump. When you go, so this is what you call a hezzy. So that jump step to the outside, hand up to swipe the arm down. Doesn't quite have enough meat on his bones to do it. So he's getting hugged a little bit. So he puts that hand around the back, stops his feet, sends him past.
Through his ass.
Accelerates a QB.
Take my momentum, let you follow it, and then stop on a dime and throw your ass out of the way like a bag.
Hard for them big men to stop them feet once they're moving, that's for sure. So he's bottom of the screen here. So he's on the weak side. So he's on the back side of the play. I mean, with his athleticism, you'd expect that. Oh, I don't think the QB was expecting that pass. So that's supposed to be a stunt, but the linebacker gets in the way by the look of it. I think this is supposed to be a TE.
That's a
Tackle
terrible
first.
stunt, man. That's a stunt, but it ran awfully.
Yeah, so the 90 is actually the tackle. He's like a 3-tech on the inside of him. He goes first, but then drops back. And I don't know what they're running there, but that doesn't make much sense at all.
Somebody effed up. That's what happened.
We'll skip past that one because it's like there's no point watching a messed up stunt.
Spin move, huh? Messing around with Montez Sweat, he'll find it. That's be yourself. He said he should include the spin move. He'll be dangerous. That's the best thing.
He has a spin.
Go ahead.
He has a spin move. So you see him. He's much narrower here. He's like a 4-eye. So 4-eye is the inside shoulder of the tackle. And then he goes to the outside. So it makes him widen away from the guard. You see how he made him widen away from the guard to leave 3-on-3? So the guard stayed that side because he was inside and he's coming away to make the guard chase. And it means you got 3-on-3 with him there.
With his measurables, Barrelissimo, because we've been talking to all kinds of shit during this show. We didn't think Flus got one player that he might have wanted for his defense. Does this check a box for Flus, a Flus pick?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's a little bit on the light side. Look at a long arm stab. That's a great body angle for a long arm stab. Oh, he's getting held as well. That's a face mask.
He didn't get good.
That's face mask.
He didn't get a good target point on that stab, man. He should have got a better target point on.
Yeah, he slipped off the shoulder. He's just going to go for the numbers. He's got to hit the chest plate. But again, you look at the length of him.
But with his talent,
he kind of looks like a young Montez Sweat. Look at that on the tackle.
Think about what Washington can do with that talent.
Think about what Montez Sweat, being a body type like his, can offer him as far as assistance and what he can give him. He knows what this.
Be a mentor.
Yes,
he holds his ground pretty well there. I think for an undersized end.
He's strong for a guy that weight, man.
He's outweighed by 80 pounds there.
Yeah, he got moved a little bit, but he came right back and bounced right back. He's just like, I'm not gonna let you just throw me completely out of play. I'm gonna keep fighting. He's probably more dangerous when he stands up.
He's good with a hand in the dirt as well. He's pretty quick.
This dude brings so much value, man. I mean, so much value.
Backside makes the assisted tackle on that draw. So he's here. He's gonna make the assist on that.
Be Yourself loves how he plays a run, man. He fights, man. He knows he's underweight and he knows he has to fight.
But he plays with really good leverage, Nomad.
Yes. It's knowing your shortcomings and being willing to fight to cover them up, and you can see that in his tape. He fights, man.
So they've just motioned in towards him. They've changed formation. So zone towards, and it is actually a give to running back. Look at him get off the tackle.
Force that.
Yeah, I mean he did. So he's got to keep the outside leverage. That's his job here. Is keep the outside leverage.
I'm gonna have to send Coach T an invite and see if I can get him in here.
Yeah, get him in. See him working to the outside. Look, keeping to the outside shoulder, and then as he makes the cut, literally as soon as the running back makes the cut, watch his feet. Look, watch him. Those long arms. Running back makes the cut. Watch his feet now.
He's coming. Yeah, he plays the run well.
Hey, quarterback for a second, kids, while I try to get with Coach.
All right.
So we got him to the bottom of the side here. We got split end to his side. Is he getting a check release? Yeah, he's getting a check release. No, it's full start, I think. And he's going to get so close to a sack there. I mean, this is second and hella long.
How is he? Is he effective in passing lanes?
Yeah, I mean he does the good soldier thing. So I mean, whereas that was Tip Ryman, who's pretty good tight end. Look at the length on him when he makes those diving tackles.
Yeah, he's getting in there and bringing folks down.
You see him there. So again, the flanker is to his side, and the halfback. Again, he's just working the guy. I mean, we won't bother looking at plays away, but
I like you like this comp, Bellissimo?
What's the comp? Sorry, Jason Taylor.
I can see that one.
In 2 years, maybe if he stays in the weight room, he's a bit lighter than Jason Taylor.
He's a flus guy, man. He's got that length.
I like his long. He's got a good long arm. That was a nice long arm there.
Yeah. Longer than Jason Taylor, though.
I would agree. The comp that they're giving him is Max Crosby.
Yeah, I can see that.
That would definitely work.
Yeah.
He's longer than Jason Taylor. I'm just going to tell you right now. Jason Taylor was kind of alligator-ish sometimes. But he was
alligator-ish?
Arm-wise.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead in the water. Oh,
wow.
Do you know the restraint it takes to not kill the QB there?
Oh, boy.
The restraint to not hit him there.
Yeah, that's good wherewithal, huh? So he got just glued in and spun his way out of that.
He's got him dead to rights as well. Here he's at the bottom of the screen here.
Hey, coach needs some rest, man. Just for the record, man. Y'all give some good vibes to Coach T, man. That's all I can tell you, man. Shoot some good vibes to Coach T. That's all I can say.
Yeah,
love and respect, Coach T.
Man, this you see Jason Taylor. You see a little Max Crosby. He's just got to on this team. He's going to have to get hella comfortable with those hands in the dirt. I don't think he's got a shortcoming with his hands in the dirt, but I think he's got to get more used to it.
I like how he uses his lateral agility as well, Nomad. If you notice, when he's got like this rep, for example, he knows he's outsized and it's goal line. So what does he do? He keeps the tackle's feet moving, keeps him going laterally. He can't get push.
He got him pointing low at his lower body and was able to use that leverage to get him off of him a little bit. I like how he did that. That offensive lineman, that was terrible fucking technique. Love and respect to Coach T. Appreciate that. I'll tell him, Patty. Or you can tell him.
It's just stopped playing it for some reason.
You need to reload it?
Yeah.
You mean take it down?
Give me a second, yeah.
Yeah, man. I can't wait to get off. When we get off of here, we're gonna keep going until this thing is over right here. But
there's a chance that the Bears come back in still. I mean, there is always that chance.
It's not crazy. Again, you and J2K know the caliber of some of these players that are still on the board available. I wouldn't be mad.
What am I? Fucking chopped meat?
You chop liver, not meat, specifically liver. It's I'm just saying it's cost effective to come back in. It's not big money.
We're good to go.
All right.
Again, so you can see him there. He's listed because he gets a sack and 2 tackles for a loss in this game.
Bellissimo, what do you think his chances are of getting snaps early, right away in the season?
Pass rush only downs, I think. Obvious pass rush downs only to start with, and special teams is probably where he's going to be. But it depends how much good weight he can put on in the off season.
Yeah.
So if you can put on 10 pounds of muscle, a little bit of heft.
I think Jacob Martin is going to be his problem unless we sign a guy in free agency after this.
Oh my God! You see what he just did to the tackle?
This just threw him. That dude was like the raccoons went through that garbage bag and everything. There was nothing left. It was just leaking stuff.
Watch 72. Goodbye.
Garbage bag.
Oh,
I almost want to say he tripped over something, but I don't think so.
No, he just sent him airborne and he made the sack. That's a sack.
The raccoons got him.
Let's check this again.
Trash bag, watch this.
Sit down, fat boy.
Oh yeah, he put him on the floor.
And then the form tackle.
Yo, he looks like my kid, bro. That's what my kid looks like when he plays.
Ooh. I think you know what's up. I'm gonna tell you something, Barrelissimo. I think guys, especially college guys, and I actually got to witness this firsthand with one of my guys, Ricky from Sussex, Virginia. Man, I'm not gonna tell you his whole government name, but he was one of these types of guys. But he was getting so much information. So much information was being given to him. Guys that played, guys that the coaches and the assistants do this, try this, do this, try that. And he got away from the fact that he's got 36, 37-inch arms and could put those paws on somebody with huge hands and use power. Just put those hands on them and just drive them. He didn't get that until like the third, probably 3 quarters into the season, my freshman year. And once he got that, man, he was absolutely dominant, man. Just put those hands out and drive.
Good coaching is like good golf coaching. And I know golf's probably not the right analogy, but when you have like swing thoughts, when you're thinking of what you're going to do on your golf swing, you only want 1 or 2 things in your head tops. You don't want any more than that. And that's it. And if you're someone who's developing, you don't want to be developing more than one thing at one time. Until you got that down pat, that's what you do. Until you got that technique down, that's what you do. And you keep doing that. If you try and give too much too soon, you'll have people in their own heads and they won't be able to do anything. So here is just spare man just dropping back.
I think Javon Dexter had that problem this year. He was trying to do too many things instead of trusting what he's God gifted with. And that's raw power. Use it.
Yeah, bull rush people. Look what happened.
But that's what happened when you get too much information and you're trying everything, trying all these tools. Get good at 1, 2 things and have a counter to both.
So this snap doesn't look like anything, but look how he takes the flat away. So the halfback, he goes with a halfback in man. That's a screen. I'm pretty sure that's meant to be a screen.
I think Chicago's gonna love this guy.
You reckon this is a screen to the left of the halfback?
He was playing the mesh. He was playing the mesh and making sure his key was to make sure nothing got outside of him on that.
Yeah, he set the edge and paid attention. He knows what he's doing in this position. That much I'll give him. He looks like somebody who's played. He's played the edge for a while. I'm not sure how many snaps he's had, but
so the thing is when you're the edge and you got the outside contain, if you win too easy on the outside, if you get no resistance at all, it's a trap.
You reckon QB?
It's a trap. It's a trap. So you've got to see what's coming. When he just goes away from you like that, and you see the halfback moving at pace, you better go with him, and he does.
He knew it was eye candy. I can tell by the way he was moving and looking back.
Yeah, he had his eyes squarely on the quarterback after maybe 2 steps.
You taught that to make sure that you can use your peripheral and know where you're supposed to be and how those leverages are supposed to be, making sure you got that inside covered, nothing gets outside of you, and watch where that ball is going. That's a skill set. That's a skill set.
I've got some coaching for you. See what you see, know what you see, do what you know.
Mm-hmm. And when you can do that fast and not have to think about it, that's when you've arrived in whatever defensive scheme you run.
Look at this where he just sits at the edge. Look, he sits at the edge because he knows he's going to get pulling guard and end. He made him look stupid. This is what I'm saying. His lateral agility is just too much for most guards and tackles.
Crazy athleticism.
You try and pull at him. Watch this. He just literally goes, "Ollie!"
Mm-hmm.
dudes on the ground.
So Barlissimo, I don't
Yeah.
know how much you've watched Buffalo's defensive front and what Eric Washington is going to bring to the table. But one thing that stuck out to me watching it was how versatile his fronts are. It's not like Flus when every play is going to be 4 guys with their hands in the dirt. He specializes in the team not knowing, the offense not knowing how many people are going to come after him. You're going to send 4, you're going to send 5, you're going to send 6. What are you doing here? But it was the ability to be able to be versatile and have guys standing up, not standing up, and that variation. I think Austin Booker fits into. So to me, I think this is more of a Eric Washington pick than it is a Flus.
So Washington, I mean, the thing that I like about what he does is he's very multiple. But I mean, when he gets his down lineman down, it can either everything looks the same, but it's all different. So they'll come up with the traditional sets, but then they'll run different stunts and twists, but they'll still be keeping the lanes. So you still get the stunts and twists and moves on the inside, but they'll still keep the gap integrity. Or you'll get a really funky alignment saying, okay, let's make you think. Let's see what you're going to do to react, because that's going to set up what I'm going to do in my response in the second half. So you tend to get that sort of stuff early, make them think, and then you'll get the stuff where it looks pretty vanilla, like 2-minute drills, 4-minute drills. It'll look pretty vanilla, but it's not. That's where it brings the more funky kind of pressure, that sort of thing.
That's what you want, man. You want to keep people off balance and not know exactly what they see.
Well, that's what they're trying to do to you on offense. Why not try and do it on defense? You know what I mean?
There's a reason why Buffalo is in the top in the league with their defensive front and pressures and sacks. There's a reason for that. That's not a fluke. We've got that on our team now. I just hate the fact that Flus is calling the plays.
So this is a all slant, so everyone just slants to one side. But again, what I want you to focus on is lateral agility. Watch how difficult it is for the tackle to get his hands on him and keep his hands on him. Watch the lateral agility here. You got me? No, you haven't got me. No, you haven't got me. No, you haven't got me. See how he keeps moving?
Yeah, he sheds the hands every time too.
Yeah, and he's very active with his hands.
Hey, Barlissimo, you know that offensive tackle is like, hey, man, be still, you slippery motherfucker.
Too right.
Oh.
Check him for Vaseline.
He is pretty slick.
At the end of Vaseline, he's got his in pockets to put on the ass of the tackle he's going up against. He's lubing him up. I'm gonna fuck you all day, pal. That's what you say to him. What's the Vaseline for? Oh, you'll find out. Sorry, it was a bit of prison talk there for you. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh man,
look at this. Watching the ball.
I mean, look at that.
Yo, I thought he was burned.
Watching
I thought he was dead to rights there.
You know what I said about that lateral agility? Tackle thinks I've got him pinned here. Oh, he took the inside. Yeah, perfect. Oh shit, where the hell's he gone? All right, okay. Yeah. Sorry, dude.
One thing about a 3-4, when you're a 3-4 edge rusher, I don't know what this call is exactly, but apparently it was rush if the opportunity presents, but keep your eye on the ball in case the ball comes your way. And so you got to do both. The intent is to get there, but if you need to settle down and rush under control, then this provides you another opportunity to make a play here.
4-3 generally, the first thing for D-line is get upfield in your gap. So that's it. Is the first thought is get upfield, cross the line of scrimmage, and that's what you tend to see. Again, he's the read man there. So you see how they all slanted, and then they brought the linebacker pressure, and he replaces the linebacker. So he's got the versatility. What you get is you get linebacker fire, and he replaces with one of the safeties.
Mm-hmm.
So this is complex. Sorry, it's this safety and him that replace because the linebackers are coming. That's actually really complex defense.
Yeah, I was thinking it was a double A gap blitz, but they kind of stunted on the way in.
Yeah, I mean they got him pretty good on that. That's actually really. This is actually sort of cover. In fact, it's cover 1, isn't it? So it looks like cover 2 initially here, but what we're actually getting is he's dropping, he's coming up. We're sending all of these dudes that side. That's the one high, and then everyone else is man.
Yeah, these different defenses are getting real exotic, man. Forcing the offense's hand. Man, you know. Go ahead, Bellissimo.
No, I was just saying there's a lot to like in that. I mean, it's the patience and selling what you're doing.
Ooh, 165, Rasheen Ali, running back from Marshall. This dude is a player, man. 165, Rasheen Ali, running back from Marshall. Man, he's going to bring a different dynamic to that offense that they don't have right now.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about hits on this play. He's got outside contain, but watch the effort. Just to stay in it. Yeah, I've got nothing to the outside. Let's chase it down. And then put some stink on it. So this looks like it's actually head up over the tight end. No, he's on the inside. Sorry, he's on the tackle, isn't he? Look at that disengage there. I know this is the opposite side of the field.
His arms are freakishly long, man.
Yeah. So it's the opposite side of the field. He's not going to make a play, but watch the disengage here. He gets stalemated, but then watch him disengage with them long arms. It's just a push-pull. You see him disengage and then just breaks it. It's that suddenness of movement. That's why he wins. Both laterally and sort of linear. Again, he's got no business getting out there to cover that.
Pretty disciplined, man, for a kid that age.
Yeah, I mean, 21, just turned 21 in December.
A lot of guys I know that play that spot, man, they get so eager to get those stats, man. They get all out of sorts, man. This guy is pretty disciplined. He's maintaining his assignment.
Well, most young DNs is see car, chase car, isn't it? And that's what you get.
Like puppies. He's very disciplined, man. Very mature. I could say that. Don't underestimate that. The maturity at his assignment, man. It takes a while sometimes to get guys just to do the little things he's doing right here.
I'll tell you what. This tells me his vision is excellent. He sees this motion coming from the backside. He's watching the QB. Watching the QB. What's the QB watching? QB's watching that. He's going that way. Watch him get his eyes on this. As the motion comes, most people wouldn't see this. You see where his head's at now?
He's ready for it.
His body's going that way. His head's here. He's like, has he got it? Has he got it? Has he got it? No, he's not. QB's got it.
Movement.
Okay, I've got a guard and a tight end pulling towards me.
Waiting for the mesh.
You see, just again, he just makes the pull. It's really not fair on a pulling guard to try and expect him to hit him in space. It's just not going to happen.
This dude's a steal, man.
He's smart. He's smart.
He's smart.
Definitely got his head on right.
He knows what he's doing.
You'll see it here. I mean, you'll see this motion come across here, this jet motion. You see him looking over. He's looking at the QB, looking at the halfback, looking at the QB. Motion comes. Eyes are on the motion. Okay. Wide. He hasn't got it. Okay, guard coming towards me. They just made him look absolutely stupid.
In these kinds of concepts, you just got to trust what everybody else is doing. You got to trust everybody else will take care of their assignment. All I got to do is focus on mine. I know what technique I got to play, what leverage, and you can see him executing it damn near flawlessly every play.
Well, the guard thinks I've got a wham here. I'm pulling. I've got a wham. I'm going to kill him on the outside. I'm going to make him look stupid. See him decelerate because he knows he's got to decelerate. If he comes at full speed, he's not even going to get near him. But he decelerates. And it's just as soon as he drops his head, he's past him into the hole. You know, and whilst you might not make the tackle, your buddy does that's on the outside. It just made him look absolutely stupid on that pull.
Kansas has some that, you think of Kansas, the University of Kansas as KU, rather, Kansas University, as a basketball school. But lately, I'm telling you, man, if you haven't watched Kansas's team, man, they are chock full of studs. They are chock full of studs, and this is just one of them.
He makes a tackle on this.
Gail Sayers.
They had a ball watching his film, man.
They're thinking.
Welcome in, Rajneesh Omar. Welcome in, bro. Good to see you, man. Our guy Plank's in the chat talking about Hard Knocks. What do you guys think? You guys think we're gonna see some Bears on Hard Knocks this time around? Because I couldn't possibly think of a better time to do this thing.
Yeah, do it this year because we don't want it for our Super Bowl run next year.
That's right. Well said, sir. Well said. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Chris Cook is thanking you for sharing the film.
You like what you're watching here? I do.
Yes.
Look at that tackles on him. Disengage, make the tackle. That's a linebacker's. This is the linebacker's gap. Again, there's a lot of other places where they'll talk about tape and how they know the tape, and and it doesn't lie and stuff, and it's true, it doesn't lie. But there's also stories that don't necessarily get told. This is not his responsibility. His responsibility is not this gap. A gap is defensive tackle, and then this side is linebacker, B gap. Here's his C gap. That's the responsibilities. So B is there, C is here, C is here. Those are the gap responsibilities. He should not be making a tackle in this gap. It's this dude's responsibility.
Can I point out another quick nugget? If you can rewind that back to how he was standing there. So one of the things, we ran a 4.3 in when I was in college and in high school, but watching film, you get taught at that position, like your position, the way your body posture should be the same, whether you're attacking line of scrimmage or you're going after the quarterback. There should be no indication that you're going to do either or the other. And I've been noticing that the whole time. Every now and again, I can see him get a little bit high when he's thinking something else, but he's pretty disciplined. He'll get better at all of that moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think they show inside leg up. If you notice, both the outside guys show inside leg up, so it's obviously the way they're coached. But he's got no business making this tackle here. That's his responsibility. I mean, he's in the bloody C gap, for crying out loud. Defensive tackle's in the C gap. And he cuts under the defensive tackle through the A. Who's making the tackle?
And he won the leverage battle. Is what he did. He just won.
He shouldn't be anywhere near that though. He shouldn't be able to make that tackle. Oh god, he's got the QB running. He's dead. Oh, and it's the ball. Oh, he nearly picked it off. Holy shit.
You see how quick he closed on him?
Watch what he does to the tackle, because the tackle he's on him too quick for the tackle to get his hands up. He's got his hands there. There's that push pull. He's outside, and then away he goes.
I think I
remember.
And then the closing. This. I think I remember this. And this, do you remember? It was a couple of games that Montez Sweat played this year. And one of the things that he was in similar situation, but over on this side of the ball, closest to us. And when he closed on some guys, man, I think it surprised the quarterback how fast he closed that ground. And I'm seeing the same thing right here. I think I saw this before. It might be a play that I was studying 2 or 3 times, but how fast he closed ground on this quarterback was impressive.
Well, look at that body position, setting the edge. Looks inside, back outside. You see he's trying to be held, getting his hands off him.
Mm-hmm.
Hands are off. Okay, now I'm free, can't hold me. Now it's chasing QB time. There's those freaky long arms.
Closed ground. Look at, he just ate up that ground, man. It was just before he knew it, had a chance to do anything, he was right there on top of him.
Yeah, that is a fumble because QB doesn't even get his arm fully back.
That was impressive.
He nearly caught that.
That might be the most
Yeah,
impressive thing he did so far, in my opinion, is how fast he closed ground.
Again, playing the tight end to the outside. This shows you he's a tape guy. This shows you he's a tape kid.
He made sure that cat couldn't slip on him.
Yeah, that's a flanker. He knows he's going to the outside with the running back coming the same side. Keep keeping the width. Okay, you can't do it. Oh my God!
Oh, look at that speed, man. He's
run that one again, Barrelissimo. Let's do that one again.
Yeah, I'll just run it at full speed.
sees it, gone.
Did it all the right way and then closed on him. Did it all the right way, leverage wise and alignment wise. He did. I mean, that's absolutely perfect the way you draw it up.
Yeah, I think they got called for a hold against him on this as well.
Kept everything inside of him so that the linebackers can clean up, and he chased it all down. Don't give anybody the outside angle. He did his job to the extreme. Great pursuit. You're right, Illy. Great pursuit, man. This dude closes on people.
And he's got another tackle. Yeah, they got all this funky motion, this orbit motion here to try and you know what it's for, don't you? It's show pony stuff. So what do? You just stay in your position. Wait, read. Okay, now I need to go. Okay, this guy's in my way. That I should be dead to rights. No. And then makes him go as he cuts back. And look at his adjustment, his agility on the fly here.
Hey, one of my coaches when I was in college, Barry Leeson, used to tell the hairdresser, let nobody inside but your mama. And your mama out here. Period. Let nobody get inside on you.
Look at that. Look at the closing speed.
Well, outside, I meant. Oh, my bad. J2K took off on us? Or is he still
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just watching.
Man, guys.
Again, there's a disengage. Push engage.
So J2K was just saying FGB, they took a great safety. Who do you think Green Bay
a second safety?
I think it
Cam Kinchins?
This might be 3 on this draft, but
no, it's 3 safeties, isn't it?
I think it's 3 safeties. Who do you think they picked? Nomad?
I'm not sure. I haven't been looking. Probably
Kinchins.
Probably Dominic Hampton.
No, Kitchen's already gone. It's Katan Oladapo, one of my favorite guys in this draft. Mid to late round.
I'm telling you, man. When you got a built team and you can add layers, that's what Green Bay is doing. They know they're built. Now they're getting depth.
How'd you love this? I think I'll call this the last play, and I better go and do stuff for the wife. But again, look at the effort here. Oh, we got it all walled off. Look, no, you haven't.
It comes back for.
I want to see that.
They had how many blockers out there? They got 5 O-linemen against 2 DBs, and then the guy who makes the tackles here, the D end. 5 O-linemen against 2 DBs, and then they get 4 yards.
He's got good speed. Great speed.
Right, I'm going to have to call it there, guys, and I'm going to have to go down and grovel to the wife and treat her right and put a bath on for her and all the rest of it. And
I got to do that later on tonight, and I don't know what time are we doing this? What time is the draft tomorrow? Anybody know what time
it's over with?
It's it.
It's over today. Today's the last day.
Oh, today's the last day.
Yeah.
And thank you, Barrelissimo. I know you've got family stuff going on, and you're giving us your time and your insight and all that. So thank Mrs. Barrelissimo from all of us, and we appreciate your time, man.
I shall do. Thank you.
Appreciate you to no ends, Bear.
No, you're welcome, guys. Have a good one.
All right, man.
Take care.
Thanks, George. Thanks to the missus as well.
care.
Cheers.
Will do.
And then before we get off of Austin Booker, I found some highlights on Twitter where he's going against Jordan Morgan, Green Bay's first round draft pick, a tackle. So he wins with a power move, puts Morgan on his ass. Then he wins with a long arm, puts him on his ass again. And then he comes back a third time with a spin move inside and just puts him in a blender. And Jordan Morgan, he is a really technically sound offensive lineman. And to see someone as raw as Austin Booker is to be doing this at the Senior Bowl against a technically sound, experienced offensive tackle, it
First-round
speaks to volumes of how good Austin Booker is.
Wait until he grows into that frame. I mean, he's pretty good. He does some really good stuff now, but when he grows into that frame and gets that grown man strength, I mean, he's gonna bring a dynamic that we didn't have, to the field now. But as he matures, his body matures. I mean, just Lord, he's a steal.
Yeah, and he looks skinny, but you have to understand, sometimes these players, they look skinny because of other reasons than they're actually skinny. He's 6'5", 250. And he looks skinny because at 6'5", he doesn't look like he's got massive, muscle or weight on him. I mean, he's got the frame to add another 15 pounds easily. And if he can maintain his explosion and his fluidity, his quick feet, he's already got the hand usage. And I mean, we saw in this breakdown how intelligent he plays. I mean, this is a layer cake of so many positive things for a raw prospect.
I saw so many good things, little things that he was doing technique wise. I mean, just leverage wise. And he's, how you, J2K, you can see a guy that's got long levers and not really. It's like, okay, I got long arms. What's the big deal? No, he's got long arms and knows what to do with them, and uses them in a way that really gives himself an advantage. And so, one interesting thing I would want to know, I bet Montez Sweat was about 10 pounds heavier than him coming out of college, maybe 10, 15 pounds heavier. If anybody wanted to ever check and see what weight Montez Sweat was coming out of college, I bet it wouldn't be all that much different. Jordan Travis, the Jets just took him. I love that pick for them. I thought he was he be honest with you, man, I thought he was the best quarterback in college. And if he had been healthy, I think they would have won the championship.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, I think Jordan Travis is very underrated. I think people get too caught up with arm strength and height and all these kind of things. When the guy played, he was balling, man. And he was dropping the ball. He was dropping dimes.
I mean, his highlights are incredible to watch, man. You ever catch a moment to really, really check a guy out? You talking about an underrated guy, man. This guy is probably more underrated than them all.
Yeah, and when I watch college QBs, I really like to just watch the game and see how it progresses, see how it feels. There's so many nuances you don't get in just highlights and stuff. I mean, every time he played, it was just, smart play after smart play, good passes. There wasn't a lot to get frustrated with, and especially down in distance, timing of the game. He has a great feel for the overall game as it's played out.
Blank just gave us some good information. He said Montez was 245 in college. Can you imagine that, looking at Montez Sweat right now?
Right. He grew into his frame for sure.
245. What is he now? 270, 275? At least 270. I'm going to say 265, 270.
Sounds about right.
Wow. This dude's you draft for projection, right? You draft for what he's got right now, but you also draft for projection. How far do you see this guy going up? What's his ceiling? You know, and so I mean, he's got the like J2K was saying. You know, he's sitting there wearing 250 at 6'6", and the strength that he carries with him is not always obvious when you look at him. But trust and believe me, if he's carrying 250, he's all lean muscle. He's all lean muscle.
And he's got the right coach to get all the ability out of him.
And Montez Sweat, just a quick FYI, he dropped in the draft because of medical concerns that later came out to be a false positive on an injury, or they thought there was an injury there, something wrong with him that came out to be completely false. And everybody believed the medicals at the time, and that's actually why he dropped into the later first round. He would have gone a lot higher if that didn't come out.
J2K, I'm glad you mentioned that because I had a shout out that I had pegged for Chris Ballard. Shout out to the GM of the Indianapolis Colts, Chris Ballard. Remember that conversation we were having in here yesterday when they were talking about wondering why Adonai Mitchell was dropping in the draft kits? And somebody mentioned that he might have had some character concerns or something that was thrown out there. Remember that?
Chris was saying something. Yeah, Chris was saying something about character concerns with him. He's still on the board, I think, man.
No, he went to Indy. He went to Indy in the third.
Ballard, and what I said behind what Chris said was, you know, maybe it was an agent that he didn't sign with, or agent or two that he didn't pick as his choice that decided to smear him. And so what Chris Ballard, if you guys haven't seen that footage of Chris Ballard defending Adonai Mitchell, I've got nothing but respect for Chris Ballard now. You know, he's the opposition, but the way he stood up for Adonai Mitchell and his character, and the fact that you got a young 20-year-old that may or may not have done something silly in his life, or a couple of things silly in his life, like that's uncommon for a 20-something-year-old. In the way Chris Ballard stood on all 10 toes for that guy, I couldn't do nothing but take my hat off for it. You want to check it out? Just Google Chris Ballard stands up for Adonai Mitchell. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
And what I think the story was that came out there, I don't think it was so much off field. It was actually on field, which is interesting because you can see that he got frustrated when the ball wasn't going to him, or if he knew that the ball wasn't going to him in that play, he wouldn't run the route as crisp, or he wouldn't have that hustle. And so I think that the issue with him, and I saw it, I had a lot of question marks on his commitment on play to play. So I think that's what was the concern about him. But sometimes, you know, these wide receivers, you know, they want the ball because they believe they're very talented. And you actually want that as a trait. You know, you don't want a guy who's like, yeah, let everybody else get the ball. You get that Terrell Owens who's like, give me the ball. You want Caleb Williams, put the ball in my hands. You want that confidence.
Right. Man, you know what, man? Before we carry on, man, let's take a quick station ID right quick.
Hey, you Nomaniacs, don't forget to follow all the Nomad Network content. Find us on Facebook.
Nomad Live. Nomad at Night.
And I am Alpha in the kitchen.
And to all the most popular podcast streaming platforms like Amazon, Spotify, and Apple Music. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Excuse me. What up, Trip?
Mr. Nomad, your excuse, sir. What up, Mr. Brian, J2K, my peoples.
Triple R in the building.
I didn't
Hey,
think you were gonna make it for a minute there, man. But hey, well, I'm glad you came, man.
Yeah, I had a previous engagement with some help with some of my homies, and yeah, and but hey, from what I can tell, the power of polls is compelling people. It's like he flipped them up when he was like a punter, and Trenton Gill was like, "Where's my dog?" So I can kick the shit out of it, and then he followed up with like a position in
Jack
need,
Black Anchorman.
you know, and so it's like, you know, hey, power polls is compelling. Let's go.
Hey, I was looking at that intro, and I was reading Brian. And I was like, "Is this his first time seeing this?" As soon as he seen Beatrice and she cut one, man, he was busting up in the background, man. Is that your first time seeing it?
Oh no,
Oh,
no,
okay.
I got a thing for Beatrice.
Oh,
Ooh, big and chocolatey. I feel
Hey,
you.
kids, I'm gonna be back and forth, man, because I got stuff going on outside my house, man. I just quarterback for 1 minute.
all right. Hey,
Uh-oh.
like, y'all, Triple R, good to have you back. What do you think now, dog? I know that Jack Black punter kick or punter pick must have kind of thrown you a little bit sideways, man. We were cussing ryanpoles left, right, and center.
It's like, man, it's like interior offensive line, defensive end, something. There's guys on the board, but we take a punter when we got one under contract who wasn't horrible. I mean, he was horrible.
He was horrible.
Was he horrible?
Yeah,
what was his average? Like 45 yards or something?
It was
38.
Oh, that's
38.
Okay, that is shit. Okay, understood. But I mean, it's like when you use a pick on a punter, it's like, okay. But hey, they got the spreadsheets, they got the roster, they know what they're doing, and they cooking. Let the power of polls compel you. Let the power of polls compel you.
Yeah, it's funny that so quickly we all lost faith with that punter pick, and then Poles just grabs us and pulls right back into church.
Right. It's like, oh, we're done in the draft. It's like, oh no, Bears are on the clock. Wait, what?
Yeah.
It's like that. It's like that encore, right? It's like that encore song at your favorite concert by a favorite band. So like, I'm just gonna throw Red Hot Chili Peppers out there because they did it to me. They caught me with Under the Bridge. I was leaving. I went to, you know what I'm saying? I went to the show. Everything's great show. I'm leaving. Me and the wife are like, yo, we gotta get the hell out of here before traffic really kicks us into you know what. So let's go. And we're at the front door, and all of a sudden you hear the beginning Under the Bridge, and it's like, you know what? There's no way I'm leaving here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not leaving here now. I can't leave. I had to get back. So now I'm fighting people to get back to the front row of that track. Anyways, that's what it was like. It was like we're all leaving, but hey, the goods are still yet to come. Here's the goods. Boom. Yo, we got everything for Christmas this year, brother. Everything. Got all the goods, all the treats. Got sweets, stockings rocking. You know what I'm saying? We got the Nintendo 64, Xbox, whatever it is that you're talking about for Christmas.
Well, but then also, and then when we took the punter, you know, we got the underwear and the socks.
That's what I'm saying. The stockings is full. The stockings are full. You got underwear and stockings. Except Nomad, we didn't get the socks for real. We didn't change up the socks. We'll see what he does about the socks.
Is he
and really quick,
with the socks and these colors? What the hell?
Man,
really quick, shout out to Plank. He's the truest Bear fan. I appreciate you, brother. I think he's got to head out. He's just saying hi to all of us, and always appreciate you being in the chat, Plank. Always good to talk to you. Always good to see you. Thank you.
Very grown man Christmas, Plank.
Plank, Mrs. Plank, love you both, man. Y'all have a great day, man, and thank you for being here with us.
Bye, she Plank. Hope you love the picks, because I do. And I think you're right there, Plankster. I think Hard Knocks is the next thing that's up for the Bears. I hope it is. I honestly hope it is. I know how much George McCaskey hates this as an idea, but I don't think there's been a better time to do this in Chicago.
Well, something that I think that people haven't really given credit for or recognition to is how President Warren has come in here in 1 year And it was like Arlington Heights, Ted Phillip. Yeah. How much? No, not all that. We're going to holler at this mayor of Chicago. We're going to do some things. And we're going to either set up something nice on the lakefront, or we're going to create more leverage for Arlington Heights. And, so he's doing his thing. And so with that said, if this is the modern world, Caleb Williams sold the most jerseys out of any athlete ever, the night he was drafted. So if that, ratings view is there, President Warren is going to be like, yo, check this out. This is 2024, my bro. We're going to have to do this hard knocks thing, and we're going to build this and do this and woo. So, I think a lot of that could be coming because, the McCaskies is kind of like, it's a whole new world. Go and do y'all thing.
So, you're right, though. They could generate a lot of coin. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could generate a lot of money off of that show by way of merchandising, if that's really sort of what you're alluding to. They can make a lot of money.
All of that. Right. It's not just the merchandising. It's the eyes on and the cult of personality that sports and pop culture is nowadays, which is more money on top of that.
100%. Real talk.
Man.
That'd be brilliant.
Man, I don't know. Were you able to hear the rant I went off on when we grabbed that punter? Did you hear any of that, Trip?
I did not, but it's so frustrating because it's like the punter, we don't know him, like all these kids, not to him specifically, but in my older age, it's like, sometimes you're watching TV and it's a commercial and it's a sad commercial. And at the end, it's like, the fuck? Am I crying? And then it's like you see some of the raw emotion is like they've worked all their lives, they're getting drafted, and it's like, yay! But then the teams that they're going to, it's like, who the fuck is this kid? And it's like, oh. So it's like on draft day, it's kind of like I try not to get like too like pissed off because you never know, the kid could be a Hall of Famer one day. But then if they ever like look at draft coverage, like, oh, I got drafted to Chicago. Let me see what the content creators think about me. And it's like, oh shit. Oh, they hating on me like that. So did you go on a rant like that, Nomad, where he'd be like, oh, I'm gonna see this dude on the street. It's on.
No, Poles might have tried to run from me on the street.
So he was talking about Poles, right? So he was talking about
in the grocery store, I would say. He was gonna throw rotten tomatoes at Poles in the grocery store. He had problems with Ryan Poles, but me and J2K, I got to throw it out to J2K there. We made sure to put the disclaimer out there that look, we're not talking about the player at all. Like the player might be a gangster, and J2K kind of stepped up again and said, look, he's easily the best punter in this draft class.
Blue chip
punter, right?
Like and for the last few years too.
So Ramon Martin, if you want to read Ramon Martin, Ramon Martin, you're going to turn people's your less than nuanced Bears fan brain into scrambled eggs, man. But go ahead if you want to describe that, kid.
Sure. You have to consider the possibility of our offense driving the ball much further every possession now. If we stall the drive out, a precise punt within the 20 sets out our defense up for success.
It's a team game. 3 phases.
Ramon Martin is exactly right.
Yes.
Go ahead, Trip.
3 phases. I'm just signifying 3 phases. Team game. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's where we are. At the end of the day, it's not the player. It's got nothing to do with the player. I think the player will be extremely successful. I think he's a huge upgrade from where we were by way of Trenton Gill. Again, I like how it's. I can't wait to listen to Ryan Poles later today, because I was like, oh, we're going to roast him. That's where we were. He's getting roasted tonight on in his presser for sure. You do. You picked a punter, and he's gonna come on and be like, yeah, I picked a punter, but I had that extra pick in my back pocket, so I just wanted to see what you guys would say. Do you still love me? The Tupac. Do you still love me?
So what happened once you went on that little emotional expression after the punter pick, and then all of a sudden the Bills were on the clock? Then it was like, no, the Bears on the clock. What was your reaction?
Oh yeah. No, we didn't even notice. We were still going off until we finally kind of recognized, oh snap, the Bears are picking. Oh, here comes our defensive end. He's coming. The edge rusher's coming.
Oh, hell
And
no.
ladies and gentlemen, Austin Booker is a Chicago Bear.
Oh,
I
hell
love
no.
it.
B yourself is saying Caleb's talking shit. He texted him saying you won't be punting much.
No,
You talking
Caleb
that
is-
shit.
He's a cocky son, a little cocky so and so.
I like it. I like it. Talk shit. Talk that shit there.
That's
Got to
what
back
I'm
it
saying.
up though. Got to back it up though.
Talk that shit there.
Welcome to Chicago, but we won't be kicking the ball all that often, and that's fine as long as we have the number one guy to do it. I really hope Pat McAfee gives this kid a little bit of shine on the show this week. I think he should. I think you're missing a massive opportunity, Pat McAfee, if you don't do it. If you're watching, bring Tory Taylor on the McAfee show.
What, he's a punter lover. He's a punter. They would have to show that love.
How's he not gonna
That's
do
what I'm
that?
trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. He'd be missing a huge opportunity. Really give an actual high caliber. Then this is why punters should be drafted in the 4th or earlier type show. I can't have a show like that because we just spent the past hour.
Hey, I guess Caleb said, man, you're gonna be over there making sure the goddamn heaters on the sidelines working. You ain't punting shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Make sure the heaters are
That's
working.
keep talk, rookie. I
Keep
want to
your
see.
fingers
I want to see it on the field, rookie. That's what I'm talking about. If I was in the locker room, that's exactly what I'd be telling him. You talking a lot of shit on Twitter. I want to see that shit. I can't wait for the camps, man, because there's gonna be some competitive shit going on out there, and I like it. They need to press his ass. They need to put all the pressure on him in practice so that in the games it looks easy. Our practices in college were worse than the damn games, probably double worse as a game, man, because we pushed each other so hard in practice that the game was easy. We knew the film, we knew what they wanted to do against us. We just had dominant players on offense, man. And so games were easy for us, and that's what you want on this level. Make practice so hard for that dude that games is easy. That's what I want to see.
I just want to see him walk out there like Pat McAfee / Conor McGregor. That's it. Walk on and off the field like that. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That's all I want to say. I don't care if he's a good kicker or not. I just kind of want to see him.
Damn, Ant-Man saying,
That
hey,
Vince
Taylor's
McMahon
gonna be better
walk.
than Taylor,
That's all I want to see,
Pat
man.
McAfee at J2K.
What's that? Sorry.
Is Taylor going to be better than Pat McAfee?
McAfee, he was really good. I would expect Taylor to be in that conversation in the next couple years for sure.
Okay.
All right.
Oi.
I really did like McAfee. I really liked how he played, and so I mean that to me that is very, very high praise to say that he is in the same conversation of McAfee. Absolutely.
Well, like what is that? Illinois Jones just put up a comment that said that what did it say? Taylor had a pretty high RAS score for a punter. I got to ask you, J2K, from this year's 3-4 draft picks, how's that RAS thing going with Poles' history?
Very well. Absolutely. There isn't anybody out in this draft, including the punter, which is wild, including the punter, that does not have a fantastic RAS score. Now, I don't think Caleb ever got a RAS score, but Caleb's Caleb, right? That's different. And he's a quarterback, so it's not really what you're looking at RAS score for. But yeah, Adunze, awesome RAS score. Catan, exceptional RAS score. Our punter, this kid, I mean, he's 6'4", 230, and he comes from Australian rules football. The guy knows how to tackle, which is great. He's going to be an extra defender in special teams, punts. And then Austin Booker, yeah, he's off the charts, RAS score. 6'5", 250, extremely long arms, huge wingspan, great fluidity, long speed. He's just raw. That's about it. Needs to put some weight on.
Okay, so between the defensive end and the tackle, their arm length, Greg Gabriel's probably spooging all over himself.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I love is the arm length is absolutely there. And you look at arm length, I mean, on the outside looking in, you look at that as a percentage of success. Because guys just who have short arms, they just rarely have success if you're just looking at a statistic analytical base. So I get it. But at the same time, you heard last year that Flus said that, we teach to arm length. The way they teach just the fundamentals of everything is based off of having long arms.
Mm-hmm. Barrelissimo, what you sent me, I don't see it. I'm typing in the chat right now. I don't see it. Why don't you send it to Nomad Live Pod 2023, and we'll see if kids can grab it, because I don't see it in my DM. My phone is late as fuck. That's that Android shit going on. But put it in our email, and we'll see if kids can grab it up.
Don't be hating on Androids.
I got an Android, man. I gotta get my game up, man.
There ain't nothing wrong with Android.
Hey, man, when you got a Mac computer and everything is running on Mac.
Well, that's different.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing with Mac, you got to have a Mac computer, you got to have Mac chargers, you got to have Mac outlets, and then every year when you upgrade, you got to change all of that stuff. Android, same stuff.
Yeah, with the Apple phone, you can also AirDrop everything to your Mac, which is pretty awesome. No wires. Someone sends you something on your phone, boom, it's in your laptop, a second later.
Convenience, I get it.
You can't have a Mac and an Android phone, bro. That's
that's not compatible.
You're slipping, bro.
What'd you think about this? Amaggi, this is the tackle we just grabbed. Said in the interview, protecting Caleb, he said he won't get touched behind me. I promise.
You know what we didn't talk about with Kieran?
Oh.
Kieran's from Chicago, y'all.
That's what she said, man.
There's tweets out there with him saying,
Trips know where Hinsdale South is at. Shit.
Release the rest of their O-line.
Trips know
thank you. Release the entire Bears offensive line.
Where's Hinsdale South? Trips, tell them where it's at.
This is a quote from Kieran in 2020, during the 2020 season. There's another quote of him, bear down for life. 2020 season. Yo, I'm already hyped that the kid's coming to Chicago. He's coming back home. Hey, man, I'm one guy I'm not really particularly worried about at all. Kieran's going to play well. He's going to do very well.
I got another story for you guys in a second.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. But Kieran, is he battling? Obviously, he's going to battle Braxton, but is he like maybe they're projecting him like a Tevin Jenkins replacement or a Nate Davis, or like, is he going to be specifically a left tackle, or is it going to have some line versatility?
Oh, he's playing left tackle.
Left tackle.
I think he's left tackle, and whoever wins that competition battle may be slid to that guard position you just sort of highlighted, and then they can make a decision on whether you extend to Tevin Jenkins, which I don't like. Injury history, question mark, talent. Sign him tomorrow. So I don't know what you know what I mean? I don't know what you do there. Nate Davis, I'm not even going to question talent. I'm going to question the dollars and cents associated to the talent. So I would be more likely to find out. If I'm looking at the two guys, I would expect Nate Davis likely to move on because of the dollars and cents associated with his contract versus what we have with Tevin. You could then put those dollars and cents in Tevin's jeans and bring him back. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think Kieran's the swing tackle until he beats out Braxton, and Braxton's the swing. But really quick, it's a great story that I heard from Kieran is he met Eberflus on a golf field years ago. And he said to Eberflus, he said, one day I'm going to be a Chicago Bear. And Eberflus was like, oh, okay, he didn't know him at the time or anything. It's like, okay, nice to meet you. Awesome. Love the Bears. That's great. When Flus called Kieran, he brought that story up to Kieran and said, you remember meeting me on the golf course and you telling me that you're going to be a Chicago Bear? Well, welcome to Chicago.
Welcome to Chicago. That is a classic Bears draft phone call. That's awesome. I love that.
A lot of people want to know where's Where's Hinsdale South?
Oh, shit, Hinsdale is practically the west side.
Yeah, it is. It's, do it all. Just pointed it straight out. I didn't say it, man, because I wasn't sure totally, but I think that's just about right. West.
Well, I mean, it's like the border suburbs. Like north is Evanston. You know, on the west it's like Hinsdale, Oak Park. You know, where you can cross the street and be in a suburb, and out south. When you go to like to Evergreen Park and all of those. So it's practically the city, but it's not.
There's some good ass football over there. I know that.
Oh yeah, they athletes
played
over
against that shit, man. I know those motherfuckers can ball over there.
Well, a lot of the professional NBA players come from over in that side of town.
Okay, barely.
So they athletes for sure.
Did you check the email, kids?
I'm actually in there right now. I don't see nothing.
Just put it in the email. Let me put up the email. That's easier, Barlissimo, than me trying to take something from DM. Let me put it up there.
Well, maybe I can check the DM.
And when we say like be yourself, it's like I get, I'm from the city, but when people from the suburbs say they're from Chicago to other people, and then it's like somebody from Chicago be like, oh yeah, where are you from? They'd be like, Elk Grove Village. And it's like, well, Elk Grove Village ain't Chicago. It's Chicago metro area, but it ain't Chicago.
Thou shalt be pinned inside the 5-yard line. Suburb man, because Megatron said so.
Let me play that over. That just goes to tell you Android shit. I'm telling you, Barlissimo, I just got it like 3 seconds ago. So let me play it again. This is Barlissimo's DM to me. Hopefully you guys can hear it.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to listen to the verse of Punters 3:16. And it says, thou shalt be pinned inside the 5-yard line. And that's the line, because Legatron said so.
And that's the bottom line, because Legatron said so.
He better pin the shit out of those punts, man. And you're right, Smitty. I'm dealing with some Greg Gabriel shit. AOL. You got nailed. That's a shit. The Android. I'm telling you, man, they are delayed. I can't do spaces on Twitter because everybody else has these better phones. I just break up when I go on Twitter, man. I am not a happy guy when I go on Twitter. I have to write messages over and over again. I've got to get an iPhone, or I'm not going to be functioning the whole way.
Well, just generally on Twitter, and nobody's happy. So
it's just a bad space.
There's that.
Smitty said Greg Gabriel's got a rotary phone. Damn. His connection is horrible.
Oh, damn, wrong number. Got to start over.
I don't know if anybody in the podcast, is there anybody in the podcast business? And by the way, we're going to try to get Greg Gabriel on here in a couple of weeks. But is there anybody in the podcast business that has a worse connection than Greg Gabriel?
Me.
I was going to say he's sitting next to me, actually, on the other side. He might be.
Y'all about the same age, man.
Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah, they have the same.
I think he was a senior when I was a sophomore.
My man Smitty is listening while he's cutting the grass. You can still hear all this shit while you cutting the grass. You must have a battery powered mower like I do.
Noise canceling headphones.
Yeah, you got that. Yeah, man. Everything in Chicago, Ramon. Man, everything in Chicago, man. If you, Chicago stretches out so far, man. You know, it's
That's
all
who you are.
Right, like Tinley Park is not Chicago, but we get it. It's like, where are you from? Tinley Park, or where the fuck is that? By
Right.
Chicago. Oh, just say Chicago then, but it's not, but it is.
When I say Kankakee, nobody knows what the fuck that said, so I just say Chicago. Especially when you go out of town.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, a lot of, let me see.
Patty Laura, I'm so with you. I got a Samsung Galaxy S23. It works like a charm. I got no problems. Android, go. Mind you, I have no love. I have no love for anything Mac. Although I do keep an iPad just so I can, so I can dip into the Mac world if I ever really have to do it. I have.
So is that the one that the wife ain't got the password for?
You don't know, yeah, bro. No.
Hey, Trip, look at this. Look at this. Smitty said, "Nah, it's gas. I got them old school house speakers. Why?" I love to see some shit like that.
That's when you put the speakers in the window and like close the window down on it so it don't fall out. Then crank it up.
Start bumping.
Neighbors are going crazy.
Well, that's how they, used to do in the projects all night when there was like 200 different apartments doing that same thing, all listening to the different and the same shit, but different. Yeah. Good times. That's Shot Town, baby.
Man, there's some good players going off the board. Kamani Vidal, running back that I liked out of Troy, 5'7", 213, just went to Tennessee. Man, good running back right there. Man, some good players, man. I don't know that people give the rest of the draft the credit that it deserves, man. But I'm telling you, right, guys, right now, there's some players going off the board right now. It's going to be some absolute dogs. Absolutely.
Well, this is already the 6th round. So J2K, how many good prospects on your board are still available that might be UDFAs that you thought would get drafted?
Quite a few. I think once we get further into the 7th round, I'll kind of know more about the UDFAs. But yeah, I mean, there's still a ton of talent. Bo Lemur, inside offensive lineman, played some center. Malik Washington, Gabriel Murphy, Brendan Rice still there. Christian Mahogany, a guy who I thought we would be drafted much higher. Christian Boyd, a disruptive 3-tech.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Taj Washington, Gabe Hall is still there. Another guy I really like. Yeah, I mean, there definitely is some more talent to be had in this draft. And what's also wild is Kalen King, the cornerback from Penn State. Going into this season, he was considered a first-round draft pick, and he had a terrible year, a terrible Senior Bowl. He's just playing way too aggressive, way too handsy. He's just getting burned left and right. I don't know why he never settled down, but he really looked like a great prospect 2 years ago.
Illy Jones, man. Illy Jones is crazy. He said he had some house speakers wired up to his 88 Ford station.
Station was the shit when you could sit in the back and you would ride facing backwards, looking at the people, and then you got nothing but the exhaust smoke coming in. It was awesome.
He probably had that song. It's time for the percolator. It's time for the percolator. That's absolutely hilarious, man. That's absolutely hilarious. I could just picture that, man. I seen some pictures like that, man. That's hilarious, man. Damn, Jones. You doing it though, man. Oh,
I was listening to Kieran speak, our new left tackle, and if I wasn't watching the screen, I would have been like, why are they interviewing Braxton Jones? And then I was like, oh, that's a whole different dude.
That's his comparison, man. And when I looked at him, that's the first thing I thought until I looked at him from the waist down. You got more booty.
Hey, now.
Booty to the party.
No Diddy.
No Diddy, no doubt. Man, he said he loved taking it camping.
Pumping out the woods like giant. It's house. It's house. It's house. It's house.
You know what? This is true, man. It does look like Caleb is more comfortable in his own skin. He said, Leo Factor 1 says, I think Caleb looks more comfortable talking to the media than Fields, or more willing. He definitely seems more sure of himself. Yeah, no Diddy, man. I ain't on it. He's got all the traits, man. Cornelius, I think he's talking about Braxton Jones and Amaggi. The comp is Braxton Jones
with an anchor.
Some people say, what's the Jaguars left tackle? I forget his name. I think he's a tackle from Florida State. I just can't think of his name right off the top of my head. Damn it, man.
You got me.
Yeah, Caleb does have more media training. He does. I just hope it matches up with his words match up on the field, man. Nope. Justin was not cocky. That doesn't mean I like cocky. I'm cocky, man. I'm good with cocky. I'm very cocky, man. I'll tell you everything you need to know about me. I'm the first one that knows it, so why wouldn't I tell you?
I don't mind that in a quarterback though. Like, and it actually intrigues me a little bit. I kind of want him to be a bit I want him to be that quarterback who's the opposite of Jay Cutler, right? Jay Cutler had he had a way about him where it kind of seemed like he didn't care, as well, a little bit of an aloofness to him. I want this kid to come in here and be supremely confident, and when he's getting grief from the media, I want him to give the media grief. I want him to do the thing that nobody else has ever really done in Chicago and drive the media bloody crazy. And I think that'll be entertaining for everybody involved, except necessarily specifically the media members themselves. But I would love to see him just turn around and be like, you know what?
Shout out to Cornelius Squall. The left tackle I was talking about from Jacksonville is Cam Robinson. Shout out for that. That's exactly right. But go ahead, Trip.
You see, my apprehension with Williams was I didn't like the whole attitude when he skipped everything at the combine, but then still hung out, because he was so talented. And just that placing oneself above everybody else that's doing it, that you're going to be playing with and working with, is like, well, what the fuck, bro? But then it's like, all right, whatever, and it's like, if he wins, cool. But it's just something about the attitude and the things that him and his camp say that is like, there's going to be drama. There's going to be friction. And we know how Poles is with his checkbook and how he does things. And when in year 2.5 or 3, if Caleb is like, yeah, I want to be the highest paid dude right now, I'm sitting out. It's like, well, now there's drama. And it's just something about the drama aspect of it that still apprehends me. But other than that, hey, let's go.
I'm like, be yourself, man. A bunch of people skipped the combine, including Marvin Harrison. I think, man, listen, I think the combine, I think the Senior Bowl, the whatever other bowls they're doing out there, I think it just lends to more opportunity to hurt yourself. I think it's theatrics for people, fans of the game, that want to come in and watch these guys up close, isolated in a competitive.
But then let me ask you this, Nomad. On your team, if you are doing everything else that everybody on that team is doing, and then some asshole comes down and is like, nah, I ain't doing all that, how are you going to look at that dude?
Not really like nothing. That's his damn prerogative. I mean, if he got it like that, then you don't have to do it. Then you don't have to do it. Don't nobody want to get poked and prodded on, man. These dudes are touching every one of your body parts, checking for body fat and all types of shit, man. It's like you feel like I know people that went through it. I never went through it, but I know people that have. They felt like cattle, man.
I mean, but that's the process. That's what it is.
So let me touch this. Patty Laura is in the chat saying, seems arrogant. And I wish I could argue with you, Patty. But here's the thing. Like, arrogance is just an interesting concept, because the concept of arrogance is really rooted in whether you are or are not the guy. What if he's the guy, though? Then it's just confidence, and that's the opposite, right? Like that's the other side to the spectrum.
But even if he was the guy, putting yourself above everybody, saying you all have to do all this stuff. I'm so talented, I don't have to go through all these processes and things because I'm I'm www.imtheshit.com, and y'all is just in my world.
So you mean
Well,
like practice? We're talking about practice, right? So we're talking. I'm comparing him to Allen Iverson right now, right? So Allen Iverson in that situation is saying, bro, guy, I'm the man. I'm putting up 40, 50 points a game. Like, you got to be kidding me. And you want me here practicing with these jamokes? These guys need to practice. I can go party all night long, show up tomorrow, and still be putting up 40 or 50. So what are we talking about? Practice? Is that an arrogant statement? Yes, it is.
Here's my take on all this, you guys. So there's a fine line between confidence, like you love confidence, you hate arrogance, and there's a fine line. But what determines what is on the arrogant side versus the confident side is how you treat other people. And from what I've seen from Caleb Williams is that he treats his teammates and his coaches, his family, his friends, the people in his close circle with a ton of respect. So I see him on the confident side, not on the arrogant side. And I do believe from the interviews and his actions that he is going to be a very charismatic, outgoing, confident, but also respectful, conscientious person.
You know what, man? And let me say something. Patty Lord, Queen P saying, true, she loves confidence, man. Listen, a guy you hearing talking right now is my mother has been getting on me my whole life and calling me all kinds of cocky motherfuckers. And she apologized to me recently, man. She's just like, you and your confidence, man, you got that belief in yourself that, is rare. It's a rare trait. It's a rare trait that I believe 100%. It's the difference between faith and belief, in my opinion. I think faith is flimsy sometimes with most people. Everybody says they have faith, but when you have 100% belief in who you are and what you are, that's unbreakable. That's unbreakable. And for him to have that kind of confidence and belief in himself, I can't ever get mad at that. Ever. I hope it translates on the field, but him having it in himself, I hope it's not just words. I hope he actually believes what he says. You know what I mean? Because if it's that, then he can overcome any situation, any obstacle that comes before him. If it's not just words and he actually believes it, we got something special in our hands.
And I got to give a shout out to all the Nomadiacs on the Nomad Network who are hitting us up in the chat. Make sure you are liking, sharing, and subscribing, all that good stuff. But what was it? Mr. Mayhem has said you got to be humble, but humble and arrogance, those are like the flip sides of the same coin. You can't be both at the same time. You can. And then also, you can. There was also a comment that I dovetail was like something about the combine wasn't important or something to that nature. It's not about, my perspective is it's not about him doing the things at the combine. It's about him doing the things with the people that he's going to be sharing the locker rooms with, sharing the field with, doing the same things that everybody goes through. Because if everybody's paying those dues, and it's like, well, he's too talented to pay these dues. It's like, well, let me not block for this motherfucker on this play and see how talented he is. It's like, just those deep-seated things, because just think about in your own personal lives, not in a professional aspect like the NFL, but like if you were in a class in school and everybody got a piece of candy and you didn't get one, wouldn't you be kind of like, well, why don't I get one? As opposed to like, this is the opposite where everybody has to go through stuff, being poked and prodded and being in the underwear Olympics and like they're on the slave things is like, grabbing the handful and all that. And he's like, nah, I ain't got to do all that because my talent says otherwise. It's the same situation, but in reverse. He has to go through all that other stuff as well just to be part of the group. Once you elevate yourself to above everybody else, now you in a very, very precarious situation up there.
Stub Rock, hold on, Stub Rock, man, this gave us a shout out. Bills fan from Toronto here had this.
Yo, that's my guy. Yo, Stub Rock. Yo, Stubbs. That's my guy. What's up, Stubbs?
We love you, man. Appreciate you and welcome to the family, man.
What's
Go ahead.
up, Stubbs? Love it, brother. Yo, repping from Toronto. That's my guy. Me and Stubbs used to rock that microphone on some craziness back in the day. That's my guy. Love it, Stubbs.
Let's fucking go.
Love it, Stubbs. Let's go.
Oh, and thanks for Bates and that trade for them Bills, by the way. Good looks.
Mm-hmm. But
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
on that arrogance tip, man, it's gonna be interesting. There's another way of looking at it, and sort of to touch on what Nomad is talking about by way of the combine, etc. For Caleb not to take part of it, it could potentially make his stock normal, right? It could normalize the stock. This is why MHJ was like, you know what? Forget this. Look at my tape, like it, hate it. Tell me about it later on. The other way of looking at it is when you're a guy like Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy comes in, tears it up, crushes numbers, and now he's a first-round draft pick, whereas maybe he might have fallen out of the first round. So there's two ways of looking at it, right? Like if you're really hungry and you're trying to raise your stock, the combine and those bowl games are great to really add to what you're doing and improve your stock. For somebody who feels that they've done it already and are already there, you're lowering yourself, to be honest with you. So the Underwear Olympics is really an interesting thing. I'm kind of with you, Trip, because I think everybody should participate because it kind of negates the purpose of these events, right? Like it does. But end of the day, I can't blame him for not doing it because it might have made him look like he was part of the group of quarterbacks. He didn't want that. He wanted to be the upper echelon guy, that guy over and above the entire league, and he was picked like it.
I tell you this though, if he does this, well, he did this, and Marvin Harrison Jr. and any other player subsequently who's thinking about skipping any combine events, how long do you think before these owners make stuff mandatory? It's like you want to work in the NFL, you got to go through the combine or whatever process they set up for you. You think you that Billy Badass with all that NIL money, you ain't got to acquiesce to our rules. You might be young millionaires, but we're billionaires, and this is our league. So you follow our rules or take your ass to Canada with Mr. Clayton.
Let me say something, man. And this isn't to defend Caleb in one way or the other. I'm just gonna tell you, being ultimately confident, and the belief I got in me, and I especially when I was being an athlete, when you match it up with the work ethic, skill set. I'm talking about when you got that skill set, when you're gifted, you have that gift from the big man upstairs. Physically, you won the genetic lottery, and you can perform on the field. Match that up with the supreme confidence, and then put the work in. And then you put the work in, the film work, the work on the field, everything that you need to do to be an elite performer. You match all that up, and you put it out there on the field, and you feel like there's no comparison to what you do. That can tip over into the area of arrogance in some people's eyes. But sometimes it's not even that. It only turns into arrogance when you hear someone mouth it. So if I'm feeling that way inside and you hear it coming out of me, you see it, right? You see all of that I'm describing to you. You absolutely see it. But when I say it out of my mouth, now that's going to rub you the wrong way because I spoke on it, and it's just like, you cocky motherfucker, you.
Well, but it's the same thing on Sundays.
It's not true.
When you all are playing, when you all are playing during the games, and somebody makes a good play, and it's like, yeah, and you want to get in their face and stuff and do all the stuff, but then you have a bad play, and the guy that make the bad play on you talks it in your face. So you got to be able to talk it and take it.
I think he'll be fine in that department. I don't think he's weak like that, man. But I can definitely relate to the confidence that brims over in him, man. The confidence that brims over in that kid, I can definitely relate to. I was definitely that, but I put in the work. He sounds like he put in the work. Looks like he put in the work to match the gifts and the blessings. You know what I mean? And so, I think we got a hold of something special. And hopefully they put the right situation around this dude to make it all right, make him right.
And the cool thing is his family and dad are supportive but not in support of as the same way the Williams's dad was, Venus and Serena's, or the Jackson daddy was, because it doesn't look like he beats him or nothing. So this is a good thing. So if he's been bred for greatness, let's go.
Hey, J2K got something he want to say. Detroit just traded up for who?
For Wingo from LSU.
Makai Wingo.
Makai Wingo. That was a good trade up for this late in the draft.
Man, all I know is I'm like AC Adam. He's ours now. He's one of us now. You know, it's all about trying to build him up, keep him where he needs to be, man. But he's got definitely. When you set a high standard like that and you verbalize it, you're gonna have to stand. You have to stand behind it, and we'll be here to stand behind you if you can do it.
Right, but I'm not trying to disparage him or anything. It's just having a conversation about feelings, emotions, and all that. But it's like, remember, this is Chicago. If he talks all of that and don't produce, he's gonna get roasted.
All he needs to do, though, he just needs to produce.
Win. All he needs to do is win.
He can, and not only do I think he has the talent to do it, I've never seen a football team in Chicago look quite like this one, guys. Have you?
We got a blue chip punter.
The 85 Bears didn't look none like this. I'm just putting that out there. This is not what they look like. This is a completely different thing. And, come September, we might be watching some awesome offensive football for once.
Let's go. We don't need a punter, even though he's blue chip. Let's go.
It's new to everybody. It's new to everybody. This is new to everybody. We're in Virgin Frontier, man. We've never seen the offense on paper. All the offense on paper match what we're capable of doing on defense. What we know we can do on defense. I think we're going to be able to put up numbers. I think we can put up 30 points a game, 35 points a game, and we got defense to back us up, give us the ball extra times, put us in great field position. This is virgin territory. Nobody's ever seen a Chicago Bears team that felt like the offense can match what the defense brings to the table. If you can tell me that with a straight face, then I'm going to say you probably lived in a time where every helmet was leather and they was running into oak trees just practicing.
No, the answer to your question there is unfortunately like Mark Trestman Bears, and the defense went the opposite direction, right? So this has never happened where both sides both sides are almost equally ready and caliber to do some damage in the NFL. Let's go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that it's not since we had Cutler, Brandon Marshall, Alshon Jeffrey, Bennett, Forte, all on offense that we felt this good about an offense. But just like you said, Keds, the defense was going downhill at that time, and this defense is going uphill, and we've got a ton of youth on offense.
So basically, you're saying they waited too long to make that move with a stout defense like they had. They should have done that before they were going downhill by that time.
Well, yeah, Lovie Smith's defense was aging, and he never quite figured out the offense. Offense just never got rolling completely. So then he got fired. Trestman came in, and we pumped a bunch of assets, free agents and draft picks into our offense, but we didn't do that on defense. And then the defense just took a nosedive because you got, Lance Brigg in his last year. The guy's eating way too much chicken, and Urlacher's hips are glass at that point. And I mean, just the whole, it was such a poor business moves, to be honest, that, you just pump all these resources on one side when the other side is dying. And this is why I love what Poles is doing, is because, he's building these resources up slowly, smartly. He's not wasting draft picks on trading for a quarterback, right? Like the draft picks we traded for Cutler, and then we spent a bunch of money on Marshall and Bennett, and we spent draft picks on Forte, which, I love Forte, and he was a good draft pick, but it was too many assets thrown into one place.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we finally have balance, guys. This is the thing we've been missing. It's always been an over investment on one side of the ball or the other, right? That's really what we've been dealing with. Poles came in flushed out the massive contractual case scenario and financials on the defense, reestablished it, and now is filled out an offense where he still has a fair amount of cap space to do something else if he really wants to do it. Let's just put that out there too. If he wants to make some kind of other weird going to the playoffs, we're going deep splash, he can pull that trigger, guys. So I'm ready to go. I don't know about the rest of you guys. I'm ready. Let's do this let's do the damn thing, guys. Let's do the thing. Let's go.
Come on, man. If there's anybody in this chat listening or watching or a part of this show, man, please get the likes. Get the likes up, man. Please get the likes up. If you haven't, please go ahead and hit the like if you do nothing else. But subscribe if you really want to show us some love. We would really appreciate that, man. We're trying to get over the 2,000 threshold, and we're trying our ass off. And I think we're putting out some damn good content while we're trying to do it. We're just having fun out here, and you get to watch a live podcast instead of the shit that we would be talking about in the green room if we weren't live. You get to watch it live today. And so it's just, we would be having these general conversations. This is true barbershop shit right here. But yeah, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. If you do nothing else, hit the like button, man. We'd appreciate it.
And thanks for liking and subscribing there, Stubbs, man. Big ups to you, dog. Big ups to you. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
And do it all. It's not about the combine or skipping it. It's about skipping the process that everybody goes through. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking to the chat live.
No, I'm with you.
Appreciate the love, Stub. We need it. We need some of that. We need everybody to start doing that, man. Send the link to their friends. Let everybody know who we are and what we're trying to do. Because if you're enjoying the show and you like what we're putting out, somebody's going to like it out there. So do them a favor and send them the content, man. We would really appreciate that.
And where was Stub from? Money Earning Mount Vernon?
No, he's in T Dizzle, man. He's in the dot, as we call it in Canada, as the rest of the world calls it. What do they call it? T dot Toronto.
Frankenstein.
I heard nothing but good stuff about Toronto, man. It's like one of the best places to go, and if you want to go have a good time and hang out, say Toronto is a beautiful place to be.
Ain't nothing wrong with Toronto, man. Great food, great people, pretty decent atmosphere across the board, as long as it ain't winter.
Hey, I can deal with a little snow and wind and cold, man.
No, you don't want it.
I ain't no punk. I can handle that.
If you think it's bad in the Illinois area, yeah.
I can handle a little cold snow, and man, that don't bother me, man. I'll go out there and fire up a fucking grill right in the middle of a blizzard. I don't give a fuck. If I want a steak or a burger bad enough, I'll make it work.
That's some real Canadian stuff right there, bro. I'll just tell you that's what we do. We just do that, and it isn't even like a thing we tell people. We just out there grilling in -40. But hey, you know, is what it is.
How you guys feel about New England just drafting Joe Milton?
Ooh. Who was the first quarterback they got?
Drake May.
They got some insurance because they wasn't sure about that motherfucker, or would they have drafted Joe Milton?
2 rookies. Wow.
They got back to the war room and said, you know what? We might have taken this guy too high.
Has that ever not worked out?
What?
Drafting multiple quarterbacks in a draft.
That is a recipe for some fuck uppery.
I disagree. It works.
Is that a word? Is that even a word?
Who wants it?
I would have went with fuckery. Fuckery is more so the actual word, but
no,
I'm with
uppery. Fuck uppery. You might have fucked up bad. And you
that's what fuckery means.
We took Rex Grossman, and then I think the next year we took Kyle Orton, right?
But actual same draft. So the first example I'm going to give you is RG3 Kirk Cousins. Definitely worked. Not saying but definitely worked for Kirk Cousins. There's another team who's done this recently.
What does that say to the quarterback that they drafted? Number three, right? That you go behind me and get a quarterback that's going to compete with me in training camp, and he might fucking outplay me. You didn't have that much confidence in me when you drafted me, but because you didn't want nobody else to get me, you were unsure. That's what that pick says to me. That whole scenario says they were unsure about what to do. And somebody got to them in the latter part after picking that guy and saying, I'm not sure about this guy. All right, let's go get somebody to back him up. And so I would say that the front office, somebody in the front office felt pretty good about Drake May. And I think Gerard Mayo said, I don't feel that good about Drake May. What are you going to do to make me feel better? Okay, we'll let you pick a guy later in the draft. And this is the answer.
If anything, it screams insurance policy.
Yes.
That's what it is. And this is what I'm saying. Like, has it ever not worked? Again, it definitely worked for Washington for all intents and purposes. I'm trying to think there's at least one other team that's done this and it worked out.
Probably Brady. No. That didn't happen at the same time. That didn't happen.
Who?
Brady and Bledsoe. That didn't happen at the same time.
I think they're a year apart.
Are they?
I think there's several years actually.
Yeah.
I think Bledsoe was in the league for a few years, like a good 3 years, and then Brady came.
Man, I love
Bledsoe nearly retired after he lost that job, and then he went to Dallas. And I know some backstory about Bledsoe. His heart was never actually in football. He didn't like playing football. He was just good at it. He said time and time again, I would rather be at my cabin hunting.
I'd rather be doing that right now in this podcast, but I'm loving doing it.
Right.
And number two, I don't have a fucking cabin. Y'all want to help me out?
Right? Cabin, that's some first world problems.
And Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, those were a year apart as well. If not 2 years.
Yeah, they weren't the same draft.
Right.
Damn, New England traded Bledsoe to Buffalo, and the Bills curse kicked me.
Hey, so how you feel?
My guy Stubbs knows where he went. He went to Buffalo, and it did not work out. I think Buffalo wound up moving off of Bledsoe and going with my guy, fellow Canadian Doug Flutie, shortly thereafter. But yeah.
Hey, if y'all are Atlanta fans, how are you feeling right now after paying Kirk Cousins all that money coming off an Achilles and then using your first round pick on the older guy who has injury history?
Or a better question, how the fuck is Kirk Cousins feeling?
Well, Kirk Cousins is feeling paid. I don't think he should care because he got guaranteed $100 million.
I actually like that pick. A lot of people don't, and they're giving Atlanta, a lot of grief over it. But first off, quarterbacks, being an older quarterbacks last a lot longer in the NFL. You could go 10, 15, even 20 years. So my concern isn't so much age. I think that Atlanta really just wanted to fix their quarterback position long term and not force a guy to start early. And Penix is kind of that perfect guy that the upside is enormous because he's got a cannon for an arm, but he does need to completely rework his throwing motion because everything is upper body. And you see that in his inaccuracy, that his feet aren't set. They're often a little too close together, and everything's just all rocket arm, upper body. Odunze bailing him out with those jump balls. So he really needs to retool his whole throwing motion, but he still has that arm strength, and he's got the size. So you give him a few years behind Kirk Cousins to develop, to switch all that, redo his technique, and then you've got a guy who can possibly be, a 10, 15-year starter with a cannon of an arm.
So here's some stuff about that. The first is the actual timeline and contract by way of Kirk Cousins. It makes things a little bit weird. Not to mention, we're talking about a first-round pick here that could have been put into or invested into a player that you're putting on the field to help you win, right? Like this is how I see it. The other end of it is, if you really want, like, I'm fully in agreement with the idea, and I brought this up a million times in the past, especially about Caleb Williams, is drafting a quarterback and sitting them, giving them the opportunity to figure things out. But you don't sign a quarterback for 4 years that's basically going to, like, a guaranteed contract that's going to run concurrently with your draftee. You just, like, why would you do that? Because now
3 years
contract, or you're paying big money penalty just to play the kid.
It's 3 years, and then they have an out for that 4th year.
Well,
Okay,
3 years,
but, like,
so you got 2 years
still
left
big
on the
money.
deal?
Yeah, it's still big money, right? Like it's still big money associated. It's like the one thing that I'm gonna compare this to is like the thing that we. It's Mike Glenn. It's got Ryan Pace's names written all over it. It's Mike Glennon 2.0. It does. It's Mike Glennon 2.0. This makes the young man Mitch Trubisky. Difference being, I think, oh man, Kirk Cousins coming off of a major injury. Who's to say he's going to be Kirk Cousins of old in Atlanta? So maybe the kid doesn't even sit. Maybe he's forced out there and playing right away, and Kirk Cousins gets to sit on a bench and collect mad money.
Well, the 4th year, the cap hit, dead cap is $12.5 million in his 4th year, which is manageable for a quarterback you paid a bunch of money for. What I think, if I was a Falcon fan, so I'd say was nice is that they've got a quarterback they can win now with, and then they've got a quarterback in the range where they can win long term in the future. And we talk about how teams are forcing young quarterbacks in to start and ruining their careers because the team just isn't talented enough. Yet then we watch Jordan Love sit for 3 years, 4 years, and then become a good starter. So I do actually think they're doing it right, even though they're dumping a ton of assets into the quarterback position.
So J2K,
there's nothing really wrong with that. Like I think Kirk Cousins is, he's going to do a good job again, unless he has troubles coming off of that injury. Now you've got a bit of an insurance policy in that respect too, and that's just the same thing we were saying a minute ago.
He was injured early in the season or mid-season, so the time frame is actually fine for him.
It's a tough one.
Right? Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? What's his name? Kirk Cousins sitting on the sofa. I mean, on his love seat with a fireplace burning in front of him, with a furry ass chest with his shirt off and a gold chain, just throwing $100 bills in the fireplace. Like,
I don't want to, but with the shirt off,
you like that?
He's covering himself in coconut butter.
You like that?
I paint that the right way.
What kind of? Yeah, I can kind of see that.
You like that on the gold chain?
Man, Kirk Cousins and Chase Daniel should start some sort of club together. I'm not sure what it is, but these two dudes have been so paid. At least one is actually starting. Chase Daniels just made money forever, and he wasn't even playing football.
It gets to a point where Kirk Cousins is gonna be like, "Hey, Rook, why don't you go out there and handle my lightweight? Let me get that clipboard." Down.
Hey, Penix might have to slap the hell out of that dude by the time it's all said and done, man, because he's gonna play him like a wet food stamp, straight up.
That's hilarious.
You mean he's not gonna be a mentor and bring him under his wing?
No, if you were that, honestly, Trip, think about that for a second. If you were a multimillionaire, all right, just consider yourself a multimillionaire. Here comes this young guy, gun. You feel like you got 3-4 years left in you. And this quarterback's got to get on the field in 2 years. At least 2 years, at least if not one. We've got to get him on the field. We've got to get this kid on the field. Just imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And they're asking you, man, do everything you can to get this kid where he needs to be. Are you going to be a teammate? Or are you going to be furry chest Kirk Cousins in front of a fireplace with a gold chain on?
Well, according to the movie Training Day, when Steamin' Willie Beeman came in and old school wasn't really ready to give up them reins, it took a while for everybody to come together and gel as a team and get on the same page. So if they can do that, and Cousins is like, look, I'm the quarterback. I'm on the tail end of my career. I'm paid, whatever, kid. And Penix can be like, look, I might be a little older. I might be a little beat up, but I'm in the league. Fuck all y'all. I'm going to learn, and I'm going to be ready for if Cousins goes down.
You're going to learn today. You're going to learn today.
It's on. Now I'm getting the field, and I'm not giving it back kind of thing. So, I mean, I could see how that would work, but when you have defensive needs, when you have other needs on the team, to commit those resources to that one room, it's like, wow, that's definitely some Ryan Pace type shit.
Oh, I like this question right here. How does that same ideology apply to Pittsburgh with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields?
Well, come on now. Like,
It's a good question, though, man.
Things off, dollars and cents are what made that move the reality. The Pittsburgh Steelers have fleeced the entire league by way of quarterback contract. Okay, that's really all I have to say. They're paying Russell Wilson like $1 million in change, and they're basically paying peanuts for Justin Fields. Haven't even picked up his 5th-year option, so they have the express opportunity to watch these two guys play. First off, look at Russell Wilson and go, okay, does he have anything left in the tank? If he does, cool. We don't have to pick up Justin Fields' money at all. Insurance policy, right? Maybe they wind up playing Justin in some capacity alongside Russell Wilson. We'll see how receptive he is to that. But man, they fleeced the world, y'all. Like they did. And that's my only remaining beef with this whole thing is when did this all shake out? And why didn't we get more for the Justin Fields trade?
Well, and I wanted to bring up with Pittsburgh, that's a quality organization. Guys want to go there. Russell Wilson had his choice of a ton of teams to go to because he's making like $1.4 million this year. He had his choice. He could have gone somewhere else, and he chose Pittsburgh, right? He didn't need the money. He's got, Broncos are still paying him like $35 million. So he went there because it's a good organization. He can start day one. Fields gets traded there because that's Fields' preference. So that's what happens when you're a good organization. Players want to come to you, and you luck out like Pittsburgh lucked out.
Yeah. Mooney is in Atlanta like, what the fuck is going on around here, man? That B yourself said.
That's pretty funny.
Man,
he's blaming Ryan Pace again, all right? He's going, you brought me out here, bro. We don't even know who's throwing the football anymore.
Russell Wilson's 35 years old, man. He doesn't appear to be physically, but he's 35 years old. And I know age ain't nothing but a number, but no, I ain't gonna say that, man. Age
okay, Leah and R. Kelly.
Age will get your ass put in jail, man. Under that motherfucker if you ain't careful.
See Triple R's previous statement.
I didn't even hear him, man. I was in there.
I don't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind.
Man,
I probably should have known there would be at least one R. Kelly reference with Triple R on the show today. Thank you for coming out, Triple R. Thank you for coming out. That's great.
It feels good, man. I love having my brother back here, man. It feels normal, man, doesn't it?
It does indeed. It does.
I appreciate being on, and this is what, April, and we're spending our time, with these Bears, talking all this good shit, and they ain't gonna strap nothing up for several more months. No. So anytime, we can come together and talk about sports, talk about life, talk about other teams, and be respectful and share our opinions, and no matter how differing they may be, it's all love.
Yes, sir.
All the time, man. And you know what? I do love that move for Justin Fields, man. I think that's the perfect situation for him. The fact that Russell is 35 years old, you can still be a fan of Justin Fields and still believe on him. Ain't nobody gonna pull you over and give you no goddamn ticket on the side of the road and say you still a Justin Fields fan. Oh, I'm writing you a $2,000 ticket. Nope, ain't nobody gatekeeping that shit. You can still be a fan and still be a Bears fan, man. If you believed in them, that's fine, man. Don't listen to that bullshit people are talking. That conversation is over about whether or not Poles did or didn't do right by Justin. It's in the wind now, man. It's in the rear view, man. And so
yeah, and I appreciate the person in Fields. That's what I go back to. At the end of the day, football is football, life is life, and I think he's a good guy, and I'm glad and I'm happy for him.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
Oh yeah, my man Leo. My mind's telling me no, but my body. Yeah, I feel you. And my man, be yourself. He said that dude. Yeah, I'm that motherfucker.
making the goddamn sardine.
That was great. You finish reading it. Yeah, that's me. Forget it.
Are those raisins?
He might have cooked the goddamn raven.
There might have been some raisins.
There was raisins involved in a couple of those
There was a
dishes.
lot more sardines than I think we ever expected. But hey,
Hey,
You
Trip
know?
might have actually cooked some ravens, man. Like literally some ravens. He might have
Yeah,
fried.
hey, when
Fry them
like
suckers
the
up,
geese, when the geese be flying south for the winter and flying back north for the springtime, I got a slingshot. Don't be flying low.
Hey, B yourself said all this time he didn't know it was you.
Hey, I'm rolling incognito, but if you want to keep up with your boy, I'm at Sports Chicago Style. That's the YouTube channel. That's the Twitter, the Instagram, the Facebook, and also the .com. So, check your boy out, putting together a little team, and we doing a little something content creation-wise.
Yeah, and as a fan of Triple R and what he's putting out, I'm just gonna say this: no spoilers, but it is an experience to be had.
Like your boy.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm an
Like
experience.
my boy.
I got a federal charge waiting on Triple R, man. I got compromising video on him. He sent me a video of him grilling a bald eagle on his smoker. And so that's a federal crime. You cannot grill eagles. He got a bald eagle on a smoker, man.
It was Canadian eagle, not American. Canadian eagle.
you got eagles in Canada?
Not anymore.
You know,
Oh, that was great. Well played, bro.
hey, if you've never seen Shameless, man, there's one of the earlier episodes where a motherfucker had a bald eagle on a grill, and that shit was the most hilarious. Shameless, if you've never seen Shameless, it is probably the most descriptive visual of Chicago you can find on a. I know the Bear is good. Trip, you
That's
stop me.
terrible. Don't
Bear
do
is good. I'm talking about the areas and the places and the kind of what you see out there, man. Shameless shows it all, man. The South Side of Chicago is real, man. Shameless is a great show for the visual.
Yeah, Frank Gallagher is he's a special human being, so there is that as well.
That is gonna be one of my favorite shows I ever seen in my life. That was a goddamn shit show. I mean, it's like if the toilet flushed and it came out into your neighborhood, that was the Gallaghers.
You know what? It was an awesome show for me up until Debbie Gallagher became like a true Gallagher, and the world just stuck for her too. I don't know, man. I was like, oh, Debbie, you're so cute. You're a little girl. It'll be okay. You'll be the one Gallagher that the world doesn't destroy. Oops, I'm wrong. just went sideways for Debbie
Damn,
Gallagher.
spoiler alert. Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry. I just said it went sideways. I didn't say what happened to Debbie. I just said it went sideways. Hey, this life is a Gallagher.
I don't agree with that, Mayhem, man. I think it was good all the way through. I think there was a couple seasons here and there where you can tell some of the contract situations were getting a little testy. So you've seen more of this person, more of that person. You just didn't see enough of what you were looking for. And you probably say Fiona, she wasn't in part of the shows, and you want to see Fiona's ass and whatever she's got going on.
You know what? Fiona was like, for me, she was the worst part of the whole show. I don't know about everybody else. I thought she was annoying as all hell.
You like the crazy shit Carl was into, wasn't you?
Carl was gangster. Yeah, I like Carl. I like Lip. But
Trip, don't say it. I know you got some Ian Gallagher shit cooking in your damn head, and you're gonna say some crazy good. Ian Gallagher.
I'm aware of it, but I've never actually seen the show.
Oh, you never seen it? No.
But Frank is the ultimate, man. Frank should get an Emmy for every year he did that show. He should have.
That's the same guy that was in Fargo, right? The little squirrely car salesman guy.
I think Frank is that dude.
Is Frank in Fargo? Which season of Fargo?
The movie Fargo. The movie Fargo.
Oh,
the original
Fargo movie. Let me tell you in a second. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, William H. Macy, Jerry
William
London.
H. Macy. There you go.
Lundergarten, something like that.
Go hack the weeds in the neighbor's yard, bag them up, trip, and go sit down, get you some beer and some pizza, and start binging. That is a car wreck that happened every goddamn week, man. And it was absolutely amazing. It is the craziest shit, man. But it illustrated, how families have become broken, and and it's not isolated to people of color. That was a white family in the south side of Chicago that had an absolute upside down family, and it was just interesting to see that.
Well, being from the south side of Chicago and seeing white families, been there, seen that live.
Right. Not everybody knows what that looks like, man.
Well, it's funny, it's sad, it's funny, and then it's like angry and makes you just get away from me, and then it's like you can't look away.
Yeah.
Because it's like, look at them. Well, why they get roaches all on their thing and don't care? And it's like,
It's a tripped out show, man.
Is it done or is it still in production?
No, they finished it off. They finished it off a couple of years back.
How many seasons they got?
I think they almost had. I think it's like almost 10. It's a lot of seasons for Shameless.
So it's bingeable. Okay.
Season 11 seasons, dog. Holy smokes!
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Good. It's a good show. But like I say, Fiona, I thought the show got better after Fiona. Anyways, sorry, I'm spoiling stuff for you, bro.
But I enjoy actors that can, be dramatic, be comedic, like William H. Macy, like my man from Malcolm in the Middle, and
Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. They can ha 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 or be like, and it's like, that's cool. Entertainment, as they say.
Yeah, that's when you're dealing with a real actor, right? Like if you've got comedic chops and dramatic chops, you're a real dude. And there's not a lot of folks who can really say that they have both. And the two guys you just described do.
Remember Tom Hanks from Bosom Buddies?
I do. Yeah, you would never have thought he'd be the guy he is today. Like really, watching that show. Right, like nobody had thought, this guy's going to be a serious dramatic actor. No, he's a goofball. Who's this guy? Go figure, right? But there's a lot of them. Robin Williams, R.I.P. Rest his soul. There's more than you think. More than you would think.
Shit, even Denzel,
Mr. Mayhem. That part pissed me off. Frank's death pissed me off, man. Frank was just
man. What are you doing? I'm trying to save spoilers for Triple R so we can binge watch the show.
It's like now we know people are dying. No, but Denzel, he did a comedy in the one with Marky Mark when they was the FBI guy and that.
Sorry,
it's not comedy, but funny.
Then this is just absolutely ignorant, but I will admit it to the rest of the world here. Feel free to crucify me later. I refuse to watch anything that Mark Wahlberg is in.
Damn.
Yeah, and it has a lot. Mark Wahlberg. I hate Boston across the board. I hate all things Boston. That's just me. No fan of the Celtics. Although I will get Boston gets 4 passes from me. Larry Bird gets a pass because he's Larry Bird. New Edition gets a pass because they're New Edition.
What up, PJ?
I think that's about it. Everybody else is a problem.
Sweet.
Hey, PJ.
Caroline. Ba, ba, ba. Don't hurt me, kids. Don't hurt me.
I'm just saying. I refuse to watch anything with Mark Wahlberg in it. I'm not a fan. I will not do it.
Well, I mean, what does that emanate from? What did he do to you?
It's nothing. It's nothing personal, really. It's
just the Boston thing.
It's just Boston. It's just Boston. Again, Matt Damon is another guy that I will watch. I'll watch a Matt Damon movie. There's very specific things that I will watch that are Boston that I give passes to. I will not watch Matt Damon films. I will not watch Ben Affleck films. I do not like Boston things. I do not like them.
Baked beans, I am. He doesn't park the car by Harvard Yard.
I think I saw Cliff in there earlier. Shout out to Cliff too.
I just like Mark Wahlberg as well, Mr. Mayhem said. See, there you go. It is ridiculous. It is silly. People have clowned me for it. People have called me Boston racist. I'm not sure what that means, but I accepted the term.
But you know, Marky, he has that innocent. I'm kind of confused, but I know what I'm doing, and I'm sexy because I work out. But I'm an action star in a comedy, and I don't know how I'm famous.
Say hello to your mother for me.
Hey,
Say hello to your mother. Anyways,
PJ, PJ is asking me, Nomad, how do you like this draft? I love this draft. You should have been here when we grabbed that punter, though. That shit was absolutely epic. I went outside and I started busting windows in my own motherfucking house, man.
Nomad,
Sounded like you flipped
destroyed a grocery store. PJ, you missed it.
sounded like you flipped over the dining room table.
Yeah, dining room table
outside,
smash.
when you go outside and start busting your own fucking windows, you're pretty pissed off.
Tomatoes everywhere, bro. Everywhere.
It's the truth, man.
It was a
pissed off,
carnage.
man. I know y'all must have been live. What did you say when y'all grabbed them? PJ, what did you say? I know you had to react similarly.
It's the Rock Gurus from Boston?
Huh?
Is that facts?
Guru, yeah, he's from Boston.
Is
You
he
ain't know
really?
that? Yeah.
Ed OG, I know Ed OG is from
I
Boston.
know he moved to New York. I didn't realize he was a
Yeah,
regular.
he moved from Boston.
Okay, I didn't know that. Hey, all right. So like he clearly gets my bad. Thanks, Stubbs. Thanks, Stubbs.
R.I.P. Guru. R.I.P.
Yeah, R.I.P. Bro. There's one more little piece of Boston that I give a little bit of love to, but it's very few and far between. Let me be honest with you.
And you know, Ed OG, be a father to your child, no doubt.
Hey,
Yeah.
PJ, I almost went and committed suicide. I can't say it on YouTube. I almost went in there and slapped my mama, man. And I would have died after that, no doubt. That's about where I was at.
These ribs so good.
Slapped my mama. And she said, I told her that one time after she cooked something. I told her that one time. She said, I wish you would, motherfucker. You be dead that day. Yeah, I lost it, man. It was crazy.
Man, slap your mama.
So we're gonna have to get Chris to cut a couple of clips out of it. I lost my shit.
Have you ever had Boston baked beans? Those are delicious.
I've never had them. I will try the beans. I won't discriminate on food, but on
That's some shit.
human beings.
I hate everything about you except your dishes.
Nice to know you got standards.
Hey kids, Judah wants to know, man, what the fuck is that all about with Boston?
It has to do like Boston has always been the nemesis. Like I'm not sure what else to tell you, but I grew up as a Laker fan initially, as far as basketball is concerned. Hated the Celtics because of it. Who did we face? Right? Who did we face in the '85 Bears Super Bowl? We faced the New England Patriots. Again, Boston. Everything evil in this world, in some capacity,
The Red Sox.
side to Boston. That includes Ben Affleck. But let me give Ben Affleck a slight pass. Ben Affleck gets a slight pass because I think he actually did well as Batman. Took me a while. I hate all of his Batman movies. I can't blame him for that. I can't blame Ben Affleck for it.
He didn't belong behind that mask though, did he? At all.
Like I don't blame him. He did okay in the role, but those movies were the worst because DC decided to stop and go, hey, you know what we're gonna do for this film with you? We're going to roll 18 different stories together and then somehow tie it together because you two guys have this, your moms have the same name. That's what's gonna make this all make sense.
You know why it pisses me off?
Work.
Because I got a good friend from Boston, man. You know,
So even Stubbs Rocks is hating on the Bruins.
Hey, kids, when you go downstairs, you're gonna go and you need to get something out of the cabinet. You're gonna say, in the cabinet, I have seasonings. I have this. They go down and they get shit out of the cupboard. The cupboard. I said the cupboard, like Mother Hubbard in the what? And I'm just like, hold on, man. Y'all really say that over there? The cupboard. Not the cupboard, the cupboard.
And when you go in your office and you want a beverage, you go to the bubbler, not the water cooler, the bubbler.
The bubbler.
Because it goes
Good Will Hunting.
Oh man, so
that is a great movie. Good Will Hunting is a great fucking movie.
You know, and that's why that's why Matt Damon. See, I'm like amalgamating all of Boston into one. In any event, that's why Matt Damon gets a pass from me, because that movie's amazing. It's an amazing film. Ben Affleck's in the movie, but he's just like sort of like the jabroni, friend. And Casey Affleck is even worse.
He's only employed because of his last name.
Yes, this is true. So again, I have personal problems with all things. I think evil resides in Boston. That's just
if somebody looks at I don't know what reporter you follow. By now, they are probably leaking out from the Bears who they're reaching out to as far as UDFAs. If somebody wants to run that down, then
I'll take a peek, but I think we probably got about an hour before they really start doing that. We're still in the 6th round.
They're already doing it, trust me.
Are they?
You like apples? How you like them apples?
Mm-hmm. This is better if it hasn't leaked out yet.
Hey, J2K, how is your best looking going so far in this late round 6?
Still a few guys, man. Bo Lemur, still out there, center, guard. I don't think we need another edge. Gabriel Murphy was decent. Leonard Taylor, he had a bunch of hype going into the season, and he really fell off. He was someone I was expecting to play much better, and he is a good 3-tech fit. Brendan Rice is amazingly still out there. Christian Mahogany's still out there. I mean, I still see a lot of talent. Taj Washington, Gabe Hall, Charles Turner, another inside offensive lineman. Kingsley Guacon, another center interior offensive line. Brandon McGregor, edge from Michigan. So, yeah, I mean, there's still guys, but we're just finishing up the 6th round, or we got about 10 more picks in the 6th. So about 40, 50 more players might be taken. Mm-hmm. So I think at the end of the day, once the draft's over, I think we'll still have names for some UDFAs.
Mm-hmm. Some good names.
Yeah, some good names now, for sure.
Is there anybody on your board right now that you would be willing to trade up to try to get?
I think Bo Lemur would be a quality backup offensive lineman and may grow into a starting position. Christian Mahogany is another guy who I'm a little surprised dropped this far. And Brendan Rice, I would say he's another guy. I'm kind of 50-50 on the film with him. I think there's some serious upside, but there's some questionable aspects to his game. But just the bloodline alone, you would think, and the connection with Caleb, that, if we could move into the draft with the 7th round, a 6th round pick from next year or a 7th this year and pick up Braylon Trice, I'd do Brendan Rice. I'd do that in a heartbeat.
You know what? Some of the higher end talent, some of the people that he just got through describing there, you would have expected to be drafted. Probably some of them earlier, a lot earlier. Some of the guys that I'm thinking about, and I'm not gonna smudge anybody's name, but maybe some of them have some history of some more serious character concerns or some history that ain't sitting good with somebody's front office. It's got to be a few of them that's actually there and it's like, I didn't like what I heard from that police sergeant when he pulled him over and what was going on, what was in that car, or just anything that could be going on. Some of that shit is absolutely legit, but then you got to have certain things you hear. You got to take it with brush that off your shoulder. But some shit is absolutely real, and there's no reason for talent-wise why some of these guys are way down where they are.
And some of it's medicals too that we just don't know about.
Some of it, you're right.
You awake, Brian? You all right? What's going on over there?
Yeah. No, I'm listening to you guys and watching the TV, watching the draft.
Right on.
Yeah,
right
I'm
on.
still
Just checking
alive.
on you. Just checking on you. Just checking.
Thanks for your concern.
There's some guys that that's one thing I don't do too much research on is medical, man. If something sticks out to me when I go searching a guy, I'll look it up, but I'm not trying to be all in nobody's trying to see when the last time you had a fucking hangnail or anything like that. But some of these teams have to go do that type of diligence,
But I mean, look at almost one of the first defenders off the board with Liatu with the whole neck thing. It's like it was a thing, but maybe he, obviously he's all right, but he grew out of it, or they fixed it, or he matured over it. But it's always a thing, the medicals.
Hey, Mike Davison, it's always a tattletale in every goddamn group. It's always somebody that's gonna run their mouth and put some shit out there.
Well, I just took a peek there, bro. I've been trying to hunt it down. I don't see anything out there just yet, so I think we got a little bit of time, between now and UDFA listings. But by all means, we can speculate with J2K because there's just to throw things out there. You think Brendan Rice and or Taj Washington get picked up between now and the end of the 7th?
I would think so.
Me too.
I mean, I thought they were both 4th, 5th round prospects.
Who we talking about? Rice?
Oh, there goes
Brendan Rice.
To the damn man. Look, guys, like this division is like every time I turn to the left, the division gets the division gets tougher. So Christian Mahogany to Detroit Lions.
Because they just lost Ragnar, I believe.
Pick 2010. That's a great pick for them at guard. It's a great pick for them. No question.
Oh, man.
And what do you think? Are you happy or envious that Amon-Ra St. Brown at his paycheck?
I'm happy because that means there's less money to go to other places.
Nice. Because then up north, remember you got Justin Jefferson also. So, like this division and its wide receivers ain't no joke.
No, there's not much to joke about in this division at all, except for maybe Jared Goff. Maybe I'm dissing the guy right now, but he been to a Super Bowl, so I might as well shut up.
Yeah, and there's also a question of I do like Amon-Ra St. Brown, but Ben Johnson really does a good job scheming him open. And Ben Johnson's probably there for another year before he gets that head coach job. So that might be a lot of money dumped into a player that doesn't get schemed open as much as he currently is.
Wow.
And then Jordan Addison, as Leo Factor was saying, up there in Minnesota. Then you got the rookies from last year in Packerland with who did they get? Watson and
wow, forget Watson. He didn't even play, but Bo Melton out of the woodwork.
Yeah,
he's us left, right, and center in our last game. Right there's some,
and there was another one too.
Romeo Dobbs,
Watson,
and Reed for Michigan State.
Yeah, and Bo Melton. Like they've guys, it's all four of these teams have shored up offensive line, shored up defensive line. The rest of the league, me Nomad rest of that division, me Nomad were laughing about it. They've all bolstered their secondary. The second we picked up Romo Dunze and Caleb Williams, it was like safety, corner, safety. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this all shakes up, man. It's gonna be tight in that division, but good football, y'all. That's what it is. Good football. Hell
and
yeah.
even people like that scallywag Don Burke.
Yes. Oh, there's Don. There's Don. Ben Johnson laughs at Everflush.
The Everflush got rid of the kids call it the swag, the drip riz.
I hope you, Don Burr. I hope you got down there, man. I hope you got down there and got to enjoy some of the festivities in Detroit, man.
He wasn't laughing when we was on that ass. Both times.
Oh, yeah, and he won't be when we're on it again this season. He won't be. It'll be different things because I think the number of blue chippers is just about even now between those two teams, as in Chicago and Detroit. It's gonna be a fight. Ben Johnson fears Matt Eberflus, says Mr. Mayhem 60. Mr. Mayhem ain't having it. Trust me. It's
How long was it before we seen Don after that ass whooping?
It was a minute. It was like when you go to school after having to get a switch after you done did some shit, and they say, when you go to school, every time you sit down, you think about that. And it's like after that ass whooping, Don Burr was like, I can't go to no chats right now because my ass is still too sore.
Don, they found, didn't you hear? They found him on 8 Mile, but 4 months later, just working off a hangover.
What?
Oh yeah,
I'm
man.
glad he got clean. I'm glad he got clean.
That boy, he was walking around like he sat on a goddamn cactus.
Yeah, he didn't know what happened.
He said, my ass, I got diddied.
Oh man.
Hey, he said, what he say? He said what? He said,
pretty toys with no O-line. Guess what, Don? We got an O-line, bro. We got an O-line. I don't know what you're worried about.
Dog,
I'm glad you recognize we got toys, though.
You know what, Don?
Don's making friends in there with Stubbs. Stubbs, you can't make friends with Don Burr, Stubbs.
On paper, y'all look like a better team, but we got in y'all's. We was just like a bicycle with no seat on it. We got in y'all's ass.
Ooh. Oh shit.
Ooh. Like a bicycle with no seat on it. All in y'all.
Friends with Don Burr, Stubbs.
All in y'all motherfucking ass, boy. Don't talk shit. Don't come in here, Don. I'm feeling good right now, boy. I'm telling you, man, we was like that seat pole.
Hey, I'm looking at
I know.
What do you think is going on with Pittsburgh and Antonio Davis, Chase Claypool, Dante, the other wide receiver they got? Deontay, they get a lot of divas at wide receivers that like are gone real quick. What's going on over there?
Because here's the thing, though. So, and actually, Stub Rock.
You got to read it, kids.
Yeah, Stub Rock actually said this earlier on. There's only been 3 coaches in Pittsburgh. They've got stability. And what we found over the past, and I'm going to have to say it's probably like 15, maybe even 18 years now. Doesn't matter if you're a diva in Pittsburgh. You come in, they train you up, and you execute. If you don't, you're out of there. And that goes with Antonio Brown, Martavis Bryant. Like the list is really long for this, right? Like we're talking an extremely long list of wide receiver head cases that come into this team and either execute at a high level or see you later. Here we are again. Chase Claypool, same deal. Deontay Johnson, same deal. Don't be so, like, come on. Why didn't we draft Pickens, right? Because he's a head case, like specifically, and there he is in Pittsburgh.
Oh yeah, George Pickens
on Chase, man. I think here it was a little bit more layered. And I think Darnell Mooney ended up being a casualty of it too. And Darnell Mooney was the ultimate professional. You just didn't hear it from Darnell.
Well, but the thing is, Chase Claypool went to Miami and flamed out. Now he's in freaking Canada.
Well, he went
to.
So
hold on a second. I got to read this from Stub Rock because I'm just cluing into what Stub Rock is saying. Yo, kids, Don Burr been the resident troll on Full Blast Radio for years. Always coming in requested Chingy. So first of all, that's hilarious. Second of all, yes, Don Burr is the Bears. Every Bears podcaster's resident troll. He knows who he is. Stubbs, I gotta catch up with time.
He said Don Burr he going to do a tribe tribute on Twitch at 6.
Okay.
Oh, rest in peace, Fife Dog.
Okay.
Hey.
Yeah, Stubbs an OG, man. Stubbs, as far as the hip hop head is concerned, he's an OG hip hop. That's hilarious. I had no clue that Don is doing this in the baseball world too, right? You know what I'm saying? Now we're switching gears here. Don, you're a real one, bro.
Don, you know deep down we got stiff ass Jared Goff's number. You know we got his stiff ass number. And we're gonna have more pass rush to go after his ass this year.
Well, that's what we needed, right? That's why I was PO'd about the punter pick, right? And that's why I was upset, because the one thing you need to do with Jared Goff is get him off his game, hit him a couple of times, get him off his game, rattle his cage, and the game changes, right? Like, you guys had our number up until when we got some pressure on Goff. The second we got pressure on Goff, game flipped over. It was our game. The same answer goes for Jordan Love. We need to get to Jordan Love. Got to get to that kid. Rattle his cage. Same situation is going to pop off and occur, especially given the talent in our secondary. So now that we got another edge rusher, guys, that's all possible. I just need to see it on the field now.
He won't be dealing with rookie corners like he was last year either.
No, Jalen Johnson is going to be playing. He ain't hurt. Jalen Johnson's going to be playing, and he's going to be playing mad.
And beast ass Tyreek Stevenson, who's coming up.
That kid's amazing, right? He's real.
Don't sleep on Terrell Smith behind him.
I was just going to say, even Terrell Smith is not to be slept on. I will say he got a little bit exposed in that final game this past season, but again, given the amount of reps he had, give him a little bit of time. I think he's going to be on the come up for sure.
Hey, love, peace, and hair grease to the Queen P. If she's checking out right now, loved you for every second you was in here with us.
Thanks, Patty.
5 hours, 5.5 hours strong. Love you, Patty, man. Can't wait to see you next time.
That's so funny. I don't believe Stubbs recognized Don Burr from a whole other. That's so
a whole other genre.
Whole other genre of trolling. Don Burr, you're the OG troll, bro.
And I got to give a shout out to, who is it, AC? The game been missing Fife and the Tribe. Real quickly, since we got a little time before the draft, which is tick-tocking by, when I was hosting a radio show dedicated, at the time it was 6 Feet Under at Northwestern at WNUR, we had Tribe come in. No Q-tip. He stayed at the hotel. But Fife, who was under the weather because he had the sickle cell, and he didn't feel good. But DJ Third Rail spun all original vinyl, and he was playing all their old stuff that he didn't even know was out or was on vinyl. So they hung out the entire time, him, Ali Shaheed, from like midnight to 5 a.m. just chilling. And it was like he was just a very humble, down-to-earth, regular dude. But he was the Five dog, the 5-foot assassin. And it was like, yeah, so just real quick Fife story for all the hip-hop heads out there.
I'm there with you. I've actually hung out with him myself. I've hung out with Fife. Tribe came down to my city with they did a show with De La Soul and Souls of Mischief. So I got to hang out with
Rest in peace, Dave.
Yeah, it was a crazy, crazy show. Even better times hanging out with them. So I got to hang out with Fife, A+, Festo, Ali Shaheed was there. He kicked it with us. A couple more guys from Souls of Mission, but there's about 4 or 5 of us just hanging out, smoking and kicking it. The funniest part of the show for me is after the show we just went to this bar where they're doing an after party at another bar, but across the street is a restaurant. So we go to this restaurant to get a bite to eat, and where we sit down, we're sitting with De La Soul's one booth, behind, they're in the booth behind me. And I'm like, oh my God, we're sitting here with De La Soul. This is crazy. So this is nuts. We're just drinking coffee, messing around until we go into this bar. And I look over my shoulder. I'm like, man, Maceo he's ordered a hamburger, and he's just smacking ketchup, like getting every ounce of ketchup out of this bottle. Got a pile of ketchup on his burger like this, just a mountain of ketchup. I look over and I'm like, bro, dude, I like me some ketchup, man, but holy smokes, bro, that's some serious. It's okay. So I wasn't sure if you were with me at this time, Mike. All right, so Mike Stubbs was with me. Stubbs was with me. Anyhow, the ketchup was astronomical. It was crazy. So we start razzing them about it, and True Goy the Dove or Dave turns around and looks at Macy, goes man, I've been telling you about that ketchup, bro. You need to lay off the ketchup. So they start razzing him about this ketchup. And lo and behold, here comes the guys from Souls of Mischief with Fife Dog, and next thing you know, we're off just hanging out. It was actually a crazy night, man. Awesome night.
Nice.
Oh, AC Adam bumping that Canadian Cardinal official. I love it. Okay, all right. So he wasn't there, but our guy, who is basically the mayor of Toronto hip hop, Addy. And when I say the mayor of Toronto hip hop, Addy basically put Drake in a position where Drake could actually do shows. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
We talking hip hop. Let's not bring up Drake. We have a nice conversation.
I apologize.
But now let me ask you, since Toronto, like Frankenstein, the hip hop artist Frankenstein, you familiar with him from Canada?
So I've definitely heard this name. I'm trying to remember a song. I don't remember.
The rain is gone, the pain is gone. No matter what you do, the feeling's still strong. The rain is gone, the pain.
Mike would know. Mike Stubbs, Frankenstein. Like I believe he's a white dude.
The sound. I gotta look it up because I listen to this album all the time.
Yes, Frankenstein is a legend. Mike would know. Okay, like Stubbs would know. Stubbs is out there. Stubbs is from Toronto.
It's either Sound of Science or Science of Sound.
Black Rain. He's Italian. That's right. He's Italian. Yeah. Okay. I remember this. I remember him.
The Science of Sound. Just check that album out on YouTube. Just let it play, and you will get your vibe on.
Okay. All right. No, Stubbs is saying he's a legend, which is pretty crazy to say. Period. He is. Because
he's been doing that stuff for years. He does his own production, his own rhyming, he does his own everything. He's all independent.
Man, that's crazy.
All right, hey, you know what, man? Because it's a lot of people pondering about what will this offense look like. It's going to be whole shows we do in the near future about what we think this thing is going to look like. Coach was on here yesterday. Coach T was on here yesterday. Shout out to Coach T. He was talking about how I mentioned the fact that they probably will break the offense up into 4-quarter sections. So he's going to probably get right off the top, probably a quarter of the offense, and expect to learn that offense within four to 5 games, and then another quarter, and probably about the same time span or less. And here's what I think it's going to look like. I think it's going to look like what you saw in college at first. Mesh concept, shotgun, RPO, spread the offense out. And then as the season goes on and it gets colder, then you'll see a tall, hard implementation of those running backs and them handing that ball off and him under center, 12 and 13 personnel. I think that's what we're going to see in the very beginning to the mid part of the year. I think you'll see that. He'll be out there looking like he did in college until about the mid part of the year when it gets cold and your ground game really starts to work for you. That's the way I see it playing out until he gets acclimated to that call sheet and what they're asking him to do. They're going to fit stuff that he's been doing in at first while he's learning. That's the best way to really speed him up is to put him in shit that he knows, and then as he's learning the playbook, get ready to install more and more of that. That make any sense?
Yeah, I second that, Nomad. Absolutely. I think getting him comfortable with what he already knows and sprinkling that in early and then building off of that from there, that's pretty much the game plan.
Yeah, I mean, why would you do anything other than that unless you coming out with the plans on you might lose the first 4 or 5 games because you're trying to force this new system onto them. Instead of doing that, get them in shit that works for them.
And I also wonder how much of Waldron at the QB collective working with Caleb, they've already worked on some things that they didn't do in college, some things that are a little more pro NFL ready.
Be yourself just said it. The ball's coming out fast. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Get the ball out of his hands quick. Don't just neutralize the defense the best way you can. Neutralize the pass rush. That's the one given that we have with this quarterback that we didn't have with Justin Fields is the absolutely quickness of his release. That ball is out of his hand in a goddamn hurry. And so we didn't have that going for us last year. That quick game is really gonna give him opportunities to learn and grow because he doesn't have to really worry about, trying to read defenses, man. He's gonna be trying to do that on a pro level in a way that he didn't have to do it in the college level. And so that quick game, you are right, be yourself, man. That ball's going to come out fast early.
And then it also helps that, we have a crafty veteran, Keenan Allen, who knows how to get open, djmoore, who knows how to get open, Komet and Everett, who know how to work the middle of the field with a running game. So all of that adds up to, being able to put up some goddamn points, we all hope.
Yep. Maybe some extra time on that offensive line, right? Maybe some extra time for him too with that new tackle, with the changes to the offensive line, A at guard, B at center. I'm happy, guys. I think this can turn into something real, and I think it can turn into something real fast. Let's put a pin in it and a bit of a caveat. Let's just say it takes them 4 or 5 games to really acclimate and figure things out.
And I got a question for you guys.
What's that?
We were such a good running team the last 2 years under Getsy. We were, 1 and 2 in rushing. Now, sure, Field was a big part of that, but how much of that stays around with Waldron? Do we maintain that high end of yardage that we were getting under Getsy?
Well, we did.
What was Waldron's offense like last year? In Seattle, what was his running game like in Seattle?
Not
60-40, about 60-40. And 60 more pass than run. About like we were.
Yeah. His one knock as an OC is truly the run game. That's where he gets, his strikes against them. And we also have to factor in the fact that, again, we lost basically 1,000 yards a season in Justin Fields. Right, on the ground specifically, right?
But the hope is the generational Caleb Williams makes that up in the air.
I think he will make it up in the air without a question. But if we're asking the question, how does it affect the ground game? I think we're shy 1,000 yards on the ground.
If we make that up in the air as opposed to on the ground, I'm good as long as it gets made up.
Yep.
Well, we got can't forget we got Swift there the type of dynamic back that we didn't have all last year or the last couple of years, because Ebner never became the guy that they thought he was going to be, that dynamic jitterbug that they were looking for to really be effective in and out of the backfield. So, and there's ways that you can make up that 1,000 yards. I see 500, 600, 700 yards that they can make up that way. Maybe not 700, 600, maybe 500.
Yeah, and if you look back to like Matt Forte, he was such an all-purpose yardage guy. And so I'm thinking that Sweat is going to be kind of in that role where, he may not get 1,000 yards rushing, but he might tack on 600 in receiving or 500 in receiving.
Barrelissimo, it's 10:45. Where you are? You still hyped up?
Let's go, Barrelissimo. Bear down, baby. Bear down, baby.
But he's still hyped up for Leggett Draw.
Hey, we joke, but it's like if the more blue chips, the better. Maybe they're not blue chips, at the positions you want, but they're blue chips.
This is it. Like the fact of the matter is, if you're gonna draft a punter, he might as well be king of all punters. So if you're gonna get him at 122, and that's when you feel like you're gonna get the tippy top upper echelon guy to put that ball in the coffin's corner, do it. He did it. I'm with it. Wasn't with it a couple hours ago. Let's be real. Wasn't with it. But once you seal the deal with a defensive end, once you seal it with an edge rusher, chef's kiss.
Hey, Brian, you ever met that kid? You ever met that kid at school that nobody wanted to get around because his ass stink? It just stunk.
I was that kid.
He said he still is.
Very familiar with that.
That's about how we want to treat Poles before that last pick, man. He's just gonna be a stinking ass kid.
Oh,
like he's got shit on his shoe.
Yeah. Like I said, your rant made my day.
I was legit pissed off.
Brian was Tomatoes in the grocery store and everything.
I understood.
Jerome Munoz. Great effing draft, Jerome. I'm with it.
Yeah,
Bear
Jerome.
down, Jerome. Romy Rome. Let's go.
Yeah. Notorious TBG. Legatron, baby. Punt God, baby. Thunder from down under, baby.
Hey, hold on. Now, Punt God, that was last year, but he got to quit it. He got to quit it, so he might get a UDFA contract this year from that whole, his your dig.
Imagine what it would have been like had that last pick not happened, AC, if he hadn't moved up and got Austin Booker. It would have been, you know what? You know how the Bears fandom is, man. All the good that he did the first 3 picks, that would have went right out of the window.
Quick.
Right out of the window. And I know he must have, somebody in his PR department must have said, you know what? This ain't going over well, Ryan. You need to do something. You need to do something. Make these people happy, or they're going to put you in effigy about this shit. You grabbed the punter at 122, man. I'm telling you, that would have been bad. That would have been bad.
Wait, I'm looking at comments from Patty. I thought she left like an hour ago.
Don't worry about it. She came back now.
Come on, Patty, baby. And big up to Junior.
Patty is a resident, man. She don't get charged.
The Nomadiacs be representing. Y'all got over almost coming up on 2,000 subs and the likes and stuff. That's what's up. Nomad Network, y'all do that thing.
Keep it up. Keep it up, man. Patty, we love you, man. Whenever we on, I want to see you. If I don't see you, I don't think I'm feeling right, man. I might just turn this motherfucker off. If I don't see you,
ain't official.
You and Junior. If I don't see y'all, I might just turn this motherfucker off.
So here's one from Notorious TBG. Who are the 5 greatest punchers of all time? Taylor, and Taylor. Because he kicks hot fire, she says.
My side. Hey, I ain't done with that, man. I'm not done with that. Y'all ain't heard shit yet.
No matter his hosiery rants.
Hey, y'all ain't heard a damn thing, man.
In a protest out front of Hollis Hall about socks.
I'm gonna raise whole hell up in this motherfucker.
Well, hold on. I saw something on Twitter that they were doing the different uniforms for the teams, and there was like a polar bear version of all white helmet, with the white jersey and the white pants with the colored. What color socks would you like with that, sir?
They just need solid color socks. The stripes got to go, man.
Wait, now you say solid, like one color or like horizontal stripes or vertical stripes or no stripes?
No stripes at all. Solid colors like every average fucking 21st century team. Those socks are 100 goddamn years old, man. Put them bitches in a museum, bring them out for legacy games, do something. But goddamn, get rid of them motherfuckers, man.
He wants white socks with white stripes.
I'm tired of looking at them bitches, man. Excuse me. My bad. I shouldn't say that. That's a bad word to say on here. I'm absolutely tired of looking at those socks, man. Damn, I'm sick of them motherfuckers, man.
Well done, Triple R. Stir the pot. Get a crack in.
What's so hard about that?
Nomad gonna lose his mind.
Look at every team. Look at every team in the league, and they got solid socks, solid colored socks, and we the only team sitting around with striped motherfuckers, man. We too steep in history, man.
Very
specific. You gotta let go of history, like Ryan Poles said. I'm sick of everybody bringing up history. That shit's the past. And so is the motherfucking socks. Put them bitches in the museum. Them motherfuckers in the Smithsonian.
That's funny stuff right there. Like Ryan Poles said, that's what sick of everybody talking about history. Change the damn socks.
That shit got to go, man.
Wow.
I'm just tired of it, man.
Well done, Armando. Well done, Armando.
Junior, that is your fault, man. Damn you, man. I was done with that for the day, man. You started that shit again.
Right on, Junior. Right on, Junior.
The scrolls. Check it.
That's what they are, man.
Taylor's the mix
those are hockey
between
socks,
Pat
man.
McAfee and Crocodile Dundee. That's not a knife.
That's exactly
This is
what it
not.
looks like. Hockey
Crikey.
socks. Fuck, I'm tired of them socks, man.
Oh man.
The players be trying to hide those motherfuckers, rolling them down as far as they can past their ankles, just trying so people don't see them. These motherfuckers are clueless in that building, man. Nobody want no goddamn striped socks, man.
I want no goddamn cotton draws.
No, man. Like anybody wearing briefs still? Anybody still wearing briefs?
What's wrong with briefs?
Tidy whities.
Oh no, dog.
People aren't allowed to wear briefs anymore.
You cannot be doing that, man.
Why?
It better not be white, man.
I'm asking a general question.
You know what? I'm gonna stop the conversation right now for a trip. This might go left. This might
You
go.
said Fruit of the Looms. Fuck you.
That's the best way to go about it. That's the best way to go about it, Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, whatever it is, man.
Jerome. Because
man.
I'm free balling.
You can't be wearing briefs no more, man. Them not cool, man.
Oh man.
What's wrong with briefs? They
no,
too restrictive?
Dog, you got to get you some good quality boxes, and you might have to pay good money for them. I'm willing to pay good money for drawers, socks, and shoes because you got to have them on all the time. So briefs, that's dead, man. You got to get them up. I was you right now.
I'm not sure where like. Is the draft over, y'all? Is the draft
It's hot. It's too hot. I can't breathe.
We got a little bit further than I think.
Oh man, we got a little ways to go, man. We got a little ways to go. We got to do something, man.
Okay. All right, hold on. Okay, we got to have a palate cleanser. We're now in the 7th round, and I saw J2K's boy Bo go off the board. So how are we looking, J2K?
Let me get to the list. I mean, all right. I still shocked Brendan Rice is falling into the 7th round.
Who?
That's wild. Brendan Rice.
You shouldn't be, man. That dude cannot get off coverage, man. He separates so poorly.
No, yeah, and I agree, Nomad. There's stuff to his game that I did have questions, but there was also some stuff to his game that I did like. But overall, I'm still a little shocked. Leonard Taylor, the third, still there. A guy who I liked when I watched him, Trey Taylor, safety out of Air Force. Teams really went away from. I remember we had I think I brought him up in a conversation live one time. Teams really went away from him, so he was actually kind of a hard guy to grade. But when the ball did get to his vicinity, he was pretty on it. There's still some names. Taj Washington at USC, also not drafted. Gabe Hall. I mean, a lot of guys still similar names. Charles Turner. I mean, yeah, there's some guys who I still think can help us or be some UDFAs. Keith Randolph from Illinois.
Yeah.
Zion Tupuola Batui from Washington.
Yeah.
Cody Schrader, the running back from Mizzou. The Murphy brothers are still available from UCLA.
Now you see why I said the UDFA market is going to be absolute mwah.
Yeah, Dylan Holker from Colorado State, a tight end who I also liked, is still there. Isaiah Williams from Illinois, pretty good route runner, a little on the small size. Jalen Harrell from Michigan, still out there. And a guy I brought up in my mock offseason, Miles Cole from Texas Tech. He's got that length and size that I think Poles and Flus likes. So he's someone I'd look for. specifically as a UDFA. Bravian Span Ford from Minnesota, the tight end, more of a blocking guy. And there's other names that are kind of just names. Josh Proctor, safety, Ohio State. He kind of had an up and down career, but there was some stuff to like. Fabian Lovett from Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I still see guys, man.
Fabian Lovett. If you like Michael Hall, you will love Fabian Lovett.
Yeah. Garrett Greenfield, South Dakota State, the offensive tackle.
Did those the left tackle and left guard go from, was it Montana State or Boise? Or?
Oh yeah, South Dakota State. So he's the left tackle, Garrett Greenfield, and Mason McCormick was the left guard. McCormick went a lot earlier, but I actually discovered McCormick because of what I heard about Garrett Greenfield.
Man, and Louis Joyce, I'm gonna read his comment. A lot of pre-draft value still in the mix, but talent evaluations have fallen for so many of these talented prospects. I always felt like the whole time trying to project where these guys would go, it's almost the most impossible thing in the world, man. Because nobody can sit there and look at someone's draft board and say these guys are definitely going to be drafted. There's some guys that absolutely should be getting drafted, but they're not. Why? Because, things happened before and since they started to scout these guys. But, some of the evaluators, man, I heard people talking about getting Brendan Rice in the first and second round because they got so excited about him. Something he did, I guess, combine. Well, I don't know what it was, but people got so excited about him. And I'm just like, man, all you got to do is, that's where combines gets into the minds of people, watching this stuff from the outside. If you don't go take a look at the tape, you really don't know what you're looking at. You're looking at a measurable that is football 40 times and different shit like that, man. That's really not football. You watch the tape, that cat cannot get off. NFL DBs will eat his ass alive until his releases get better and he gets quicker off the ball. They will eat it. They will absolutely lock his ass up. And so until Jerry Rice himself said that about his own son. He's got to work on his release. That's exactly what he needs to do. Until then, he's going to get his ass locked up. I don't give a fuck how talented he is. And he's a physical specimen, no doubt. But he's going to get his ass eaten alive by NFL DB. Trust me when I tell you. You wouldn't have fear as a corner to guard him. Vertically, he might be able to get a step on you if you allow it. But other than that, man, he's not that much to worry about.
And then I also like some of these stories of guys. When you start following college football long enough, you see guys who there was a glimmer of a chance of being a star. So one kid specifically, Tyler Harrell, he played at Louisville Cardinals and he transferred to Alabama. And this is a kid who he's 6 foot and he runs like a 4.2 something, super speedster. And he had a pretty decent year at Louisville. But then he got injured in training camp, basically at Alabama, and couldn't get back on the field. And then he transferred to Miami, and then didn't have much of a year at Miami. And he's in this draft. But I mean, you want to talk about a kid that you never know with some of these guys who you get them into a training camp and they got that speed and that hands, and they just didn't get that chance in college, and they could come out of nowhere. But if you kind of follow along enough, you hear about these stories.
Excuse me, I'm writing something in the chat. Bellissimo messing with me, man.
Brendan Rice just went to the Chargers.
Of course he did.
Hey, that's a place where he's gonna. That's probably the best. Who's got the best release in football? Devontae Adams. If you need to learn to release, go play with the release king.
Oh, he's on the Raiders, though.
You said Raiders.
Wait a minute. Where are
the Chargers?
Oh.
Harbaugh.
I looked up and seen the Raiders on my TV. That's why I just went there in my head. Damn.
But, and we got the wide receiver coach from the Chargers when they blew that up. So, curious who Harbaugh ended up picking as his wide receiver coach, who's going to help those guys out.
He's going to be doing a lot of blocking, man.
Mm-hmm.
The big receiver, he's going to be in line blocking at times and all that kind of shit that frustrate receivers. There's your new Michael Crabtree, is it not?
Yeah,
they're
but Crabtree never got bodied like Brandon Rice gets bodied. Brendan Rice has the size, but he just doesn't show it.
Yeah, he's gonna have to learn how to use it because he will be blocking his ass off with playing with Jim Harbaugh.
What were you gonna say, Brian?
Oh, they're talking to polls right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I got my sound off. I don't know what they're saying, but
Is it a press conference or just a?
Let me see if I can turn it on.
It's like a NFL network interview.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
If you will just give me any kind of notes from it, man. Anything you hear, don't worry. Just tell me, Brian.
Well, like I said, I got the sound down, so I don't know what.
It'll all be on Twitter in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, by the time I get done farting around.
Channel 7 on ABC saying.
Yeah, that's the same feed as ESPN.
Yeah.
I wonder if he speaks to that punter and if he makes joke.
Wait,
like
somebody just turned it up.
Kids, you think we hear you. We don't hear you, man.
You muted, kids.
Sorry, my bad. I'm sitting here saying he's going to troll the whole Bears fandom across the board with this. I'm waiting for it, and I hope he does. I'll be very disappointed if he doesn't.
And he said, as soon as I picked him, I tuned into Nomad Network, and they was tripping.
Yeah, they're throwing. I'm telling you, they destroyed a grocery store.
I seen tomatoes, fucking butternut squash, all rotten coming at my hair.
House windows.
This dude was just punting like crazy in the grocery section.
Hey, just watch out for the kumquats.
Man, I'm throwing all that shit at him.
Is that how that's pronounced?
Kumquat?
That he can play on that. Kid, stop it.
After the kumquats, you got a passion fruit.
Sorry, I forgot who I was messing with.
Yes, I did.
Waiter, like, get a load of me.
Absolutely having me a bomb ass time this whole weekend. I think they heard me say that in the beginning and the opening, and I don't want y'all to think that's bullshit. I've absolutely had a blast this entire weekend, and I hope everybody has too. Put in a lot of work, put in a lot of hours, man, and we just here for you guys, man. Making sure that you guys got the coverage you want. We talk about the stuff in detail that you like, and we give you some humor and just a good time while we're doing it, man. I hope we've delivered for you guys, man. And that was just my goal, just to have a good time. And it looked like exactly what it looks like on the screen behind us. A goddamn party. And I think we accomplished that, man. And I'm so fucking happy for that, man. I just hope everybody had a good time as much as I did.
I did too. It's been fun.
Yeah.
Trying to find that presser. I found it, but I don't think I'm going to pull it up. There's a 14-minute
it's already
presser
over with.
about an hour ago. And then there's a couple of clips.
And by the way, we'll be doing Nomad at Night tomorrow at your regular time, 8 p.m. Central. We'll be doing Nomad at Night tomorrow at 8 p.m. Central. We'll be doing a little wrap-up show of sorts, just to finish up the draft, talk about everybody. And we'll bring some people on, hopefully, as well. And then Monday and the following week, we're trying to get back to regular schedule. Hell, I would like to have a couple of days off, but y'all might crucify me for that. We're going to try to get back to regular schedule, which is Monday and Friday, Nomad Live at 3 p.m. Central. And then Tuesday through Thursday, we do it at 1 p.m. Central. We're going to try to get back to normal scheduling, permitting nothing crazy happens between now and then. But we're gonna try to get back to the normal schedule. It's been crazy, and I ain't gonna lie to you. I feel like we can take a 2-week vacation right now after all this.
Yeah, and tune in tomorrow night because we should have a pretty good list of UDFAs that we have signed.
Yes.
When does that signing begin or end, or when does
As soon as the draft is over, they're already talking to guys right now, like calling them up saying, "Hey, if you're not picked up, we'd love to have you."
And so they can start signing people today then.
As soon as the draft is done, they're officially free agents. So they're having the conversations, and but those contracts can be signed the minute the last pick is done.
Yeah, as soon as Mr. Irrelevant's picked, then they can start signing guys.
There's people en route to Chicago now, I bet. That feel pretty good that they ain't gonna get drafted. You know.
So now with
another 30 picks, holy smoke!
With the Booker signing or drafting Booker, how much do you guys think that Yannick will be a Bear?
No.
Coming up? No.
Can we let the Yannick ghost go? Can we let it go? Let the man go into his 30s with his broken ankle in peace, and let's find somebody who has more of an upside and don't need the force multiplier to make him relevant.
Find me somebody out there that's better than Yannick right now.
Hey, that's not my job.
Would almost have to.
Well, here's the thing about Yannick.
He'd have to sign for a vet minimum.
Thank you.
Yannick, y'all tripping now. He might lose a couple $1 million. Y'all talking about vet minimum.
He was getting paid 10.
So he was getting paid 10.
He didn't put up the numbers that we expected him to, but he's never going down to the vet minimum. Don't be ridiculous now.
Sorry, he was. I think Brian was just being a little facetious. He was just kidding around a little bit.
I think he was Brian was partially being for real, man.
He's going to have to be dirt cheap.
Yeah,
he's not going to get top dollar.
No, he's coming in for between 6 and 8. That's my thoughts there. If he's coming in between 6 and 8, you do it. You sign him. You bring him back. Like it's much more sound. It's a much more sound idea than waiting to see if maybe Dom Rob might be some kind of thing.
Hey, Louis Joyce, real quick, man. You wanna pay attention to something? Watch out. He's saying, Louis Joyce is saying, I'm telling you guys, be on the alert for Booker at training camp. Be on the alert, Louis, for Booker versus Jacob Martin, the battle in training camp. I think that's where it's at. That's where I will be paying most of my attention. Matter of fact, Booker, Jacob Martin, and what's his name again? DeMarcus Walker. I think that's going to be who rises to the top there. Who rises to the top? Outside of that, does DeMarcus Walker even start? If he doesn't start on the edge next year. So that camp battle is going to be ferocious. And just imagine if they brought back Ngakoue or somebody else. That's going to be a hell of a spot to going to be hella competitive.
And we still have Kasim Green, right?
I don't know if we re-signed him yet.
I think he was a free agent, wasn't he?
I thought he was practice squad. I mean, I'll double check.
Yeah, I did a roster breakdown, but I don't remember offhand.
I probably will be talking about him the same as Green. I was high on Green too. And I think he did bring something to us as far as setting the edge. He didn't bring a hell of a lot of pass rush, but hey man, I think that dude was more valuable than it appeared to be in a box score. I would say that.
So what happened to the other guy?
Dominique Robinson. Is that what
No. Let me
Let's see. DeMarcus Walker, Khalid Kareem, Jake Martin, Montez Sweat, and Dominique Robinson are who we have at ends.
It's going to be hella hard to make this team on the edge, man.
What happened? Was it Travis Gibson? Is that the name? No, that's the safety. Who was the Gibson we had at defensive end last year?
You're right, Travis Gibson.
Harris Gibson. Thank you. Travis.
He went to Tennessee.
Did he? Because I think he's gone. I think he got cut from Tennessee like a week or two after that.
Oh,
somebody else picked him up since then.
I don't know. I think he might be right out the league.
Travis
Gibson?
He's extremely stiff.
He was on the Titans. he started like his first game
He's in
and
Jacksonville.
had a sack fumble, but then completely fell off for the rest of the year.
He's just so stiff, man. Travis Gibson has got all the measurables, man, but his back and lower body is extremely stiff, man. He can't bend to get around corners to save his life, man. And I think that's being held against him, man, because most, defensive line coaches, they really covet that bend and being able to turn corners, turn on a dime, and close and make a play, man. He gets ran out of plays, and then when he doesn't, he knows he can't bend, so he gets a little bit low, so he ends the play kind of on the ground and ends up getting shoestring tackles, if you look at Travis Gibson. And so that's just a lack of bendability, man. I feel bad for him, man, because flexibility, I think, is something that you can achieve if you work your body enough to give it the right.
Wow, he had enough motor, and that's what drove me crazy when they decided to go, decided not to bring him along. He had motor, man. He was just motoring around and making things happen in that backfield, whereas nobody else was able to do that kind of stuff. And off he goes. So he's in Jacksonville now, as opposed to the Titans. So I was pretty sure that he went to Tennessee. Something happened, and he didn't really do too much there. But he's apparently in Jacksonville now.
Oh, and I also had the edge guy's name wrong. It was Khalid Kareem, not Kareem Green. Khalid Kareem. He's still on the practice squad. He's the guy I think came from Minnesota.
Well, there's Khalid Kareem, and then there's a Rasheem Green.
Rasheem Green, I researched that. He's actually like out of the league.
Yeah, he's gone.
Like, yeah, he like played for like the Cosmonauts or some random
I'm gonna get
pro football
Argonauts?
team.
It's got to be the Argonauts.
Yeah, I just caught a glimpse of it, and that was like a while ago. So, yeah, I had that name mixed up, but
Lewis,
I was looking up.
Lewis, you so
Kareem
right.
came from the Colts. That's where Kareem came from.
Kareem. Yeah,
Khalid
you were right
Kareem.
about Travis Gibson. He should have been over there doing some yoga with Tevin. Absolutely. I think, you know what? Just imagine how many edge rushers are they going to keep. If you were Flus, you need what? What did they say? A pair and a spare?
2 is 1, 1 is none.
So they're going to probably keep more than 3. Will they make the roster? I mean, will they make everyday Sunday rosters? Probably not. It'll be some guys that hit the practice squad.
No, man.
You got to imagine they're going to probably keep at least 4 or 5, right?
We're going to have fun breaking down this roster in training camp, because I think the running back core is going to get hurt. I think that's where we're going to see, because they've got depth now at on both of those lines, which is fantastic. But you got to, in order to retain those guys, somebody's got to feel it. I think at least 2 of those running backs go.
King Booker, you damn right. Woo!
Woo!
They have to have with what is it, 17, 20 games now in the season, and as much as the running backs get dinged up with concussions, and now they're out for 3-4 games at a time. You got to have that depth in that room specifically.
So they have depth, right? So they've got Swift. You've got
Herbert and Johnson.
After that,
and then you also have Homer, but he's probably the cut candidate.
Yeah,
and he's making almost $2 million.
Yeah. See you later, Homer.
Now remember, Homer is also one of the special teams aces. So if we're getting a running back to play running back, there also might have to do some special teams work.
No, he gone for sure, because special teams just changed, right?
Well, he's a returner, so I mean, I could see a camp battle being between who we got at returner, like on the back end, Pettis, Bayless, Scott, and Homer as being return guys. And depending on how the other chips fall, we might see one of those wide receivers getting cut, or it's Homer.
gets cut because he's getting paid. Everybody else is on a rookie deal.
Because now we look at all these other positions, but don't forget Shanewaldron runs a lot of 2 and 3 tight end sets. And we got Komet, Everett, who's on a 1-year deal, and Carlson, who's like whoever. So, I mean, that tight end room is going to need some upgrade as well, you know, with this UDFA market.
I'm really curious where Blasingame fits in all of that because he's actually a really good receiver as a fullback. So because Waldron does this kind of hybrid tight end where sometimes he'll have them in the backfield and like in the shotgun and stuff. I mean, that could be Blasingame, you know, chip blocking, running out for routes.
I think
I think he kind of fits that role of that kind of H-back.
I think he's a goner, J2K.
But like, do they actually even use it? Is like, I don't even understand.
Only way he makes his team is Floof just forces his will on Shane Waldron and said, we're keeping a fullback.
I understand the purpose of the position and the requirement in that respect. But if you're never going to use them, what's the point?
Well, that's my point is I think that Waldron may just find a pretty good role for him. And I think that he could fit in the tight end role because Waldron uses multiple tight end roles, F tight end, U tight end, Y tight end kind of a thing. So I could see Blasingame being in the F tight end off the line, up next to the tackle as an extra chip blocker, but also someone who can go out on route. And you could line up in a traditional fullback with 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers, and that be a passing play.
I like keeping a fullback, but you can't find any fullback in any offense that Waldron has run so far. And that's you could be right though, J2K. There's ways that you
but youth check it was Shanahan and Kittle. Those guys are on the field all the time, and that's where Waldron came from, is that Shanahan-McVay system. So I think it's less about what he has done in Seattle because some of that his hand was forced with the injuries on the offensive line. And so you kind of want to look at like all the evolutions of the Shanahan system and the coaching tree that Waldron has been through. So he could go more Shanahan, youth check, Kittle, or he could go back to what he did with Seattle, or you could look at McVay, who doesn't use fullbacks. He's got wide receivers running up a B gap to block a linebacker at safety. It's just like the options are really open. And, I could see Blasingame fitting into a role that we may not see at the moment.
Okay, you're right, man. King Bookerwell brings up this is one thing we haven't done. We've been on here 6.5 hours, and we've clearly probably seen the last of the Bears picks. One thing we haven't done is give this draft a grade. And let's just start with kids, man. In all your honesty, man, don't hold nothing back, man. Save nothing for later, man. Give it all, man. Take the brakes off. What do you think we graded? Where do you think we graded?
So pre-punter selection, A+. Post-punter selection, F. Post-defensive end selection, A++.
You guys in the chat, go ahead and give your grades out, man. What do you really think it is? So we got a what now from you, kid?
I'm giving this draft and we have to factor in some of these trades, etc. Montez Sweat's more or less part of this draft. This draft is pretty right. Like Montez Sweat's a part of this draft. Keenan Allen is our 4th round pick. This might be the most insane Bears draft of all time. Gotta put it out there. If you're not giving this one an A++, I don't know where they messed up. But I definitely like to have the conversation and hear it. Brian, what do you think?
A lot of A's. I know that.
Well, if we're going to add in the trades, you forgot to mention Ryan Bates. At least an A to an A minus, because we don't know. We hadn't seen these guys play together, so that's why I'm not giving it an A+. But it's a damn strong A. If that punter, if he would have been the last pick, it would have been easier, but it made it more entertaining
It did.
in several ways. But gee whiz, you're talking about adding blue chip everywhere, and I mean even the punter's a blue chipper. What the hell more do you want?
What more do you want? Jake, what do you think?
I think just you start off, you're looking at draft capital going into this draft, but more so start at the beginning of the season with draft capital. So we ended up getting Montez Sweat, we got Keenan Allen, we got Ryan Bass. We did spend a 6th round pick on Feeney, who was the center offensive guard that ended up not making the team this year. We cut him this year, right? So there's a little tiny little bit there that, but I mean, it's a 6th round pick. We had tons of injuries to start the year at offensive line. I totally get that. Then you walk into the draft with the 1, the 9, 75, 122, and then you move up into that 5th round. I mean, even when we took the punter, I would have walked out of this draft saying that's still an A draft. Granted, we took the punter high. We didn't get the position I wanted. Coming back in there and getting Booker with that 5th round pick, trading next year's 4th. I mean, I just look at the group of guys you got out of the draft capital. And this doesn't even include, we're talking draft, not full offseason, not free agents and all that. I mean, it's a masterful job. It's excellent GM work 101. I give it an A+, hands down. And this is also, I want to preface all of this in saying there was a time that I was hard on polls, or at least I didn't jump into what's the plan. I mean, Triple R remembers that I didn't just jump on the bandwagon of trust in polls. Polls got this, because I was like, well, where's the resume? He hasn't had time to create a resume to trust him. Now, that's not me being pessimistic. Like, I don't want to be pessimistic or optimistic. I want to look at the facts and the details and make a judgment. At this point, sign me up. Polls got this.
Go ahead, Trip.
The power of polls compels you. The power of polls compels you. As he's put together this roster, this draft specifically, it's got to be an A or A+, actually, because, I mean, Caleb Williams, the generational top prospect at quarterback, Romo Dunze, one of the top, according to whoever boards, blue chip prospects. Then, Montez Sweat, who was the force multiplier, Keenan Allen, crafty veteran, the Bates, who can play the interior offensive line they've been after for a minute. And then you get the blue chip punter. I mean, it's not the sexiest position, but it is a position.
Yeah.
And I'm going to leave that with the position, kids. So don't go there. Don't ask me which one. So you get that guy. And so he's on the squad. And then you come back with, Booker. I'm not very familiar with him, but I'll look more into him now, obviously. But the one thing that I can tell in Kieran, the left tackle, is the intelligence factor, the desire to win and be great factor is within all of them. And so Poles is sticking to his type. He's not overspending by trying to jump up and take guys. He's not, taking this guy, that guy. They have a plan. They have a type, and they're planning their work, and they're working their plan. And it's coming out beautifully. And hopefully this season we can see those results on the field. So it's definitely an A+ going on right now. And then we know the UDFA market. They found Jackhammer. They found T-Bag. So who knows, what kind of prospect that they can find, going forward still before the day is even over.
I got something else I want to add to my grade. You also think about the positions that they filled. The only one that I would have liked seen filled that they hadn't so far is the 3 tech, but they also didn't have to give up one of the 2nd round picks from next year. So, yeah, it's a strong A for me.
Yeah, getting the edge rusher with a 4th round pick is genius. That's brilliant.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give it to you 100% as I see it. We just, as you see at the very top, right above us, a new era in Chicago football has begun. How do you do that? You get who is widely regarded as the best quarterback in a long time. You get that guy. This is the first time the Bears have ever got that guy in a draft. The guy that everybody is saying is the best in the draft. We got him. Not only that, we got him probably. I'm talking catch radius. Match this up with speed and dependability, production. And this is all the things that you would describe right there. We have trouble. Are we off YouTube? Are we off YouTube? Can they see?
No,
us?
I don't think so.
No, we're live.
Yeah, we're
No,
still rocking.
yeah, I see we're on. We're on.
We're still rocking.
Okay, because I'm seeing a sign that's saying that we may not be.
No, I'm on the YouTube page right now. We are.
Me too. I got it rolling. We're good.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
No, we're live.
So all right. And so here we got an A there. And I'm just going based off of what you guys have told me. Everybody in the chat, J2K, and anybody else who's checked this punter out, and everybody's saying this guy's an A+. And so I'm just gonna consider that into my grade of that. So you guys say it's an A+, I'm gonna take your word for it. It's an A+. Then we thought it was all said and done. I was still pissed off about it, and I threw every vegetable, fruit, bad, wormed up piece of
Socks, underwear,
everything, dirty straws, everything after his ass. I threw everything at him. And then they moved up and got who was widely regarded as one of the better pass rushers. Probably, if you had to rate him from about 1 to 10, he's probably up in your top 10, 12, would you say, J2K, of most people?
Top 10, I would give him a 9.
Yeah. And so you consider all of that, and this is just about the draft picks only. Put that to the side. Now they're sitting with an A. I'm going to give them the A+ because the position they are in is going to make them extremely, extremely attractive to these UDFAs out there because of the moves that he's made so far. The free agent, I mean, the UDFA market, you basically you making a play for each and every one of those guys. They can go wherever they choose to. Wherever the agent says that this is the best place for you. Most guys want to go somewhere where they can get an opportunity to compete. This roster is so top heavy. I mean top heavy by the 22 starters. The guys that come beneath them it's just competition all the way across the board. It's hard to imagine outside of the starters who you think will rank second. You know, the backup to them. It's all kinds of competition. And I think they set that up that way. I think they've created situations where behind the starters, there's absolute competition. And so for that, I'm going to give them that A+ because they've set themselves up in a situation logistically to bring in some really high-end talent and compete and take some of these guys' jobs on this roster. You heard Poles say yesterday, it's going to be hella hard to make this roster. And I believe that 100%. And so to J2K's point, I think it's some mastery going on as far as that goes, setting this thing up for success, and competition is the way to get it. And so, man, yeah, I give him an A+, man. I almost just gave him an A, but the punter and the way they're set to be able to perform in the UDFA market, I'm thinking it's going to be a big-ass win. And I can't wait to do that show, as a matter of fact. So I'm giving him an A+.
Right on, right on. And I'm just curious. So there is a little chatter like, what if you could switch out one position for another, like center for the punter? Let's say Cedric Van Pran instead of the punter. Is there any way you guys could see improving this draft, seeing it unfold? Or is it just A+, it's good as is, don't get greedy?
You've well framed, J2K, because that's like the one thing I would do, right? Like that's, as opposed to a punter, I would have gotten the center 100,000%. But one more time, we're talking about this would be the fifth interior lineman coming off the board at that point versus the top special teams guy who they, I believe, invited in and clearly have some understanding of. So I can't knock them. In my opinion, they know what the hell they're doing by way of the talent that this kid has at the punter position. And they clearly feel that talent that he'd be bringing to the table is a lot more, a lot more than what they would have gotten out of Cedric Van Prank, or they would have picked Cedric Van Prank. That helps me rationalize the whole thing, to be honest with you.
Look along the offensive line. Besides Darnell Wright, maybe Ryan Bates, and I don't know about Tevin Jenkins' job. Can you give me 2 starters on that line for sure? Outside of Darnell Wright, and I know Nate Davis. If Nate Davis is going to be a starter,
Ryan Bates.
What are you asking?
Who's going to be the other guys for sure?
For sure?
Yeah.
Well, even that is hard to
get that
answer.
competition.
All we wanted was competition, right? Like now we have competition. So yeah, you got your Darnell Wright's going to start. You've got your Nate Davis is going to start. I would be still surprised that Braxton Jones doesn't necessarily start either. He may start at a different position. So then we're sitting here thinking about who plays that.
But it's a whole lot of question mark
guard positions, right?
It's a whole lot of question mark there, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm happy by that, right? Like I'm happy by it because those questions will be answered by competition, right?
That's why I
put those guys into a blender, and whatever shakes out is who you have starting at those positions. It could be, could be Tevin Jenkins at left, could be Nate Davis at right. It could also be Braxton Jones at either one of those positions, and that's a good thing.
It could be Shelton starting at center with Bates being the super sub backup for guard and center. It could be Bates starting at center with Shelton as the center backup.
Yeah, and these are good things, right? When there's question marks surrounding any of all of the above that we just discussed, it tends to work and lead into poor offensive performance. We've got some good stuff here that, at the very least, they can shake out and figure out by way of competition. All they're really missing is and it's not even missing. I'm not even saying they're missing anything. All they need to do is make the evaluation on that offensive line. And if they need to add another piece, they can always do that too.
Okay, J2K or Brian, either one.
Brian, you want to go?
The competition between Braxton and Kieran, that's going to be interesting because if nothing else, the backup is stronger. What Tripp said about Bates and Shelton, that could be strong regardless who gets a starting. Your backup, it's stronger. If your backup is stronger than what it was before, then that's definitely an A or A plus, because that's what you want when you get new guys in, whether it's draft, free agent, trade, whatever. You want that person to push, the starter to where you're either getting a better starter and your backup is stronger. So yeah, that again, it's been a hell of an off season.
J2K.
So I'm gonna go left to right. The starters, I think, day one it's gonna be Braxton, Jenkins, Ryan Bates. I think is already penciled in as the starter. He's got the 2-year contract, and we know that Poles did go after him a few years ago and finally got his guy this year. Then it's going to be Nate Davis, and then it's going to be Darnell Wright. Now, Kieran, I think his biggest issue is that he needs to rework his hands. Like Bear Malissimo was saying, he's right now, he's 2 hands are up as far as his technique. Chris Morgan is more of 1 hand. It's a little more complicated. Plus, I think they're going to put on Kieran's plate playing right tackle and left tackle. But I think the intent is to see where does he fit best, at which tackle position, and how quickly can he improve his technique. But that seat under Braxton Jones, that is going to be a very hot seat. I would have no surprise if Braxton Jones took a step back, and by mid-season, Kieran is put in as the starter. I could absolutely see that. I think Shelton is going to be the backup center. I think he was signed specifically to be in that role. And we did sign a few other guys. I'm actually looking at the site here. Is Jake Kieran,
Yeah.
offensive lineman. Who else do we get?
Von
Matt
Pryor.
Pryor. Yeah, and Matt Pryor. So I think both of those guys were signed to 1-year deals, and obviously like nothing guaranteed. So those guys may be camp bodies, but there's competition there because you still have Jatiri Carter coming back at one of the guard positions. And I think they're going to kind of try to figure out who is fitting best as backups at those 2 guard positions. So 1 or 2 of those guys might be the odd man out. I'm very optimistic about Carter being the backup right guard. He's still on his rookie contract, so he's cheap. So then it comes down to the other guys, and I think wasn't Jake Kieran? He was a tackle and guard, if I remember correctly.
Who was that?
For Seattle.
Jake Kieran.
Oh God, you got me.
And Matt Pryor was a tackle only, if I remember correctly.
Well, I think he play a little bit of both, but he's mainly a tackle. Yeah. Yeah,
I think that's it. So, and then you've got Larry Borum in the mix as well. So I think Borum might be the odd guy out. And I saw something interesting about Borum is that he actually achieved so much incentives that his contract actually kind of ballooned up. So he ended up making a lot of money. And I'm not really sure how that contract details work, but someone suggested that he's actually semi-expensive for being on his rookie deal because of the incentives he's achieved within his contract. So I think you've got a steady front 5 penciled in. I think there's a couple hot seats, and it's going to shake out to rookie contracts. And if one of these 1-year offensive linemen can push Borum or Carter off of the team.
Okay, Trip, what say you, man?
Oh, looks like Braxton is in the weight room right now getting them squats in. Tevin, if he could stay healthy, that's his issue, but this is a contract year, so what is their plan going forward for left guard? And then if Bates is starting, then Shelton's his backup. Doug Kramer, practice squad guy, and then Jerome Carvin, not familiar with him. Nate Davis, he was dealing with issues with his mom, and then he was getting better, and then he got rolled up on, so it's just hard telling. And Carter, I always thought he was looking good, but he never really played. And when he did, it was kind of shitty because he would get like 2 reps and then he was back out. So, and then Bill Murray, how awesome he was as an actor and a comedian. I don't think he can play right guard. I don't know. And then Darnell Wright is a goddamn beast in the making. Curran and Aviante Collins. I mean, none of those really scream depth to me, because if we lose any of those frontline guys, the second line is a little bit better now, because you got Shelton for Bates and maybe Carter for Davis. Who knows for left guard? And it's a work in progress and it's building, but I don't think it's still solidified, is I guess my point.
Okay.
Love me some Bill Murray though. That's
well, I'm gonna be real short, man, because you know what? I think the draft is over on most people's TVs, right? Is the draft over?
It's still going.
No, there's still like
No, it's still
10,
going on.
15 picks.
Kid, can you take it any longer, man? Can you hang?
I thought it was done, man. I thought they had me like literally just came back on out of nowhere. I'm watching the Zone, us international Bears fans get this stuff on the Zone, and I know Bearlissimo's with me because sometimes I catch Bearlissimo on the Zone chat stuff. Anyways, I thought it was over. It shut off, and now it's back on. I got Charles, a brother named Charles.
I
Anyways,
see about 10 picks, man. I don't think the Lord brought you this far just to drop your ass off here. Did I make myself clear?
I'm with
You
you.
came this long, man. I'm hungry as fuck too, man. But I'll just sum it up with what everybody else pretty much covered it up very well. You know, touching the right areas and saying exactly what is. And I'm just gonna say my radar, my highlight. If I had to put the police light on anything, it's gonna be on left guard Tevin Jenkins and left tackle Braxton Jones. How does that shake out? I think Ryan Bates is gonna be our starter. And I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised because if you watch him on the Buffalo tape, as well as he transitioned from inside to outside to center, it was just you can see why they really went after him not only once, but they got that opportunity to go get him again, and they wasted no time going and doing it because you can see it on tape. Watch any Buffalo game with that guy involved, and you might see him anywhere on that offensive line. He is absolutely a steal and a versatility value pick if you've ever seen one. And I think he's going to run away with that starting center job easily. But I do feel like Tevin Jenkins, contractually and his injury status, is going to be important for Tevin Jenkins to be relatively healthy the whole year. If he's got any chance to get a contract extension with this team, we all know what Tevin can do when he's really healthy. When he's healthy, he can play his ass off. And he's a dominant left guard. But when he's not, you know what I mean, then I think if he plays a full year at relatively good health, I think he lands in the Pro Bowl with this team. I think this team is built well enough around him. He can land in the Pro Bowl. It's up to him, not to him, but his body to be able to hold up and stay relatively healthy for full season. But I'm circling that position because anything can happen right there. And Braxton Jones, that's going to be what everybody's talking about the whole offseason.
King Book of World. Jenkins will play 15 games this season. King Book, I ain't even going to argue with that. I had to throw that up there as soon as I saw it because that's really what he needs to do.
Yep.
That first season really affects the overall view of Tevin Jenkins and how long he was out with the back injury, etc. This gives him the opportunity to come back and really change that vision, that profile of him as being an injury prone player. But let's also throw in the obvious caveat that them big fellas get hurt on that line, like they just do. Hopefully, he's not one of those guys who gets hurt this year. If he can stick it out, you're right, Nomad. I think he's Pro Bowl caliber. Like I think that's a level of play he plays at. I just unfortunately don't see him on the field enough, for him to actually earn those types of accolades. This season, let's hope that he is. I hope that he is.
You know what, kids? This is the first time he's up for a contract extension, too.
And it's always like that, isn't it? And like, let's just, oh, man, I hate to do stuff like this, but let's just look back at our good old friend, Charles Leno, because in his contract extension year, boy, let me tell you, he was a monster. That's when we went to the NFC playoffs and did some damage. Charles Leno was great. But it's funny how things change when there's, dollars and cents are in question. Real talk, I got no problems if Tevin Jenkins just all of a sudden this season turns into a bloody, just a bouncer out there, do it.
You know what Louis Joyce is making a point of? Louis Joyce is saying Jenkins is a dude on the OL. Only reason I believe he's gotten hurt is due to the last front office. They were jerking him around, man. They were jerking him around in position-wise. I thought, quite frankly, man, when he came in and had to can't remember who exactly was at left tackle, but he had to spell somebody at left tackle. There was games when I thought he was an absolute stud over there. And, he was just young at the position over there on the other side of the ball, I think he still had a lot of growing to do. But I think, to be honest with you, Louis, and I don't know what's going on in their practices. We don't know if Flutz and his crew has given him ample opportunity at left tackle. Seemed like they just immediately wanted to stick him in at guard. He didn't really feel that, and he kind of reacted to it, but he got his mind made up and got his head on straight and decided to accept playing guard and end up having some Pro Bowl type games for us at guard, whether it was right guard or left guard. But I do think that Kevin Jenkins had some upside at tackle. I really do. I still feel like that to this day. But I think that ship has sailed with this crew right here.
Well, with this, like especially this pick here today with Kieran coming in, he's got no shots, no path to any tackle reps. That's for sure. No snaps to tackle for Kevin Jenkins. But you know what I mean. I don't care about that at this point. I think we're a fair way beyond that, right? He really missed out on those left tackle reps year one with the injury. Year two injury is now is the calf situation, right? And that's what I think Book was bringing up. He did something to both of his legs last season, and that cost him some time on the line. But once he got back out there one more time, he's just a monster of the midway. That kid truly embodies it. He does. He's that guy. So if we can get 15 to 17 games out of this kid this year, like 15 games,
you're giving him money. You're giving him money.
You give him some paper. You do. You sign him up.
Anybody disagree with that? You get 17 games out of them, you pay him?
Yeah.
No,
The scrolls.
that's fine.
Yeah.
17 games feel good.
Yeah, and then right now, J2K Borum, his incentives, he's like at $3.2 million.
Right.
And that's a lot for a backup.
Yes, you're right. That's what I was hearing. And then I don't know if you guys don't mind switching the subject back to the draft. I got a couple guys in this late round here. I want to two that. Well, I'll just go through them. So one, Jaheim Bell, tight end, falling to the 7th round. I know some people were really high on him from Florida State.
Yeah, somebody was just asking about him in the chat, J2K.
Yeah.
I went to look to see if he was still available. I couldn't figure it out.
No, he got drafted.
Did he?
He got drafted by New England in the 7th round. So that's a lot later than I think people anticipated. And then a priority free agent, Miles Cole from Texas Tech that I've been talking about. He ended up getting drafted, so he's off of our UDFA tracker list. But then here's the one that I thought was pretty wild, because I thought he would go much further, much higher up, was James Williams, the safety from Miami.
He's really good. He's available?
That monster safety. No, he just went in the 7th round. So that kind of surprised me because, I mean, he's a linebacker strong safety hybrid. But, I mean, I thought there was enough talent that this guy could have gone earlier.
I think our front offices are trying to figure out what is he on our roster. I think it's more so that than anything else. What is he on our roster? Is he a safety? Is he he's a linebacker? Is he a linebacker? Is he a weak linebacker? What is he on our roster?
On the Bears roster?
No, I'm talking about teams and their boards and trying to see where, you know what I mean? I think
How does he fit in?
Right. It's that tweener issue where he doesn't necessarily have a position to just jump into at the next level because it's going to be scheme-based, coaching-based. What are you doing, Trips?
Oh, I was looking at a kid on the commercial and I was just mocking his moves. My bad. Didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration?
You threw him off.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, man. I think James Williams, I don't think he didn't get drafted for the lack of talent. I think it's just teams with his body type. This is a 6'5" guy that you want to look at him and say, okay, that's our starting free safety. Can he roam? He's quick enough to go backwards and from left to right and really cover. And I think he's pretty good in the box. He's a hitter. He's not a tackler. He's
You
more
put him at free instead of strong?
What's that?
You put him at free instead of strong?
I'm good with him at either place, but for me, I like him deep. I like him deep, and I like anything going deep, having to get over that 6'5". Anything going over someone's head, I like it to try to get over that 6'5". That's me. If I'm coordinating, I'm giving him every fucking opportunity I can give him to play free and roam deep. That kind of size, man. That's just so many. There's so many ways that's going to be to your advantage, man. That length like that, man. That's just what I'm doing with him. And then other guys, he's big enough, and they're probably projecting his body type because he's probably 220 or close to it. They're probably saying, you know, we can get something out of him roaming as a middle linebacker, maybe even a will. You know what I mean? So it's about what a team projects him to be on their roster based on the kind of guys they have already. And so I think that's probably the reason why he's slipping so far is because of that.
Yeah, I feel like he's sort of like the reverse Brian Urlacher, right? As opposed to safety coming down and becoming that middle linebacker. I think he's a safety. I think he's a box safety. That's what I think he is. Kid hits like you wouldn't believe. He has those measurables. He's tall. I would have loved it if somehow we figured a way to get him on this team. I think he would have been a great developmental safety for us moving forward. I think that's like the only place we haven't really messed around is developmental safety, but we'll get there down the road, right? Like this draft is beautiful.
Hey, kids, I played safety twice in my coming up. I think the last time I played safety, either my sophomore or junior, I can't remember which one. And here's the thing about playing safety that anybody that's played safety for any amount of time can tell you. You know, when the ball is in the air, right, and you're tracking that ball, and you got the receiver, and you're closing down that space in between you and the receiver that ball is going to, and let's just say it's a high ball. You know, you got to make sure that when you get to that ball, you've got your steps together so that you can get off of your dominant leg. So if you're a right-handed person, you need to be able to get off of your left leg. And so sometimes that's not always available to you, depending on how fast you close on it and which leg is available to be able to jump and release. Your right leg is going to be less dominant. And so with the guy here's my way of thinking, my train of thought is, with a guy 6'5", that length is going to make him right even when he doesn't get to that dominant leg to explode and make a play on that ball. So that's why I'm thinking safety. I'm letting him play in Eddie Jackson's role all day.
Well, if you look at the safety room as well, it's other than Kwani B at strong, who gets dinged up quite a bit. We just signed Owens, free agent from up there in the north. But then it's like, Kevin Byard, the veteran free safety. He's a starter and he's good, but he's older. And then Elijah Hicks, is not really, he's still developing, I guess. And then Quentin Johnson, Adrian Colbert, and Tavarius Moore. If we could get an upgrade, I wouldn't be mad at all. In fact, I would welcome it.
Kids, you got a question here, man.
Yeah, I'm actually looking it up because I didn't check out Keith Randolph at all.
You got to read it out, man, because everybody can't see it.
Jose Sanchez from Puerto Rico. Oh, there we go. Nicely timed, fellas. Jose says, "Hey kids, Keith Randolph is still available. What do you think about the Bears bringing him in as a UFDA? UDFA.
What position is he?
Okay. What do you know about Keith Randolph? Anything?"
So I really liked him going into this year. He played next to Johnny Newton, and I think the argument is that Newton created an easier path for Randolph. But Randolph, he's a 3-tech, and I don't think he has enough explosion or strength or the things he would look for from a highly drafted player. But I thought he would have been a 5th, 6th, 7th round prospect. If we could get him as a UDFA, I'd love that to see that and see it how he progressed. And Cornelius Squalls, I just looked that up. Dominique Hampton went to Washington in the 5th round.
Oh man, I'm just looking at it too. I'm freaking out because I'm like, if Hampton somehow slips, somebody needs to heat seek that dude. Go find that man. Go. Yeah. Oh, boys. I'm like I say, I'm pleased with all this. I'm good. They touched everything we needed to touch. with the slight exception of maybe a developmental center and maybe a developmental safety, right? Like that's about it. Those are only two things that really and a 3-tech.
Maybe a 3-tech. But
thanks, J2K. It just hit me right there. Maybe a 3-tech. So maybe like a couple of little things we could do. Again, plenty of cap room to do all of the above. Yeah, guys, we're gonna have a season, guys.
Are there any UDFA or projected UDFA wide receivers that you would still be interested in?
Let me look at best available wide receivers. I think there were actually. Yeah, so I know that we actually met with Jalen Coker. He's a small school kid. We actually met with him at the Hawaii Bowl. So they do like their kind of East-West Shrine Bowl, Senior Bowl in Hawaii. It's kind of the third lower tier. We actually met with him there, so I could see him. Also, a local kid, Isaiah Williams from Illinois. He could also be a guy we could bring in. Cornelius Johnson from Michigan. He's a little stiff, but we could look at him. Oh, and actually, my bad. Joshua Cephas is the guy we looked at in Hawaii. Jalen Coker is the guy we actually looked at that did talk to the Bears. He was on the Barroom Network as an interview. So those are two guys.
Shout out Podfather.
Yeah, Podfather. Tyler Harrell, the guy I brought up a little bit earlier who, his career arc was going up, transferring to Alabama, incredible speed, and the injury and then lack of production killed his senior season. So he's someone that, bring him in for camp, see what he's got.
So there are options. That's cool.
There's a few guys. I think, out of this list, I think Joshua Cephas and Isaiah Williams would be the two that like I watched their tape and I liked.
Yeah. It's I seen a kid from Hawaii nobody's talking about. I don't have that. I got an old notebook with him in there and some of the notes I had for him. There's a kid from Hawaii. There was a kid from another small school. Damn it. But it's some small school guys. I mean, from you random FAU type. I mean, just all kinds of. It's guys out there. It's about whether or not you can get your hands on them. Some of these guys are depending on who you think you are, you might want to get on a team that you get a better chance to get a starting job. I heard somebody say that Romo Dunze wouldn't be a starter on this team because we got Keenan Allen and djmoore. I'm like, dog, he's a starter. He's a starter.
Yeah.
Day one, he's a starter. They're gonna spread people out early in the season and hand the ball off, let Caleb get quick game going on, man. But yeah, he's gonna be a starter day one. It's just a bunch of guys. By the time we come back to this show tomorrow, we'll have a bunch more that we can share with you. I know I will. Hopefully we can get some homework done and bring you guys some names to really pay attention to. But by the time we get here tomorrow, I think that list of a partial list, at least, of the UDFAs that they're looking at is going to be on the board. I don't know how many, but I think who was the person that I looked to last year for that list? I think it's Aaron Lemming. Go check out Aaron Lemming on Twitter. I believe that's the guy that I follow all season. He kept an accurate list for the Bears and any other team of the UDFA targets and visits and all that kind of stuff. So you can get and I think the site upgrades itself that he uses. So you'll be able to get an accurate, up-to-date, information about what the Bears are doing as far as UDFAs go. So check out Aaron Lemon. If you have a Twitter account, check out Aaron Lemon on there. Give him a follow. That will help you out. But as best we can, if you follow me at Nomad Network, and I'll try my best to keep you up to date best we can until we get to the show. But, man, we only got 4 picks left, man, the way I see it on my TV. I don't know what you guys see.
Yeah, and then really quick, I just want to jump in and say something about, I think with Rome, I think you give him primarily just X responsibilities, right? And you work in packages where when you go 3 wide, he doesn't have as huge of a playbook as some other rookies or vet players would have, and you grow him in that role of that pure X. And then year 2, if Keenan Allen is gone, then you start possibly moving him around, because I think Rome would be an excellent slot receiver as well as an X.
Yes, he would. I just imagine DJ working out of the slot.
I was just gonna. But what's funny is all 3 of these guys can do that.
Versatility.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you don't really have to dedicate a guy to the slot at all. You can mix and match and move and shift guys around the line. Things could be a little bit creative depending on what Waldron wants to do.
Only reason it makes any difference to a DB, no DB is looking at the receiving core and like, that's receiver 1, that's receiver 2, and that type of shit. No DB, trust me, it's only relevant in the minds of people that watch the games and stuff like that. Trust me when I tell you, it makes no difference when they're playing. It's all about alignment, whether they're on the boundary on either side or in that slot, and it determines basically based on the coverage what you can expect coming out of each receiver. Nobody gives a fuck about whether it's a 1, 2, or 3 receiver. And yes, I mean, either one of those guys, man, give you problems at either a boundary receiver, XY, or a slot. I mean, XZ or a slot.
And then it's all about matchups as well, because if you got, Odunze or DJ Moore or Keenan Allen, whoever is eating, and there's some DB on the other side who's getting ate up, it's like wherever that DB is, whoever he's covering, that's who Williams is supposed to throw to.
Mm-hmm. And Jose Sanchez from Puerto Rico. Just asked me. He said, Nomad, what do you think about Bo Braid? He's a safety. He's still available, in my opinion. They should bring him in as a UDFA. I did not know Bo Braid was still available. I think he's absolutely a box safety. So if you're gonna bring Bo Braid in on you, I think he's a box safety only. As a matter of fact, I think if you're bringing in Bo Braid as a UDFA, that means you want to give Jaquan Brisker a push and a run for his money. Yep.
Why would you say that? Why wouldn't you say like he's a box? Oh, because you can't. Oh, yeah.
Strong safety is box safety.
My bad. I'm forgetting he's our box guy and Eddie's gone. Okay.
Somebody needs a Snickers bar.
What?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Trip?
I said somebody needs a Snickers bar.
2 other safeties that we might look at as UDFAs. Dominique Richardson from Texas A&M and Josh Proctor, who he had a pretty serious leg injury. He snapped his leg and the bone came out. Josh Proctor from Ohio State.
Ouch.
He was like a 5-star recruit, and they were expecting really big things out of Proctor. There might still be something there. And then just because I know we don't have a third. Oh, say that again.
On my list, J2K. I thought he.
Yeah, he's still available. And then because. Oh no, yeah, he's in the draft. I think he was at the Senior Bowl too.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. And then since I know that Waldron likes his tight ends, and we've got an open spot at that third tight end. Galen Holker, he's a good Y move tight end. More of a big receiver. Braven Spanford, tight end out of Minnesota. He is 100% blocking tight end. So if we're looking at Martavius Bennett type of tight end, but we want to go younger, that might be a guy we're looking at. And then McLean Castles from Tennessee. Now, because of that offense, he didn't get to show out what he could do, but he's a very athletic tight end, and he could be a sleeper UDFA.
Man, that list is going to be long, and there's going to be some super duper talent on it, and I just can't wait to see it, man. I think this might rank up, and I'm just me. This is just me and how high I feel about this draft and the talent on it. I think this might rank up as probably, if not the best, one of the best UDFA markets there was, man. I think the talent out there is enormous, man. I mean, there's so many guys that should have been drafted and couldn't be drafted. I got a problem with that on a personal level, how many people get drafted, but that's just me. But the availability for some of these guys to get on some teams and get some opportunities, man, and some high-end players out there.
You know, that's just very surprising because of all the talk about how the talent fell off in this draft after like round 4 or 5. And now we're looking at UDFAs that are like, oh, shit.
Yeah,
good point.
To speak on that, I think there's a talent gap where I think a lot of these guys in this 7th round would normally be 6th and 7th round would normally be UDFAs in another year, but the quality of UDFAs that are actually going to be available is actually far better than it has been in years past, just because of the quantity.
Yeah, I've never really bought, where a player gets drafted or if he's drafted or not, really dictated what that player was going to be when he got to this level. I've never bought into it because I know there are guys on the street right now that are probably going to get tryouts. It's going to blow somebody's fucking mind. They're on the streets right now and hasn't been on the draft boards, hasn't been getting talked about. It's going to get tryouts. Somebody somewhere is going to blow somebody's fucking mind. Is going to make a team and be a stud. And so I never paid a whole lot of attention to where a guy gets drafted, you know what I mean, or if he got drafted or not. It's about what you do when given the opportunity. That's all about. That's football, 1-on-1 right there. It doesn't matter where you're from; it's where you're at. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
How you got there don't make a motherfucking bit of difference. What you do with that opportunity is everything. Yeah, if you play and your life is on the line, man, you're gonna make a team, and you might end up being a starter.
And speaking of that, being the starter with the expansion of the games, with the more travel internationally, who is that? I just saw a comment, Dobbsy. I really wish with the extra games that they'd extend the roster. And it's like, with the concussions, I know they extended the practice squad a little bit. They added the 3rd quarterback, to be allowed. But it just seems like 53 is not enough to stay competitive and, healthy all season.
I kind of expected them, as opposed to extending the roster, to maybe giving these guys another bye week. Right? Like that's kind of how I thought about it. Just give these guys one more week to rest up and get the darn thing done. But
there's actually a really good argument that Brett Coleman made about starting the preseason at the Hall of Fame game, and it moves all the games up by 1, and then you get 2 bye weeks in the season, and those bye weeks
week, huh?
So you get 2 bye weeks, and those bye weeks correspond with those. So basically, instead of having a short week playing Sunday and then Thursday, you get a bye week in between there for all the teams, and you're not increasing the length of the schedule because you're starting at the Hall of Fame game, but you are giving an extra week off and improving the distance between the Sunday and Thursday games.
Well, I know we're thinking about player health and safety and all that, but another comment from Immortal talking about no more Thursday games. Man, you know how much Amazon is paying them fools for them Thursday games?
Yeah, they're getting a guap.
So yeah, Thursday games are going to continue.
They're getting a guap for that.
And then I just want to throw this out because we're going to be seeing them. But Kalen King from Penn State, cornerback, went to the Green Bay Packers, and to get him at the 2nd to last pick in the draft, that's a pretty good move.
All right, man, we gotta get ready to wrap this thing up. I can see kids.
Don't worry, brother. We're
one more.
He's looking at.
We're on the last pick.
We got one more.
Parts of his desk is probably starting to form in the shape of a hamburger right about now, man.
Yeah, I'm getting a little delirious over here. Everything looks like chicken.
Right, and then Lewis is saying, don't forget about the Peacock games. I am not buying another goddamn app. So if there's a game that's going to be on some app that is not normal, or it's like, hey, we got this special, you want to watch this game, buy this app, I'm not watching that game.
Yeah, that first year of of Amazon game. That was the worst shit I ever seen in my life. I mean, the footage was so awful, man. The pixels and it was terrible. I don't know who else was experiencing that other than me, but that was that was bad. It was better this year. It was better this year. I will give them that.
Now, I wanted to share with you guys something I'm reading on Twitter is that Poles, and this is for the punter, is that Poles was absolutely obsessed with the punter when he was at the Senior Bowl. Like him and Flus attended. So this decision to draft this punter easily went back to the Senior Bowl, obviously the season, but Poles made this decision probably long ago that if he was there at our fourth round pick, 122, he was going to take him.
Well, the Jets, I think, are making the last pick. That's 257.
They are. Mr. Irrelevant's coming through.
Hey, if Poles saw some guy that he had to have, hey, get him. Let's get him. And he got him. We got the punt guy who's going to be pinning fools inside the 5, however distance he got. And it's like we're going to have the defense led by Montez Sweat and the DBs out there eating. And then we're going to get the ball back to the generational quarterback with all the weapons. And we're still working on the offensive line. But this team is coming together, baby. Let's go.
I like this pick. The last pick is nowhere near irrelevant in my eyes. Jalen Key is a dog, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Hey,
Jalen Key's out there. Alabama going to the Jets at pick 257. He is unfortunately Mr. Irrelevant, but I think he'll provide a fair amount of relevancy for the New York.
I would dare to guarantee you he will not be irrelevant on that fucking team.
No, sir.
So we already got some news on some UDFAs for the Bears. Western Kentucky quarterback Austin Reed is signing with the Bears.
I told you, somebody laughed at me when I told people to go check it out because it was like, it's not going to happen this Sunday.
You say quarterback or cornerback?
Quarterback.
Oh, who else?
So remember that whole conversation about RG3 and Kirk Cousins? Here we go.
That's the only name you got, J2K?
So far, that's what I'm seeing. I mean, some people are just mentioning priority free agents, but I think I covered all those already. But yeah, that's all I'm seeing.
Reddy Stewart,
just drop the name for us. Reddy Stewart, cornerback from Troy. I'm writing that down right now because I don't know this one.
You didn't study up on your Troy tape?
Oh, I got some Troy players, but not no corners. Troy got a couple of linebackers and a couple of D tackles that I edge rusher too that I like. Yeah.
Right now, Cynthia Freeland looking like chicken to me right now. I'd get something to eat.
You want a little?
All right, man. Let's give some pleasantries before we just did almost 7.5 hours, man. If you don't love the Nomad Network by now, man, you just hating. 7.5 hours is absolutely 100% dedication to you all, man. You gotta love the love, man. But let me shut up and let kids give some pleasantries so we can get him out of here.
Well, guys, 7 hours later, if not 17 hours later, given the whole weekend, rocking and rolling with my guy Nomad, my guy Mr. Brian, Triple R, J2K. It's been more than just a slice. We've had some great guests. The Doc was with us, Doc Mason, Adam Mason was with us too. Coach T was hanging with us. It's been fantastic, guys. But most importantly, y'all were hanging out with us, No Maniacs. My guy Stub Rock showed up from T-Dot. That's my old homie. Patty Laura with us the whole time. Berlissimo joining, throwing in some awesome footage. Guys, it's been this has truly been Grown Man Christmas, and I'm happy as hell. I got all the right presents. I got my Nintendo. I got my 64. I got a bicycle. I got all the good stuff, and I just can't wait to really get the opportunity to play with these things. So come September after training camp, we're really gonna know what's going on. But I'm stoked. I'm ready to go. We'll look at these undrafted free agents there very shortly, I guess on Sunday, and get into some of that. But I'm excited, y'all. Hopefully you guys are just as excited as I am. Lewis Joyce, thanks for hanging out with us, brother. Marlon Johnson, Dobbsy 34, King Booker World, AC Adam. Can't ever forget you guys, man. Karen Race, thanks for coming out. Immortal, thanks for hanging out with us, brother. Ant Mas, James Ford, Jose Sanchez from Puerto Rico. Oh, I love it. Trust me, guys, it's been a Black Diamond. It's been awesome. Cornelius Squalls, it's been awesome. And number one, No Maniac Plank and Sheep Plank. Couldn't let you guys leave you guys out of the list here. Thanks for hanging out. And bear the F down harder than ever before. It's a brand new era, guys. Let's do this thing. Let's go.
What say you, Mr. Brian?
I want to thank all the all-star guests that we had. Right now, my brain's in a fog. I can't remember all of them. But bless your hearts for thinking. You gave great content. But the true all-stars was the people in the chat. 3 days coming, almost 16 hours. My butt's numb. My brain's fog. I'm hungry. I'm tired. God bless you. What do you got going on over there,
bro? Hey, settle down, Brian. Settle down.
Well, I'm excited and numb at the same time. Getting to see
you were your butt. You walked right into that. You walked right into that one. I'm sorry, Brian. I'm sorry.
Well, not exactly. I set right into it, but anyway, God bless you all. Thank you. Have a great weekend and hope to see you guys tomorrow night.
Hey, hold on. Before you go, Trip, man, Barrelissimo is dropping jewels in there. He already said that we signed Reddy Stewart already. And he's saying we're signing British Columbia offensive tackle Theo Benedict. So there you go.
Oh, okay. Let me take a look. I don't know nothing about Theo. Let me take a look at Theo there. We'll chat it up there this weekend, Barrelissimo, likely on Sunday. Cool. We got a comedian.
You guys can beat me to the tape and tell me more about Theo Benedict or Reddy Stewart by tomorrow. You're a bad motherfucker. So go ahead and give it a shot. But go ahead, Trip.
All right.
First of all, thanks Nomad Kids, Mr. Brian, J2K, and everybody at the Nomad Network for having me on. It's always like coming home. Big up to all the Nomaniacs out there. And hey, the power of polls compels you because this is a new age. That history, we talk a lot about the history, but that shit's over. That's what Paul said in that press conference. He was like, miss me with that past bullshit. We going into a new generation and we going to drag y'all asses whether you like it or not. And we getting drugged and I'm liking it. So the power polls compels you. You can check me out over on Sports Chicago Style. That's on the YouTube, on the Twitter, the Instagram, the Facebook, and the .com. Appreciate y'all, and I will be seeing you in off season because the only people that are watching right now after all these hours of coverage on this weekend are the true motherfucking diehards, and that's everyone. That's every one of you.
Every last one of you.
That's it.
Go ahead, JT.
Yeah, and I second that. Everything you guys have already said. What a great draft this has been. I give it an A+ masterclass and GM work. But more importantly, thanks to all you guys for being here and chatting with me and having this time. This is what I really, really enjoy. One of my favorite times of the season, and looking forward to more talking football. I am tired. I'm hungry. I'm a little delirious, but I'm going to keep grinding. So tune in tomorrow night. We're going to have this list of UDFAs. We'll have some breakdowns. Hopefully we get a little bit of tape to show you guys, but we're going to keep going. We're going to keep doing this, and I'll see you guys soon.
Hey, JT, I might have to lean into you for some tape. May have to ask you, man, but it'll be nice to be able to get scrounge up some tape on these guys. But whatever you can do and bring to the table will be great. That's just my plea to you, more or less. But hey, man, listen, man, what can I say, man? What can I say? What a hell of a weekend. I mean, a hell of a weekend. I had a kick-ass time. I'm still having a kick-ass time. Tired, I'm hungry, but I'm still having a good-ass time.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep going. We're going to have another good-ass time tomorrow. But I will be remiss if I didn't mention my brothers right here, man. Everybody on this panel, everybody. I mean, Brian, Chris, who's not here right now, man, Kid,
Dude.
J2K, the dude, Trips, and all the guests that came on. Nick, let me look over here. Barlissimo, Coach T, Adam Mason. Let me think. Make sure I'm not forgetting anybody. I'll probably erase them.
Again, the Bishop.
The Bishop came over here with it. He was with us the first day. I mean, just if I didn't get your name, man, I'm sorry. It's not because I don't love you, man. But you talk about dedication to what we have to do. This is pure dedication in its essence right here. Everybody, I'm here hungry. So it's kids. So is J2K. I mean, just dedicating, making sure that you get coverage out there. If anybody, I feel like if anybody's earned a subscription, I think we did that. If I could say so myself, I think we've earned our subs. Any new ones that we get, and so we appreciate them if or when you give them to us. Man, it's just been a long weekend, but a really, really fun one, man. We set out to have a party the entire weekend, man. It was like a tailgating experience for me. It was just the fact that we got the opportunity to have you guys out there as an audience and an ear to everything we was feeling, every bit of the excitement, every bit of the anxiety, every bit of the damn fool I just acted when we got a punter. You got to experience that live and in living color with us, man. So we appreciate you all for being here and all this damn support, man. I just can't say enough to everybody in the chat, but especially these guys on the channel. They could have been anywhere doing anything, but they made sure we was here to provide you guys with this content all fucking weekend. So shout out to Kids, Triple R, Brian, Chris, J2K, and everybody else that came along, the Bishop, everybody else that came along and pitched in, man. Absolutely love these motherfuckers for that, man, because it wouldn't have happened and it wouldn't have been as good without you guys, man. So appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. I mean it. But we got to get ready to get out of here so we don't have what is it called when you don't have enough? We got blood sugar problems or some shit going on right now.
Diabetic coma?
Yeah, diabetic.
Angry. I'm effing angry.
If I dealt with something like that, I'd probably be dead.
A hungry mob is a hungry mob.
Right. Hey, real quick before we get out of here, yes or no, J2K, are you happy with offensive lineman from Michigan, Drake Nugent?
Did we sign him or?
Yeah, UDFA, we signed him.
Oh, we did?
Wow.
That's a good
There's
pickup
your
for
center.
UDFA. Small arms, but he's a center. You never know, man.
Okay, I was just asking.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll come back with once I get a list of these UDFAs. I'll do my research and tomorrow night we're gonna break down more players, more prospects. Keep grinding.
Yeah, he's one of the last offensive linemen. Drake Nugent. I'll just save it for tomorrow, man. We'll be able to break it down. Me, J2K, and everybody else. But again,
draft weekend ain't over, baby. Christmas ain't over. It's still coming tomorrow, baby. Let's go.
Oh, man, it's just been a blast, man. I gotta say thank you one more time, man. Karen Race, we love you, man. We love you all, man. We love every last one of you guys that came to this chat and supported this channel and enjoyed this coverage all weekend. But we got to get ready to get out of here and get ready and prepare for tomorrow. It's a lot of moving pieces. I'm sure we're going to come with a bunch of names, man, to be able to talk to you guys about tomorrow. Those UDFAs are going to be uber important to what we're doing this year in camp and getting ready for the season. So be excited, be motivated, and be fucking happy. And most of all, be a fucking bear and bear the fuck down. But before we get out of here, I got to leave you guys with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all. And I need to get to my outro. But y'all go ahead.
Domination.
Power of polls compels you. The
power of polls compels you. Power of polls compels you.
I might need
polls compels you. Powers of polls compels you.
I might need your help getting to the. I don't have my mouse, man.
Power of
polls compels you. Power of polls compels you.
Can you find the outro?
Polls compels you.
Power
of polls compels you.
Power of polls compels you. Power of polls compels you. Yeah, he does. Bear the fuck down. Let's go.
You don't see the outro yet?
No.
Damn it, man. Hold on. Let me.
Always.